It's the go. Cut, you killing them.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy.
Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal.
Exes ain't the same no more, don't give a fuck about their name no more.
Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people.
That's right.
When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us.
How you gonna refute that? How?
Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us.
Me and my little niggas, we grew up in the mud. Age of 14, I was hustling drugs. You ain't get no love if you wasn't the plug. And you can't leave the house without the stick if you was.
Welcome to the Central, let me show you around. Keep your head on a swivel, 10 toes to the ground. Eyes and ears open, nigga, you know the sounds.
Guns click, cracking niggas laying you down.
Now when we in the Central, I'm gon' keep it a buck. Niggas see you lacking and they fucking you up. Them little Fillmore niggas, not the niggas to trust. From Lane to the V, them little niggas a bust. My mama used to check if there's some guns in my waist. I'ma catch a body, I know niggas are snakes. Crosses on my face, pain can't be erased. I miss my nigga Holly, hope he saved me some space. I miss my nigga Melly, got him locked in the cage. Crackers have a nigga like a mouse in a maze. Demons in my dreams, pain can't be erased. I tried to live right, but they ain't always the case.
Me and my little niggas, we grew up in the mud. Age of 14, I was hustling drugs. You ain't get no love if you wasn't the plug. And you can't leave the house without the stick if you was.
Welcome to the Central, let me show you around. Keep your head on a swivel, 10 toes to the ground. Eyes and ears open, nigga, you know the sounds.
Guns click, cracking niggas laying you down.
I probably sold crack in every spot that they had. Sherry was my mama, but the block was my dad. I know them niggas go, bitch, we was all that we had. Me and my AK look like I saw them in half. 8 baby mamas, I was hoeing a lot. Raising 3 kings, but I showed them a lot. Man, I love my daughters, but I owe them a lot. And if she call me nephew, probably sold her a rock. Welcome to the Central, shout out Swami and Moon. This is not a place where it was safe to assume. Unless in this assumption there's some guns in the room. All them little niggas got some mud on their shoes.
Me and my little niggas, we grew up in the mud. Age of 14, I was hustling drugs. You ain't get no love if you wasn't the plug. And you can't leave the house without the stick if you was.
Welcome to the Central, let me show you around. Keep your head on a swivel, 10 toes to the ground. Eyes and ears open, nigga, you know the sounds.
Guns click, cracking niggas laying you down.
Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine and make they world in, I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give Israel, it's been real. These ain't shots, stay missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions from my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sewing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime. We put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life. I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pimping hoes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top, and I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun to Poverty Point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
Peace, peace, peace. Peace and paradise to all the American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holiday is in the building. I want to say hello to everybody. Hey, I'm going to do something a little different today, man. We're going to put this declaration of reclamation on, man. Shout out to Libra Sun. Shout out to the council. Let's go.
The First Americans' Declaration of Reclamation of Our Identity and Natural Rights. This declaration, dated the accepted and amended July 4th, 2019, is in response to the intrusion, genocide, gentrification, indoctrination, and reclassification of the over 100 million strong original peoples of North, Central, South America, and adjoining islands over a period of 4 or more centuries. The American Aboriginal peoples described in this declaration are hereby declared the free peoples of the so-called Western Hemisphere and the Americas, meaning clear of obstruction, unrestrained in movement, liberty of action or expression, not holding strictly to rule or form, of nations, not subject to foreign rule or to despotism, based on principles of civil liberty, sense of giving without cost and free of charge and cost. This declaration does not include the so-called Native Americans, Africans, European, Hindu-European, or Asian descendants, only the American Aborigines and mistakenly the American Negro and their descendants. Article 1. All so-called Black people in the Americas are not descendants of Africa, and this misclassification of our identity, i.e. colored, Negro, Black, and African American, is the result of social programming and indoctrination, and is not and will not be accepted by the autochthonous people in any manner, whether it be personally, socially, politically, or so-called legally. And any attempt to continue such reckless behavior will be seen as a conspiracy to commit a fraud, a hate crime, and defamation against the original peoples of the Western Hemisphere under international law and the American Constitution, The U.S. corporation, its nation states, affiliates, and sponsors have been committing many sorts of crimes against the original or Aborigine people of this land without as much as one warning for the genocide, rape, lynching, displacement, and scientific experiments. There are many documented cases. The list of nefarious and criminal activity is almost too long to imagine, and there must be an accounting and remedy for. By our estimates, the greatest majority of so-called white African and European descendants in the U.S. believe that the original or Aborigine people misclassified as black were all brought here on slave ships by their ancestors, not realizing that we were here long before their ancestors existed. And the only reason that they believe the lie is because of the great effort to cover up factual history. Article 2. There are millions of acres of land held in trust by the governing bodies of the Americas that are the birthright of the original or Aborigine people of the land, and we demand that such land be returned in good faith and without obstruction, harassment, or oversight. Since the original or Aborigine people have been systematically removed and gentrified from our lands by fraudulent practices and intimidation, we feel it would be in the best interest of all involved to give back our land and allow us to live in peace. No exceptions. Article 3. We, as the original or Aborigine peoples of the commonly known as the Western Hemisphere, including, but not limited to, the Americas and surrounding islands being of sound mind, body, and spirit, reserve all rights to self-govern to the best of our ability without the need for regulation, obstruction, oversight, or harassment from the governing bodies. We will operate as a responsible, autonomous nation, and all treaties, trade agreements, tariffs, etc., thereof on our land must be approved by us alone. No exceptions. Article 4. We, as the original and Aborigine peoples of what is commonly known as the Western Hemisphere, reserve all rights to travel anywhere and any time of our choosing within the Western Hemisphere without obstruction, harassment, corporate identification, or citizenship of any state-sponsored territories. No exceptions. Article 5. We, as the original and Aborigine peoples, have been subject to what is commonly known as paper genocide or paper terrorism by the U.S. state, local governing bodies, and their affiliate Masonic partners' orders, i.e., policy writers, enforcers, and other corrupt actors. We will no longer accept your aggressive and, in most cases, detrimental paper, computer rulership in all of its forms. We are the original free peoples of the land, aka the first Americans. We are not and will not be your citizens nor property in any form, assaulting and attacking our people on an individual or group basis by anyone, including your citizens, your policy enforcers, or any of your corporate partners or affiliates will be considered a hate crime and will be dealt with as such. No exceptions. Article 6. All Aborigine, man, woman, or child have a natural right to protect themselves in any circumstances, and any attempt to deny this right will be dealt with in the most severe manner possible unless deemed otherwise by the appropriate counsel. No exceptions. Article 7. No Aborigine man, woman, or child will be enumerated, taxed, or brought into any other judicial or administrative body other than an Aboriginal council. No exceptions. Article 8. No Aborigine man, woman, or child are part of any so-called sovereign citizen or extremist group or movement of any kind, and any attempt by any individual, group, organization, or governmental agency to connect us to any will be considered a hate crime and defamation. No exceptions. Article 9. All Aborigine men, women, and children are free, born living beings and cannot be considered, identified, or treated as property or dead by the U.S. government or any other entities anywhere on land, air, or body of water. No exceptions. Article 10. No Aborigine men, women, and children can be used as debt or collateral by the U.S. government or any other entities anywhere on any land, air, or body of water. No exceptions. Article 11. We, as the original and Aborigine peoples of the so-called Americas, retain all rights to any and all resources that we deem necessary to sustain life, liberty, and the development of our people in any and all regards without obstruction, harassment, or oversight by any entity other than an Aboriginal council. No exceptions. The First Americans' Declaration of Reclamation of Our Identity and Natural Rights. This declaration, dated the accepted and amended July 4th, 2019, is in response to the intrusion, genocide,
Ain't no stopping what I'm destined to be. They'd rather see me dead than catch me resting in peace. I can't even sleep without the tech in the sheets. Everywhere I go, I got a weapon in reach. My baby mama keep on calling, she be stressing the G. She wants some money for my baby that I never can see. And every new nigga she say better than me. But I just keep it G, that shit embedded in me. The ring, crack in my leather, maybe under the seat. She don't wanna fight, but say she wanted to be free. She just wanna fuck, cause ain't no love in the streets. I did it for the love, how dumb could I be? I got caddy fiends, caviar dreams. Niggas want me dead, that's what the money brings. I don't play the wing, shooters on my team. Glocks and briefcases, chops with I'm watching these niggas, know they wanna see me dead. Riding with this Glock, bitch, I'm living on the edge. Hustling on the go, never sleeping in my bed. Money on my mind, prices on my head. Money on my mind, prices on my head. Riding with this chop, bitch, it's longer than my leg. Ounces for $1, no, I gotta make it straight. You got it on your mind, get it off your chest. You got it on your mind, nigga, get it off your chest. Scratch it off your list, quit living off your bitch. Get it out your grind, nigga, this is not a test. Niggas take your life, you ain't got shit left. Take me to the king, tatted on my neck. I don't play no games, but you don't get no wreck. Heard you put in work, cuz you ain't get no check. I know too many niggas that'll die for respect. I just want the bread, but these suckers want me dead. I lost my nigga Dre, that shit be fucking with my head. You gotta watch these niggas that's close to you. Them niggas thinking about smoking. I'm watching these niggas, know they wanna see me dead. Riding with this Glock, bitch, I'm living on the edge. Hustling on the go, never sleeping in my bed. Money on my mind, prices on my head. Money on my mind, prices on my head. Riding with this chop, bitch, it's longer than my leg. Ounces for $1, no, I gotta make it straight. You got it on your mind, get it off your chest.
He to run that song back again. I like
What up,
that.
though? How you feeling?
I'm good. Hey, Chief, you need to run that song back one more time. The one you just finished playing. Salute to the chat. Salute everybody. Hey, enemies public. You know we got to do a live, bro.
That's right. Shout out to the brother Nasir, Field Marshal General. Vilified Nation is tapped in. Straight Smoke. Peace to the guys, man.
Oh, Straight Smoke and Lou. Oh, now I can see everybody.
Yeah, man. Appreciate everybody tapping in, man. Do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe. Share some like social media platforms, man. Don't be a buster or a custer. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's the only builders over here, man. It's just Sci-Hub. We got Sister Bethy in here. Hey, Sister Bethy. We got a lot to talk about, but you wanted to talk about well, we want to expose these. Once again, I just think when we have these conversations about black anything, people need to have their heads examined. They're writing this concept of black back in time. When they do that, they're displacing people because black has a narrative that goes with it of slavery, of inferiority, of nothingness. Like, there's no place called black. Like, there's no place called home. There's no place called black, okay? There's no place called black. Blacker than Blackville, nothing, right? So black is a construct to take people out of power. So you say black, there's white, right? There's a construct that goes with this, a mind frame that goes with this. So we can pull up so much shit. We can go back and forth. If you don't know that, every time you hear or see something or read something that's created by these people to push this whole pale supremacy on you, right? All they gotta do is push black. That's how it works. So we gotta address it. We're gonna have to keep it listening, and we could drop a lot of shit, Sister Bethy. But if you dropping something and the people who are listening don't understand the psychological warfare in the games and the word spells that's being used against them, it's called spelling. They're casting spells on you, and you are being raped. You are being molested since you was a child. This is what it is. So we're protecting these babies from being raped and molested psychologically by people who clearly don't value life, don't value peace, don't value prosperity, don't value the people. Well, we gotta address this, and we gotta stop following these people and stop being influenced by these people. We are influenced by people that are controlled and influenced by them, like Al Sharpton. So, Sister Bethy, I definitely want to speak to you about August 28th. You know what I'm saying? Pulling up on that fool, but just even making it bigger than him, just taking this shit over. You know what I'm saying? Taking whatever they got going over, we just taking it over. You know what I mean? So, definitely want to chop it up with you about that. Rodney Gilmore Jr. is in the building. Peace of the guys, man. Thank y'all for tapping in, man. Real talk.
Peace, Rodney. Hey, Straight Smoke. And Chief, I mean, we have to keep stressing our story. We have to. If we fail, our future generations fail. We have to continue to be the chain breakers. We have to continue to break the yoke. We have to stop allowing people that look like us, that are not from the soil, that come over here and pretend to be us. You want to talk about pretendians? Those are the pretendians. The ones that fake to be like us, or they are not us. So that pretendian really does have a group of people across these states who are pretendians, and they're pretending to be us, and they are our biggest enemies, and they look just like us, and they always have been. I'm sorry. I just can't. My energy does not connect with everybody that looks like us, and that's a fact. And there's a reason for that. It's automatic. The one thing about people from a specific soil, whether it's here or in any other landmass on the earth, your energy connects to the aboriginal energy of your specific soil. And that's a fact. And there's a reason why you meet people or you come into contact with people that energy doesn't connect with them. And that's a fact. And there's a real meaning behind that. And you don't even have to know the person, but it's something in your energy that doesn't accept and welcome that person in your space. And that's just a fact. Your energy knows the original soils of the land. It feels it automatically. And that's a fact. I'm sorry. And I'm going to stand on that.
That's fact. So, so Betty, you know, we go over this so much. It's just crazy, right? We have to dispel the black conversation.
Chief Elise.
Hey, Chief Elise is in the building. Peace. So Sister Betty, so we gotta throw this Black European conversation in the trash, right? I've been exposing this Curie Mayo character, who's using surnames. Maybe we have to do this again. Pull up American surnames again, like we did the other night. And Rios and Rodriguez and names that you would think, boy, that you would think come from Europe or not from Europe. They are American names. Once again, French, Spanish, Portuguese were developed here, just like the American English, and developed here and taken there. Y'all can respect it or check it, but you might as well just respect it because you're never going to check it. Now, I get it that the miseducation system is not teaching that. I understand that, right? But there's the problem. They have a curriculum that if you find a person who has a PhD in linguistics, PhD in Latin, they took an oath to push this agenda. Now, a person like me, I didn't take an oath to nothing. So I can go with the evidence and I don't have to do that. So behind the scenes, they will say, yes, you're right, because the archaeology does say that Latin is ancient here in America, that they anglicized. So that's what we were talking about yesterday, Sister Betty. Well, how did they change? How did they do this? How did they do it? Okay, well, it's simple. If you get in control and you start standardizing everybody's shit and you blanket it across the world, right? Simple as that. If you're Chinese, right, and you do not know A through Z as an alphabet, you don't know how to read those alphanumeric numbers. You don't know what a number 1 is. You don't know what a number 2 is, which is kind of hard because they have standardized 1, 2, 3. Those fonts, those Afro ABC A through Z 1, 2. We did that with the blocks. We showed that. Shout out to Absolutely. We did that a couple months ago. ABC 1, 2, 3 blocks. Y'all remember that? We showed how they standardize everything. You can have different languages with the same alphabet, right? Now, these people that from China that, say for instance, are very intelligent and they write in their language and their fonts that we can't read. When we see them, it looks like what's called calligraphy, right? They can read it. We can't read it. Just like Arabs can read their calligraphy. We can't read it unless we're taught their calligraphy, like some of us were, right? Follow me. But you still have to compare their letters to our letters for us to be able to read those letters, right? So if a Chinese person or Arab person from Arabia, they don't know this alphanumeric thing, they're not going to be able to read that says China or Saudi Arabia because they don't know those alphanumeric fonts. They can see 1 through 10 and don't know what 1 through 10 is because they were never taught that. Now, because they have standardized everything across America, across the world, not only America, the Americas, but across the world, these people, what we're talking about, this is how they changed when they anglicized are Latin script and named it Latin. So this is Latin America, right? This is the archaeology, the petroglyphs, the scripts that are etched in stone predate whatever they got going on by over 10,000 years. We're not even in the same ball game with them. So when we're talking about that we gave the rest of the world civilization, that's easy to prove. Easy to prove. So people be like, German engineering. Like, I love Mercedes-Benz. Love them. Loves the best car on the planet. But they didn't create the car. They just stole things. Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz, they stole from America. And they didn't have the copyright. They could come here, take stuff, take it over there, and flip it, do whatever they want to do, and not be subject to any copyright laws. Then they could bring stuff back here as if they created the car, the greatest car ever, right? You feel me? That's how they do it. So we gotta get our mind right. We gotta stop the people from teaching us from east to west when they stole here in west, took it east, and brought it back to us remixed, as if they are the God gifts to math, science, health, morality. Really? Y'all would have no free religious persecution if y'all was right in Europe, if y'all were moral people. These people came here and brought their immorality to our shores. So much so that they had to create the 13th and 14th Amendment for them. They had to create prisons for them. So that's just what it is. It's not being... They're disrespectful when they try to put that on us. And so we're going to get into that tonight, Sister Bethy. We're going to break the stuff down. But it's just simple. Black is a misnomer that wasn't even back in those times. They're talking about blackamoors and all this other bull crap, or Black Europeans. That's just crazy what you guys are saying, because you even got to start thinking in your brain that the word, the concept of Europe is, the word Europe is new.
For real.
Fuck.
Hey, Big Dog. Hey, Smoke.
And we got to talk about the Renaissance. What does that mean? It means reconstruction, like the reconstruction of history, the Renaissance of history. They made this shit up.
Yeah.
So we got to address that. So when we're talking about Black Europeans, it's minimizing. It goes along with the 700 years of Black Moors running them, and then they ran them out of there. Okay, well, who was there? It was 1600s. Who was still in power there? Who was still a majority of people in Europe? Negroes. 1700s. Negroes. Stop the cap. So now you got people saying, well, you guys are carrying European names. Johnson is a European name. Washington is a European name. Jackson is a European name. Jefferson is not. These are not fucking European names. We're not going to keep telling you dumbasses that. We don't care how many times they whitewash Thomas Jefferson. This is a nigga. I don't care how many times they whitewash George Washington. This is a nigga. It doesn't matter. It matters to our psyche. It matters to their psyche to make them feel, hey, we need to carve our faces up on here. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It means something. So we have to, we got to fight back. We have to put counter propaganda out. Counter airways, bro, they falling apart. They've been falling apart. I don't even know how they can even report the fucking news at this point. The shit they say is so fucking, oh, bro, at this point, I don't even get it. Doesn't make any sense. So we're not going to even keep going back and forth with these people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you are violating us. You're violating the Constitution, the UNDRIP and the ADRIP. When you say out your fucking mouth that we are not who we are, we have the God-given right to self-identify. That's it. That's all. You don't. When you hear this, you should say, okay, whatever you think, you should go think about it and go yell or go punch in the air, whatever the fuck you do. But you don't have the right to say it out your goddamn mouth. None of y'all do. It's so crazy to me. So when I hear a Native American who is a fucking pretendian talk about we're pretendians, you're not a goddamn Indian. We're Indians. Indian is a descriptive term of niggas, period. It's not Native Americans. You are miscegenated. You are a mestizo. And I'm being nice and giving you motherfuckers an out. Don't side with the pale skin. That's the problem. Side with the original people, the ancestors. We are your ancestors. Damn it. Epic. What up, though? Like this guy, Robert Lee, right? He knows who he is. He even knows his tribe in South Carolina, but he's so slow. And I think at this point, Robert, I think you're just an agent, my boy. I think that you are paid to be stupid at this point, because there's no way that you still saying the shit out your mouth, bro. Like we just talked the other day. You like, man, yeah, I ain't talking. Them Africans ain't this and that. Wait, bro, you know your ancestors in the mounds. Native Americans are mixed. They're not in the mounds. The bones in the damn mounds are Negroes. Sorry, so mound building culture is Negro. Pyramid building, we're gonna say pyramid building. These are remnants that they left or called mounds. Stone was on them. They were pyramids. I'm tired of y'all, bro. This ain't for you. I promise you. Mm-hmm. We're not playing with you agents no more, bro. Like, stop the bullshit. They got a whole oral tradition from his people. Yeah, my grandfather took me over here. Where was the Native Americans at, sir?
My Lisa.
Stop it.
Epic Studies. Hey.
I mean, he tells you what tribe. He said the Potato Head tribe. Dusty Potatoes or some shit. Rusty. Some you said that I looked the shit up. He's a band of Cherokee. This is what this nigga said. So he believed that mixed people owned his people. That's the craziest shit ever, bro. Come on, bro. Stop thinking like that.
You got a lot of
shit ever, bro. I'm not gonna ever have a discussion with you niggas no more. But these pale skins, these other people that be saying, I can't wait to hit them in their pockets. Keep our name out your mouth. Stop disrespecting us, please. And we're gonna make you stop doing it. We're gonna make you. You're violating American Constitution. What can happen is you can get kicked off the reservation and deported wherever you think you're from, but you're not from America. Okay, you guys were given birthright citizenship in the 1920s. Pipe down, dumbass. This is what the rolls are for. We don't need to be on rolls, motherfucker. You do. We don't need to be on reservations. We own the land. We are the almanacs. Stop it. Football, basketball, baseball, our culture. What are we doing to Native Americans to stop you motherfuckers from doing anything on them reservations? Why would you fix your mouth? I'm still mad at that. I'm still, because they've been running around here talking this dumb shit, and it makes us bang on all of them, but all of them should be checking the ones that's too loud talking. Just like these motherfucking Africans running around here. They all think like that. And they know they all think like that. Just because you cool with a few of them, whatever, they all think like that. That's why we giving them the pressure. Who's next?
Facts. That's
Who's
real.
next? Because we want all the smoke. We want all the smoke. See, what y'all don't know, we done already trained these other people that y'all scared of. We ain't scared of shit. We already done trained them. They ain't running around here calling, hey, nigger, get off our porch. Yeah, they ain't talking reckless like that. So y'all better pipe down, motherfucking immigrants. Y'all, you niggas is crazy as fuck. Y'all on the damn reservations going through it. Why would you turn around and ask us for some help? Ask us to help y'all. We will. We have been on the reservations. Hey, y'all remember the sister LaShonda Longworth?
LaShonda Longworth. Why
hope she's doing well. But I remember she had went up to North Dakota when they were protesting the pipeline thing. Y'all remember that? She went up there and got sprayed with these chemicals and stuff. Gave her breathing problems. Last month, the sister was severely sick. I don't even want. I hope she's still here amongst us.
Who sprayed her?
The BM, the Bureau of Land Management, the Indian, the feds that was removing them, and so they could put the pipeline through there. Yeah. So she sick. I want to say the sister passed.
Oh my goodness.
And she was on, you
Yeah.
know, she would go and they had her on Breakfast Club, right? So Charlamagne was talking to her. So she's the only copper color when the other two were or mestizos, right? And she even was speaking as if she's not like she's mixed, like her people, like the Native American tribe that she was a part of, mixed, right, with some niggas, sis. And we broke all that down, and hopefully, you know, she got the memo, you know what I mean? But they're mixed. We're not mixed. If we were mixed, it would be mixed with different bands or different kinds of niggas, kinds of Indians. They'd be like, yeah, my grandmother was full-blooded Indian. And you'd be like, okay, well, what about your mama? Right? Well, your grandmama was a full-blooded Indian. Is she married a full-blooded African? What are we talking about here? There's no Africans here.
Mm-hmm.
Stop it. Stop the fuck shit.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? So that's the problem. And that's why I don't like you niggas. I don't like nobody. And that's why I flame y'all ass up. I don't care about none of that shit you talking about. When I hear it come out y'all mouth, I'm gonna let y'all have it every time. Y'all need to sit y'all asses down. And the ancestors are with us. Your ancestors with us. That's why it just things that's not working out for them. Because you guys are working against the ancestors. You're working against the movement. You niggas don't know the temperature in the room right now. But you're going to learn this shit hot. And we're not listening to nothing. So I'm going to tell y'all, Asians, everybody, y'all need to pipe down. Y'all need to get y'all shit together. Get on the right side of history. Get on the right side of the righteous. Stop working with the wicked. You niggas is evil. And evil don't have a color, so I don't give a fuck about none of that. USA, USA, USA. And so, Betty, you got it. Smoke, what up? Peace, everybody, man. Tapped in, man. But real talk, though, man. Y'all got to. Hey, Robert, how the hell was you? Any of you pandoodles that's left over? Y'all like the remnants, like the little shit.
Throw up some fire, y'all. They mad because Wire's over here vibing.
Oh, they
Throw
mad
up the fire here. I see Robert
Wire
Lee is mad because of how many people's watching. Yes, I did a massive share and sent out the massive email to let everybody know that we're vibing over here today.
That's right.
And we are. That's right. So throw up fire, y'all. Let's get it. They mad, and they're gonna stay mad. Where I go, my peeps go. Don't hate. Congratulate.
Right. So, Sister Betty, let's talk about this Al Sharpton thing.
So he has
this come about now?
Hey, Mound City. He has something going on in New York.
Mm-hmm.
He's called for people to come from all over the United States to come to New York on August 28th. Instead, they normally go to DC. But he said this year we're going to meet in New York and we're going to all come to Wall Street because African Americans built Wall Street. And I'm like, oh, hell no. We're going to go to New York in our Aboriginal attire and with our megaphones, just like we had to address Black Lives Matter and say, excuse me, Africans didn't build shit in America, but we did. And we're going to say that with our loud megaphones and our Indian headdresses on. We don't know anything about Africans building nothing in America. But
they gotta build something in Africa first, right?
Exactly.
So, pipe down.
How the hell you gonna build structures in America and you can't even build shit over in Africa?
Right. People came here to learn how to build. We are the builders, the only builders. Everybody else came here to learn.
And they're still coming here to learn.
Facts. Shit. Facts. That's fact.
Every race. Hey, Dre Cobbs.
Dre Cobbs music. Epic.
What's up, Dre? Epic Studies. So, there's a lot we got to talk about, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
First, let me say this. And I don't know when you're going to open the panel, but I guess you can open it up at any time, Chief. But because there's people in the chat that do historical studies as it pertains to like the landmass and the geography. And BAP is really good at this too. One of the first things I want to say is I truly believe that at the time we were in power and we were trading with the different areas right here in America, like Central America, South America, and I don't believe that the more I research, I don't believe that when we were trading at the different ports, when we were in power, that we spoke a different language. I believe we spoke the same language. The people that were in Central America, South America, and here on the mainland, I believe we all spoke the same language. There was no code talk. And I'm going to tell you why I say that, because when they did try to rewrite history, and I could be wrong with this, in their Bible, it speaks about the confounding of languages. And I believe that the confounding, I don't know, I'm just starting to believe that the confounding of languages came into play when they stated that they would confound the languages, like in their Bible. And that happened when they came over here. And now Central, North America, and South America don't understand each other. And that only happened when they came over here out of Europe. That's when the language changed, where we could no longer understand when somebody from South America speaks to us at the port. The language changed. What are your thoughts on that? Prior to that, I believe we all understood each other clearly because we all spoke the same language over here in America. And I believe, and also, for some reason, I'm really believing that those British islands like Jamaica and where St. Lucia is and Barbados, I believe that all that was connected and it got separated from us by water, by a catastrophe or whatever. I believe it was Jamaica was attached to America and they could walk on the land and trade. Same thing with like Barbados, and something happened with the weather where those islands got detached from North America. What are your thoughts on that? And is that possible? Is it possible that something like that could have happened?
Well, okay. So when we're talking about these catastrophes, right? Because we talked about mud floods, we could talk about earthquakes, poles melting, right? According to them, and then that. What we see now, like say the islands, right? That are islands, say to a landmass, right? Well, there's literally a seafloor, correct? So once again, we talk about if you can hold your breath and you walk from the island to the mainland, or you can walk back from the mainland back to the islands, but there's no disconnect because there's a seafloor, right? So the water has just risen. So some places like the Mediterranean used to be a savanna. It's now a sea. Okay. So there was a connection, but the sea level rose, right? Things went below sea level. Okay. So that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with just the rising of the sea level, right? But we were never disconnected because we have been, and if when those things did happen, Sister Betty, it's been so long ago that they have evidence of traveling on boats between the Caribbean islands for tens of thousands of years in the mainland of the Americas for tens of thousands of years, like scientific evidence, ports, trading. And when we go to the language, right, I just understand this, right? So when we talk about Washington, it is Algonquin, right? Washita. That's but this is a Choctaw language. Choctaw, Algonquin, Cherokee, same languages, same people. Nuwaddle, we could talk. This is just different locations of the same people. So when I hear Creek and Muskogee, same people. Choctaw, Blackfoot, same people. It doesn't make you a different race. So if a Blackfoot has a baby with a Choctaw, they're not mixed. See the play here? You're mixed with two black people. One of them was a Choctaw just because the other one didn't identify as a Blackfoot. Guess what? That's an African with the thing that they're doing. So I just want to point that out. What is going on? Oh, he just playing. You got that for me? Yup. Sure do. Got a whole ass whooping for you. Real talk. So, yeah, man, peace to everybody, though. Like, share, subscribe, man. Share this on your social media platforms, man. We definitely appreciate everybody tapped in, man. Shout out to Waya Nation. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Sister Betty, I definitely want to get back on Al Sharpton's head, but once again, we fighting on all fronts at this point. At home, though. Good thing, though, we are fighting from home, but we fighting at all fronts. So everybody, we have no friends. Nobody's our friend. Just because they might be your friend, they're not your people's friend. So you got to always remember that. When this motherfucker likes you, smiling in your face, happy with you, he don't like your people. Okay? So keep that in the back of your mind. Yeah. But the languages, though, Sister Betty, we were speaking. Remember, we can't be these civilization people and builders without being able to speak to each other.
Correct.
We're not going to be able to trade. So we've been trading. We've been speaking with each other. And according to evidence, we could communicate from the top of this bitch to Canada all the way down to Brazil. And the islands off Brazil. So we're not going to keep going back and forth with you guys.
I believe that. I really believe we understood each other.
Facts.
When we spoke, I don't believe there was no sign language and code talk and all that bullshit. I really believe that we understood the people in South America, Central America, and North America. We understood each other.
That's a fact. But this is how they divided and conquered us, though.
Because who was out there? The Arawaks. So they need to kill it, man. And we understand Arawaks.
Yep. So even they can talk about.
Do we not have Arawaks in Jamaica?
You say what about?
Don't we have Arawaks in Jamaica?
Yes.
And we understand them. Arawaks did not have British accents when they were in power in the land known as what is called Jamaica today. This is why I said the confounding of the languages did not occur until Europeans took over those areas. That's
fact. But Sister Betty, you know what they're doing though. This is the play. That when they talk about the Christopher Columbus, they be like, that's 1492. That's right. So then for them, even if they don't take over until 1920, they've already got the play from 1492, which is fake. It's not real. I don't care. I don't care what none of y'all say. Zarko, nothing. Think about this. This dude got a goddamn last name, but the king and queen don't have a last name. Well, I'll submit that there's no Ferdinand, Isabella, fake. How about that? How about that? You just gonna tell me? We believe everything these people write down with no evidence, right? No evidence. Right. Nobody got these letters. The queen them never got them, but we finally somebody found them, right? They put them in a time capsule. 1492. They writing stuff in Spanish. Shut up, because that Spanish did not exist in this form. Once again, uno, UNO, one, ONE, ein, EIN. Those things didn't exist, and they're making you believe that they exist back in the time because they're taking ownership of when they take it back that time. That's what they're doing. So they act as if they brought anything to America. Nothing but death. That's what we're gonna talk about. So I don't want to go back and forth. I'm not playing with y'all. I'm never gonna play with y'all anyway. So I'm gonna let y'all have it every time. But we can go back and forth and we can show the evidence. But if you still if your psyche doesn't believe, like, bro, it just don't make any sense. They make movies to do this to your brain. They do. That's what they do. They make movies to make you believe that these people, the Romans and Greeks and all this stuff, whatever, were Brad Pitt him. Like, he was Achilles in the movie. And then people be like, no, Achilles was a black man. You know what I'm saying? You follow me? Mm-hmm. Hannibal was a black man. No, they were made up. These are characters, so they can turn them to whoever the fuck they want to. Man, they can turn Elizabeth Taylor played Cleopatra.
She sure did.
I'm stop right there. Start this right there. And in a lot of people's mind, Cleopatra is a pale woman. Period. No matter what you're gonna tell us, 2,000 years ago was number of niggas in Europe, Asia, and Africa. Stop playing. Don't be like, oh, it was Arab looking niggas or they was light skinned. No. Mm-hmm. Not according to me. According to fucking science, man. Not according to me. According to evidence. Not according to the whitewashing of history, man.
Yeah.
The renaissance of history. These new statues, these new paintings, these new things are not real. They're fake. Christopher Columbus never existed.
I believe that.
Ever. They made him up as an act of Congress in the late 1800s. And it just kept going. It kept getting bigger and bigger. They kept including more people. They didn't even know if he was Spanish or they didn't know if he was Italian. They just made this shit up.
Made up these characters, just like the characters that they made up in the Bible. They're all characters, and pastors in different Christian churches are really starting to teach that now. They're changing the way that they lecture about the Bible. And I have a video of this pastor. I don't know if you've seen it. He's saying that one thing about the Bible, you got to remember, it's a book. Okay. And there are people in it. And the people are talking to each other. They're not talking to us. And that makes a lot of sense. That is so correct. They said when Jesus was talking to the 12 disciples, he was talking to them. He was not talking to us. It was talking to them in the book. So they're trying to correct how they're teaching.
Well, I say this, Sister Betty, that they definitely are teaching how to, how I want to say it, indoctrinate and capture people. Because, you're going to have questions. I had questions.
Well, that was already done, and he's trying to correct and they're trying to develop ways to unindoctrinate the church from thinking that the book that they're reading every week, they're not talking to the current congregation. They're literally reading a book to the congregation.
But it's a book of parables.
Correct.
This is how I was taught. Is what
Hey,
like,
Mr.
so,
Brooklyn.
right? So to teach lessons. Right? It's not a historical book. It's a book of parables. Like, here's a book of things to teach lessons. I'm not saying there's not any good things in there, because I absolutely think it is. I think it's the interpretations. It's the sound doctrine that is given. Whether and that doctrine changes even within Christendom, right? That doctrine changes even within Islam. That doctrine changes even within Judaism. So people are going to war. With Christians are going to war. Muslims are going to war. Jews are going to war. And y'all supposed to be about peace. Shalom, peace. Islam, peace. Peace is fucking peace. What are you talking about? And y'all are the ones raising the most hell, raising the most. There's no way, y'all. There's no way that I would watch. And I know me and my people are responsible for millions of people starving to death. I can't get jiggy with that. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know nothing that y'all talking about. So I'm mad about that still. And I'm mad about us, of course. You know what I'm saying? I think we can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. But we have a responsibility to the world, especially if what we're doing is affecting the world negatively. Right? So I think if we can affect the world negatively, then also we can affect the world positively. Because the world is waiting on us.
Correct.
To wake. We are the motherfucking sleeping giant.
Yeah.
Real talk. So y'all, I mean, it ain't got.
So let me ask you this.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As you stated earlier, Chief, you said Europe, Asia, all was dark people. So
200 years ago. So let alone 500 years ago. Just 200 years. I ain't got to go back 500 years. 200 years. Okay.
Okay.
And this is a Negro continent. It's called Moorland. America means moorlands. Period. That's what it means. America. More. And that's just another descriptive term of Negro continent.
So you do believe that?
No, I know. I don't believe anything. So
okay. You know. All right. So we know that we did business with Europe, correct?
Absolutely.
We did business with Asia.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, and when we did business with them, they were dark people, correct? Am I right?
Depending on the time period we're talking about, but yes.
All right.
Absolutely.
So
the original people everywhere are Negritos in what's called Asia. The original people, matter of fact, we're gonna get to doing I'm working on some gas for the Black European air quote. So we gonna talk about it a little bit tonight, but I got some shit, y'all. When y'all see this, gonna be like, oh shit, it's the same shit they did to us, that they did to the indigenous Germans, that they did to the indigenous. Matter of fact, you know what? I think we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into it tonight.
They did it to all the indigenous dark people.
Absolutely.
So,
they did a sleight of hand and changed the names and brought in some immigrants from Africa in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, and Germany, for instance, right? And then when they created the word German, now you took away the Hessians. Y'all don't even know who the Hessians are. See what I'm saying? You took away the indigenous people's name there that were in that area when you created the word Germany, and that's the 20th fucking century. That's not ancient. So even though they say, oh, this is Germanic languages, or this is that and third, or this is, or how about this Old English? It's not English, ladies and gentlemen. It's German. It's Indo-European languages. And then we can get into Proto-Indo-European languages. Pi. Hey, listen, it's all, we broke all this down, but I definitely want to get into the indigenous Europeans. I know I sent you stuff. I'm gonna resend it to you. Dr. Charles, who identifies herself as foundational Black British. Shit is crazy. Like they are foundational Black British people over there now. Identify. Yeah, they say, hey, y'all doing it. Shout out to y'all. Y'all can identify as being indigenous and foundational to America. We foundational to Britain. But she breaking it down, and so sister going in, huh?
I said, all right now.
Yeah.
Hi, Tariq Bey. Hello.
Hey,
and then
so
you got
if that's really the brother,
business.
Real fast, if this is really the Grandmaster Tariq Bey, definitely like you to hit that link, my brother. Islam to you, much respect. I definitely want to chop it up with you about this conversation that we're having now when we talk about this concept of Black Europeans. I think anytime that you hear the word Black, throw it in the trash. And so when you're talking about Europeans, now you have to put Black on there because to distinguish between pale people, because guess what? When they created this term for you, this is what is called Europe now. The face that they put on it, European would be a pale person, correct? But they're not the indigenous people there. That's just what it is. We're not gonna go back and forth.
Okay,
we ain't got to go back to Cheddar Man. We don't have to go that far back.
Okay, so I'm only just going by their doctrine that they put over here. So,
of course,
that mark of the beast that they speak about, okay, I think that was a chemical injected in people that took away their melanin. I think that was the mark, and it took away their melanin, and they were told to stand out and be a peculiar people. Now, if the entire earth was dark, okay, what would look different? Something would look strange. Something happened where a peculiar group of people came out that looked nothing like us, and that would be a white man, what we know today as a white man. Because when they injected this white man with that mark, that white man, everything about him is the opposite of us. We have kinky hair, they have straight hair. We have dark skin, they have light skin. Everything about the pale face is opposite. So they're the ones that look different from everybody on the planet. Now, if the whole planet was dark, their Bible said that somebody would get the mark of that beast. So they're the only ones who look different from anything that was ever on the planet. What are your thoughts about that? Well, could the mark of the beast be that? And
like all that's subjective, right? You know what I mean?
All right. I was just thinking.
You know what I mean? Because I'm my brain is free of dogma, narrative, right? I'm free of that. I don't my imagination excludes that. If that makes sense. So I can imagine shit that I couldn't imagine because they gave me an imagination as a child. This is this, right? Even when we talk about outer space, for instance, right? They gave us that. Even though we in the closed system, they gave us outer space. So they gave us an imagination out of space. They still, you know what? These people still believe, right? Believe that all this greatness and all this stuff couldn't have been us. It had to be aliens.
And that's wild.
It couldn't be us. So forget the fact that our ancestors put their name and signatures on stuff. You know what I mean? Guess what? We're still showing the greatness of our ancestors. Okay, that's why. That's why it's like this. And why wouldn't we be on everybody's target list. If they competing, okay, compete, but compete fairly. And like I said, I don't look at, like, once again, when we start talking about this color stuff, right?
Well, we have to, because the only reason why I say this, Chief, is because they are opposite of us. I mean, I mean, you can't say that the entire earth. All right, okay, well,
okay, we're just talking scientifically, right?
Okay, but you even stated that all these areas were dark people. So if they were, somebody looks very opposite.
I'm gonna say Negroes. Let's keep it simple, because dark. Okay, now they're gonna start saying, oh, they olive color. They could be dark, pale people or dark Arabs. No, niggas, Negroes, every square inch, according to science, not according to me. That's what I'm talking about. So according to science, and this is how they know when the recessive trait was here and wasn't here. This is how they know, based off of science, what they can prove, not what you want to put into. Like, they want to be like, oh, you know, 18,000 years ago, 15,000 years ago, modern Asian people walked across or waited for thousands of years and then finally walked across the ice bridge and came 10 deep into America and repopulated America, because the ice, right, during the ice age, during this time, killed, right, all the niggas in America. And so these 10 Asian looking people repopulated America. Come on. Also, hey, look, we got clips. It pisses me off sometimes, because you got people that understand, oh, we're indigenous, but then they still go with the Baron Straight hocus pocus, right? That Jackie Chan and Jet Li was coming across then, right? And then came here and mixed with us. Some people even go with that extreme. I'm like, bro,
that's bullshit.
Not real. 18,000 years ago, 15,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, 300 years ago, is niggas there, not these people. That's new. When the British went there and created these people, just like the British went other places, they created other people. Why are you gonna say British? Because see, the Slavs. But a lot of these people were already mixed based off of the hundreds of years of pale people being slaves in Asia, Africa, Europe, and America. That's just what it is. Don't go back and forth. It's craziness. It's just wild work. Stop doing
it. We know Asian people predates white Europeans. That is a fact. And to me, I think Asians can be, here's my thought now. This is just a thought. They could be the attempt of trying to create the white man, and they're and there were errors in the creation of trying to create a white man. So when they came out with the Asian, was the first result of the attempt of trying to create a white man, and they are the first creation that have what we know today is high functioning autistic people, autism, because they're very intelligent and they're high functioning. And I really believe that Asians are the first attempt to try and create a white man. And it was an error in it, because the creation came out with autism. I think Asians are a result of autism. They're the first autistic, high functioning people.
So that comes from the concept of mongoloid, right? And so they stopped using that. They created it in like 1868-ish. You know what I'm saying? The mongoloid concept, right? So they stopped using it early 1900s, right? Because the whole concept of race is not scientific at all. it has been debunked. So race is not scientific; it's social construct.
Correct. Who said race was scientific? That's crazy.
That's the social narrative, because they'll say, hey, you can swab your cheek, right? And then they can tell you what there's no race is not, because you have created races. There's no such thing as Mongoloids. There's such thing as no such thing as this. No, it's no races. There are only constructs for eugenics. Was created by eugenic people to literally eradicate the darker people on the fucking planet. That is what they're doing in Sudan. That's why nobody's doing anything. That's what they're doing in St. Louis, Chicago. That's why nobody's doing anything. On a funded level. When we talking to old dude the other day about having $100 billion budget, that he knows the what he could do just in St. Louis that would stop. We were talking about taking the murder rate to 0. We've seen it work in California, and it's still working. And it's still working. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to California, man, for leading the way in peace. How about that? How about that? How about that? Shout out to LA. Shout out to Compton. Shout out to Watts. That don't be talked about, man. What about that? Not saying that stuff don't happen, but we talking about one of the biggest states in the union. It's the mindset of our people. That needs to change. And it comes from leadership. And that's just what it is. And we have terrible leadership, to our people, especially when we're going back to this Al Sharpton character. And man, you know what? As a kid, I used to like Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson. They'll be like, we didn't know. They was putting them in front of us. They talking good and saying all this black stuff. And you know what I mean? You'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm a kid. I don't know. Once you find out shit, you're like, what?
Well, my mom and grandmother didn't make it easy for us to accept them because they had the grown folks conversation as children. And my mother and grandmother would say things that were negative about them, but I was a child. Because see, Al Sharpton is my mother's age. He's a old boomer, and Jesse Jackson and I recall my mother and them watching them when they were on the TV back in the 70s and 80s, late 70s and 80s. And my mother, I used to hear her bluntly say, "This old shit mouth motherfucker." That's who she referred to Jesse Jackson as, shit mouth, because you couldn't understand when he was talking. And I still can't understand him when he speaks. And she would call him shit mouth. And Al Sharpton, they talked about him terrible. So we didn't have a liking to them. And I still don't today, because I see right through him. I see how he is a real sucker for the Democratic Party. Terribly.
Wait. So when we talk about that, though, right? You remember the NAACP? You remember them?
Yeah, I remember
do they even do anything anymore? Do they even?
Well, I don't recall them ever doing anything.
Oh shit!
like I told Al Sharpton, well, only time you ever come out is when a white person beats up a black person, basically. And he didn't like that, but he still wanted to talk to me about it, because I'm like, what else do you do? That's the only time you come out. The work that Martin Luther King did compared to Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson, it's embarrassing. I think Martin Luther King did a bit more. Now, did Martin Luther King have some skeletons? But who don't? But we know before King left out of here, he never referred to himself as an African. And he didn't promote the slave story on our people. I don't recall any of his speeches doing that. But I don't know, Chief. I really want to stay. Oh, something must be wrong with his.
No. I
connection.
just put a video in the back. Dr. Marie Charles interview she did, and she's talking about surnames. Our surnames are not slave names, and this is coming from a doctor from that side, right? Giving us real records from them. Y'all see how this work? And then you know, obviously, Sahab gonna bust it down a little bit, but you know, let's put a little meat on this bone. You know what I mean? Let's put a little bit meat, let's put a little meat on this thing. You know what I'm talking
about? You want me to do play it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so
and we're gonna break this down.
Hey,
but like I said though, I was gonna we were gonna do this a couple weeks ago. But I think I emailed you this, and but we're gonna get into it a little bit tonight. But I definitely wanna get exposed this Black European concept, and then talk about the indigenous Europeans. You know what I'm saying? Who are they? And she's gonna get into it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? We'll touch on it a little bit as well. But yeah, this is very interesting. You got it up.
Okay.
Fifth presentation of the Missing Faces in Teaching channel. Today, I'm going to talk about the foundational Black German nobility and the foundational Black British nobility. Of course, it can only ever be a sample because there's just so much evidence. And so, as I always like to begin on this particular slide, with
you're not sharing,
interrogation
Chief.
into the foundational original holders of our surname.
No, it's up.
I'd like to begin with Clerk or de Klerk in an attempt to disrupt some of our habitual thinking. Our first point of reference is, or you know, I can't speak for everybody, but it would be F.W. de Klerk of South Africa, the white president, when in fact, as you can see from the evidence through onomastics, that it is a foundational Black individual or family, the de Klerks, and it is a Dutch name from the Netherlands. It is also a variant of the surname Clerk or Clark. You see that subtle change with the vowel creates their relationship as one word. Now, what we find with this surname is that it is found in Normandy, and that in the location de Clare, they were known as the lordships of Normandy. And clerk, spelt with a C, is an old word which means scholar and a person of letters. How wonderful that Dr. Clark came from this particular lineage. We also find that Clark, spelt with an A, is an occupational name for a scribe or secretary, or for a member of somebody of a minor religious order. Originally, the word clerk with a C denoted a member of a religious order from Old English clerk with a C again, priest, reinforced by the Old French clerk, both from late Latin and from the Greek klenkos with a K, is a derivative of kleros, which meant inheritance, legacy, with reference to the priestly tribe of Levites. How interesting. We also find that if you look over to the left, you see the surname Craft. Now,
Hey,
I have
Sister
to
Becky,
admit, in all honesty, the first impression or
re-
image that comes into my mind when
Yes.
I look at
real
that
fast. I'm gonna
surname
send you another
is
one.
Kraft
So
cheese.
this is kind of, we're gonna have
But
to do a lot of
it's not
um
anymore through
breakdown of what
the
she's doing. So I want to send another
evidence,
video.
through the primary source
It'll
evidence.
be a little bit more. You understand what I'm saying? Hold on one second. I'm gonna do it on the other. I mean, y'all like, okay. So remember I told y'all, right, that when they start talking about old French, old Latin, I mean old German, or old English, right? So keep in mind, remember, Latin is ancient in America, right? And I'm gonna get into that more in depth when we start talking about old French, for instance, right? So, but depending on who's writing it, old English goes to the Latin, right? Or the Indo-European stuff. So when they talk about Normandy, right? I'm just gonna break down what she was talking about. Like I said, I want to show it. I want to break it down. But when they talking about Normandy, right? She's saying it, but she's not saying it it's not called Normandy. It's not called none of that's all new. They're putting. She said it like basically like it. Say something means something, right? They're taking what that person's occupation was, right? And they're putting words back in time and saying that it comes from over there. Yeah, does that make sense? Like Clark. It's not the alphabet A, B, C to Z did not exist at a certain time period.
Okay.
So what they're doing is they're taking ownership of certain things by doing that. And like I said, this varies. We're going to get into it, but I want to get, because she was going a little bit in depth on that, and I want to get this other thing because I think it's going to hit home, hit a little different. You know what I'm saying? Hold on one second.
Yeah, put it in the private chat, Chief. Yeah. I'm gonna start back going live next week. It's just that when I got back from vacation from work, I had a lot to do to catch up on. So it's winding down. And I really want to go deep, when Chief is not available on my channel, about my thoughts and research on the creation of people, because I'm just waiting for Chief to oh, he did put it in the back already. He put it back there, so let me get it up. This must be it right here. Opening another. All right, so he got something else up. All right. I'm gonna do a share screen, Chief. You ready, Chief? Chief. 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 Oh, I gotta wait till he get back. Y'all. I got it up, but he's not back yet. But I do want to go more in depth of different things that I've been trying to figure out, because I'm almost to the belief that over here we created people and populated the earth. Like we recreated ourselves and put ourselves over in Asia, over in all the other areas of the world, and told them to populate those areas. So I believe that we are duplicates in every continent, at least way back some thousands of years ago, that we created people from ourselves and put ourselves over in other continents that were not civilized. It was just the wild. And I don't know. You know, I just it's a lot that I'm thinking that I've been researching, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. The only way this could happen, because everywhere, I don't believe that there were people everywhere on the earth until we put them there. And this is like thousands and thousands of years ago. You got it, Chief? You ready? Because I got it up.
Oh, okay.
I'm about to share it now, but
Yeah, I don't see it in the back.
no, I didn't share it yet. I was calling
Okay.
you and you wouldn't say nothing. So now you're back. So let me share it now. All right, there you go. Let me push play.
All right, so shout out to Philippe Shock Matthews, man.
Hey,
Hey,
all
let's get it.
wonderful self, representing the rest of the world, because the rest of the main part of the world is owned by Dr. Marie Charles. I'm Reverend Dr. Philippe Shock Matthews, aka the Metaphysical Morpheus. But Dr. Marie Charles, she's owning this. She's owning the world. She's giving it back to us, putting us back in our rightful places. I'm so honored to be able to have this a private, secretive session with her, and being able to share it with all of you. Her findings today, she's got a PowerPoint presentation that she's going to be offering us, is going to be life-changing. And all the links and everything that you need to get more of this content and information is in the descriptions. But without all of that fluff being said, welcome back to the program, Dr. Marie Charles.
Hello, lovely to be back. Because you know I'm at the other end of the day now, so I'm trying to keep it all together.
I know. I want to get you as fresh as possible, because I know at some point your speech is going to get slurred. I'm just saying, she has been working her butt off. Okay. so let's see. All this started, Doc, with you sending me a cover of I think it was a number 15 or 16.
It's 15.
Number 15, because you're working on 16 right now. So it was the cover of number 15 16. Of MFit. And I just said, wow. And so what the last time you were here, of course, was about surnames. Your slave name is not, your surname is not your slave name. You have taken that to a completely new level. Is that right?
That's right. The research has taken me into spaces that I never even imagined. So having finished that series on Ireland and Scotland and doing all of those surnames, I said to myself, if that's happening at the top of the map, it has to be happening at the bottom of the map. So where I am now is obviously southern Britain, but what's so magical about this particular aspect of research is that it has led me into France and Germany and Italy and Spain, and I keep re-looping back into Britain, because as the title slide says, that Southern Baratanac Britain and the importance of continental cultural continuities. You can see that slide, yes?
Yes, I can.
Now,
wow.
You see, the Fordell woman is from Scotland. The middle crest is from France. And the final one is from Germany. And what this research, it's going to seem like it's a little bit disconnected, but it actually isn't. Our history is so complex and rich and deep that we straddle so many research areas. And that's what I'm balancing at the moment now, because there's so much history which has been hidden. And so if we look at Fordell, that she is from Scotland, and it is the derivative that would become Ford. Now, so Scotland. So in the center, we have Sanders, and this is a French crest for the French surname Sanders. Now, this is why all history is a current event, as Dr. John Henry Clarke reminds us. And that's why it's so important with this particular research that we don't just keep it in the past as something distant, disconnected to our present lives. That's what issue 15 is about. It keeps bringing the past into the current. And of course, the surnames is a major aspect of that. Now, the middle crest is from France, and it's approximately 600 years old.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah. These are the medieval ones. They look so fresh and new.
Yeah.
But that's the beauty of the foundational blacks across Europe. They were so ahead of their time. But Sanders, now Dr. Betty Shabazz, her surname was originally Sanders, Dr. Betty Sanders. So the French connection, which it literally freaks us out. We don't realize that there was actually, we were all one. So Sanders is French. We also had a very famous athlete in Britain called Tessa Sanderson, and she was an Olympian, and she went on to get a gold medal and so on. But she would have been told in her mind that that was a slave name. You see? Just hang on. Oh, it's outside. It's okay. Don't worry. And so we know that it's French. Now, the very, very far crest. Now, this one blew me away. This is Eberstein, but the prefix, and it's German, is Eber. Now, I don't know whether many of us are familiar with, a lot of the Egyptologists talk about the Eber, the Ebus papyrus.
Yes.
And people say, oh, you shouldn't be saying Ebus. It's a Eurocentric name, but it actually isn't. It's a German melanated name. So I found that incredible. So Eber, this is what's happening. I have hundreds of these surnames and crests that are 600, 700, 800 years old, with the originators usually emerging out of the crest, and they're deeply melanated. Eber, it's one of its derivatives is Eban, and we find the bands in Scotland. So this interrogation of language is pretty powerful.
Do you remember, if I may, beloved doctor, in our last conversation when you were here, I started noodling the idea that I shared with you, that this challenges the origin of the English language. Remember we had that conversation that
That's
if
right.
we are foundational to this, and these are our surnames, did we create the English language versus did what we consider to be white Europeans, later Europeans creating it? This is something that is kind of flushing out right before our eyes, in a sense, with the research that you're doing, is it not?
That's right. This work, through its methods and the methodologies, are forcing brand new questions that I'm being as bold in my quest to say the French language, the German language. Don't have enough evidence yet with the German, but I'm getting there. And the English language, because the substratum are Black people.
Yes, yes. And I'm looking at these iterations, you know, from Fordell to Ford. I mean, that's etymology. That's linguistics.
Absolutely. And the
It's exciting.
And the movie. There's the movie the other day. I was watching it, and it was Trading Places with Eddie Murphy. And
Yes.
this is what this really, it keeps popping into my mind every time
Yes.
that I'm deep into this research, that really is what has happened to us.
Wow.
This total flip, this 360-degree spin as in terms of our identity has happened to us. I mean, there would have been an apostrophe with Sanders, and we would have had Anders. And then you can see all of the iterations and the derivatives. You can see Anderson in there. You see that name, Anderson, and how it would form. This is the power. Once you get to the foundation, once you get to the root, the core, all of these other iterations begin to show themselves. And I know Dr. Valentine, with his famous quote, "The deeper we dig, the blacker the planet becomes." It couldn't be more true.
Ashe. Ashe. Please continue.
And so I'm now at the bottom of the map in southern Britain. And there is a special place called Somerset. Now, as we move on, you will see the maps, because the maps, the space and time is so important to situate ourselves. But this is a very important county, Somerset, and it's on the front cover of issue 15. And it's from a church in St. Bartholomew's. And he is a druid, a Kuldee, or a wise one. How do I know this? Because of what he has been carved with around him, the foliage, which is to suggest the trees, and the head symbols almost look like an entwined snake, which denotes wisdom and higher knowledge. But he's clearly, you can see
also like dreads in a sense.
Wonderful, absolutely. But you see the forking in the beard. That's also very important. We find that in Scotland, Ireland, and Denmark, and it signals some kind of wisdom.
So you mean all this time people have been making fun of my beard? I've been the wisest person all along. You got to look at Matthews. Go look at Matthews and see if I'm in there somewhere. Where's my statue at, doggone it? I know I got a wise beard. Go ahead.
but you see his beautiful enigmatic face, and it's a powerful image of a foundational Black Britain. But Somerset is very important. Why is this region so important? Well, this is how we keep it all moving, cyclical. Some of these children are from Somerset and a few are from Devon. We'll get to the maps, don't worry. And they're shown here in 1948 in the grounds of Hollingcote House. And they were labelled as Britain's brown babies, or the brown baby problem, described by Life magazine, which fueled their so-called post-war illegitimacy even further.
Wow.
Children were born in the 1940s and 50s by the African American press of mixed-race children born to Black GIs and British and continental women, the vast majority of whom were white. This nomenclature provides another example of how outsiders to the culture, e.g. late Europeans, continue to be the omniscient authority on classification. Note how the use of brown is meant to signal the illusion of inclusion as a softer approach or experience of racism, even though many of the Somerset children suffered alienation and racism through their lives. Now, these children were given up and put into the care system. Come later, I found, as I'm moving into this research in issue 16, that many of those Black GIs petitioned to have those children sent over to them, and the UK government stepped in and denied it. You see, a lot of this history is buried. You know, if you look at the children, now they're from Somerset, which is a very ancient region. Have you noticed that children around this age, they're always smiling and laughing? Not one child is smiling.
They all look traumatized and terrorized.
They do. It's like they know. So the professor who wrote the book on these children, I contacted, because I contact a lot of these mainstream scholars, and I attempt to have a conversation with them. And so I contacted the professor and I posed one question, and I said, you do know that those children that you interviewed, they would become adults when she interviewed them, that they were foundational Black Britons? And she replied, how can these children be foundational? Exclamation mark. So I sent her another email outlining the research of foundational Black Britons going back thousands of years. I gave her the titles of my peer-reviewed journal work and all of the magazines, and she never replied. So, you know, you reach out to the individuals and they don't respond back, because you see, the thing is, we have to have ethics as researchers. That's very important. And those children were treated as objects of measurement rather than subjects with agency. So Somerset is the ancestral home of Cheddar Man, who represents over 10,000 years of primordial Black settlements. And what I've done in this region is I've taken all of the counties at the bottom of the map and evidenced the physical anthropology, the evidence. So it looks like there's a lot going on. So you can see all of those codes and the keys show the physical anthropology that has been identified as foundational Black. So what mainstream media will do is they'll show you one face, i.e. Cheddar Man, and neglect the whole part, the southern part of the British Isles. So
incredible.
So I'm dealing with multiple counties and regions, but I'm evidencing, for example, if you look at Essex, you'll see that, by the way, this is all in the issue. You'll see all of this, you'll see all of the historical narratives that go with it. And one example is Arthur Bulliard's 1917 excavations in Somerset. They are physically identical with the small, dark inhabitants of France and Spain, whose power extended at the dawn of history over Iberia, Gaul, Italy, and Greece. So you see, this part of the research is very important, because I'm tying up the continuities across the whole of the map of Britain.
Absolutely.
See, when you look at the words Galley Hill Skull, this doesn't mean anything.
Mm-hmm.
You look at Ipswich Skull in Suffolk, it doesn't mean anything. But when you go and look at the evidence in issue 15, they look like the Cheddar Man.
Mm-hmm.
They have our minds thinking in singular figures. They never tell you that there were thousands upon thousands of settlements from individuals who looked like Cheddar Man.
Wow.
They never tell you that.
Wow.
So, another part of these cultural continuities that I show is Tenerife Man. He's 6,000 years old. And France, again, which is very important for the cultural continuities. And Suffolk, just then from the map, which is the eastern part. And Sussex, again, which is just lower. Now, I'm smiling again because,
wow,
you see, she's called the Beachy Head Woman. And again, it's all outlined in issue 15, but I would like to just go to page 36 because I contacted the leading paleobiologist who has taken down her plaque in East Sussex because they're saying that she's not an African. Now, I have to give a shout out to one of my, yes, they've taken her plaque down because of the DNA evidence, but it will become clear as I begin to probe into this. But one of my regular readers, Deborah Wallace, sent me an email, and she said, "You do know that they've taken Beachy Head Woman's plaque down and said that she was an African." So of course I said, "Okay, let me look into this." So what I did, and the whole exchange, the email exchange is in issue 15, but I just want to give you an overview of what I said. First of all, I was given a wild goose chase from this institution, that institution. "Oh no, we don't know anything about a plaque being taken down. What are you talking about, Dr. Charles?" You see? So that in itself, because that's designed for you to back off. You see, just back off. And I thought, no. So I finally pinned the institution down and the leading paleobiologist, and I sent him an email, and all I said was, I introduced myself. "Please kindly supply," but I said the plaque has been taken down. "Please kindly supply the results and DNA testing of your research." And he gave this whole thing about, I gave a public presentation in 2019 and the new research results that the Beachy Head lady does not seem to be of sub-Saharan African ancestry. "I'll keep you posted, Dr. Charles." So I replied, "Oh, thank you so much for your summary findings. So very helpful. Is it possible for you to send me the Beachy Head woman's haplogroup DNA as it is currently recorded?" And he replied, "If you're thinking of her mitochondrial haplogroup, we haven't recovered that yet. It can't be reduced to a simple haplogroup category. I will let you know as soon as we have a verified result." And I wrote back, "Yes, I'm very interested. What classification did her linear DNA molecules fall within from her nuclear genome, as you state below?" And he replied, "I will let you know once we have a verified result." And I said, "But you have disseminated so widely the results of the Beachy Head plaque and removed it, yet the results have not been verified." And that was it. He never responded back. You see? So, you see, once you... I have said this over and over and over again. It is through face side consciousness. We have a culture, a group of individuals who do not know our culture. They are in charge of its dissemination and how the public will receive it. They have the power to put it up or to remove it. And in his own words, we haven't verified the results.
It's amazing to see how how they push back when they're caught. Well, haven't verified the results yet, and it's like, well, yeah, you had to have verified the results, otherwise we wouldn't even be talking about this. You wouldn't have had Sussex up there in the first place. So now, why are you taking it down all of a sudden?
That's right.
This doesn't make any sense. But it's interesting to see how they're pushing back on you. This is fascinating how they're trying to hold the line of this cognitive dissonance.
Even when you come with overwhelming evidence,
yes,
they will still back off. They'll still back off, but and they will inadvertently admit that they actually haven't been there's been no rigor in what they are presenting. So, but it's also very important that we keep the investigations in the spotlight. Very, very important that we keep that going, because they have to know, mainstream scientists, that there are other researchers coming up and challenging their work. That's very, very important.
This is great. I didn't know you contacted the actual scientists who published all of this work. That's telling. That's incredible. Great
because
stuff.
Because as researchers recovering and rescuing our history, we often get accused of, oh, you operate in your own little silos and you create your own space and you never reach out to the community. And it's quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. So the connection between Europe and Sussex, the southern part of Britain, is very, very powerful. Now, this is another aspect of the research which I hope has an impact, which is we have to broaden our arc of time. We have to get away from this premature chronology that they've placed us in, because there isn't a time, there was never a time when we went here. And that's just so powerful. So this, you'll find some of this work in issue 8, where I talk about Germany and some of its material culture, and I've connected it to Sussex in issue 15. And this skull shows the reconstruction of Steinheim man. I found that surname as well from Germany, and it's a black person coming out of the crest. Very powerful. From Germany, dated 250,000 years ago.
Wow.
We hear that date and we just, you see, we have to get our heads around these dates. But Pittard's work is very, very important, because he connects the UK, the British Isles, with Germany, and he says that the Swanscoe man, which is found in Kent, is like the Steinheim man in Germany, and he is definitely Homo sapiens. Another skull, which is found in Boxgrove Quarry in Kent, dates to 500,000 years old. Yeah. And we're talking about, you see, a lot of people are going to reject this even before I utter. We're talking about a modern human being. A lot of people will just say, whoa, no way.
A sapien, yeah. They're trying to, yeah.
Yeah.
It can be sapien.
But the interesting thing is that Dr. Ben observed that the Steinheim skull found in the gravel pit near the village of Steinheim in Germany, estimated at about 250,000 years old. Today, when the earliest man is connected to fossil man, even those found in Africa are made into a Caucasian modern man. That's not shocking. We know that's what they're doing. You know, they're reconstructing the faces to fit a person that was not there. And what's interesting to support that 500,000-year-old date is that in issue 8, you will see an artifact that is 500,000 years old, and it is a sculpture of a face, and you can see it's an FBB face. It's very powerful.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Now, if we're talking about timing and time, what did Professor Boyd Dawkins say in his 1879 lecture about later Europeans, Lees, as I like to call them, as people who were classified as white? Now, this is such a seminal quote. In the year 449, certain Englishmen came over here from the north of Germany. Look at that date, 5th century. And from the southern shores of the Baltic Sea. It wasn't until the 6th century that these Englishmen pushed the borders of England westward as far as Chester. They destroyed that civilization utterly by fire and sword. What civilization? This ancient civilization is the foundation which we ourselves enjoy. These are the small, dark people, the black, long-headed men. Without them, we should not be in the prominent position in which we find ourselves at the present time. I, for one, being an Englishman and belonging to the newest invaders of this country, look with exceeding reverence upon this oldest element of our population. And I respect them, not merely as being the oldest, but being the introducers of the rudiments of civilization.
Wow.
And there he says it. There he says it. He
Wow.
is one of the more.
Well, that's the counter to Herschel, isn't it? Or Hegel, rather.
The 3 H's. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the counter right there. My gosh.
Absolutely. And he is a prominent professor. He was given a dukedom or sirdom or whatever they give with the honours. And his work is very important. And a lot of scholars know about Boyd Dawkins, and he admitted it. And yet they're not teaching it in the universities. White people are later Europeans. They're not original Europeans.
Now that's a quote. That's another quote. That's another meme or memeplex. They're not. They're not Europeans. They're later Europeans.
And you
because
find
foundational Europeans are foundational Black Britons, are foundational Black people.
Exactly.
So there are no original white or Europeans. There's only us. That's why I love the term later Europeans. What was the short acronym that you used for them?
Lees.
Later Europeans.
Yeah, they're just and we are the A's, or we are the original. No, we're the E's, the original Europeans, and they are the Lees, the later Europeans. That's so very important, and you'll find that you'll find that you know, a lot of the YouTubers will keep saying European as though it's a synonym for white people, and it's not.
Yes. I made the mistake early on. I didn't know.
What? Sorry?
I made that mistake early on in my career. I didn't know. We all thought Europeans. Whenever we think Europeans, we think automatically white people. But now, due to you coming into our lives in the last 6 years or so
Well,
has changed the game because um, the other thing, Dr. Charles, and I probably have said this before, but you know, we also have to take the bitter with the sweet. Yes, we're excited that we're discovering that we are here and have always been here. But then we look at some of the things that happened in history and said, "Oh shit, pardon my French, did we do that?" You know what I'm saying?
oh, we can't take
That's
that
the
out
other
of the
part. We don't
equation.
want to take that side, do we?
We have to we have to be bold enough to take this on,
Take the bitter with the
because
sweet.
that's right. Once you start to unearth this history, you have to take everything that comes with it. You know, but I must say, a lot of this work, we have to thank so many scholars. My work rests on the wonderful scholars like Dr. Diop, Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop. And it's the anniversary this year, the 50th anniversary with Dr. Theophile Obenga,
Mm-hmm.
when they proved in Cairo that the Egyptians were black. You know, he said, didn't he, that we must be bold as researchers and go forward and build upon his work. And this is what this work is doing. It is building upon the magnificence of Dr. Diop, because he told us that we were the original Europeans, but we stopped 40,000 years ago, the Grimaldi and the Cro-Magnon. And in our minds, it seeded, it put us into stasis. We didn't move forward with that knowledge. Yes, we knew we were the original Europeans, but somehow it got left back there. And this research is continuing those populations, just as we did, just as I showed in slide 1, that they would become the foundations, the populations of Europe, of France and Germany, of Spain, with all of their crests and their surnames. So I'm building upon those great scholars.
So where are you now, as you're working on episode 16? When will this complete that one region? When will that research begin? Do you think will complete that one region?
Well, it's so heavy and it's so deep and it's so complex that I'm still here. It's issue 16. I'm still in these regions because the history is so powerful. So,
wow.
So for example, you see Isle of Wight, which is that little yellow cube. It's difficult to talk about it without you seeing all of the French and German maps, because that's what I've done in this issue, to show the continuities. So what they will never tell you or show you is that these are the 5th century rulers in the Isle of Wight. And what they were doing in those regions very early on is that they had lots of rulers in each of the counties. So it is a logical sequence. It's so logical once you get into these methodologies of first sight consciousness. If the skulls were there thousands of years ago, then you would expect to see the rulers who look like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And there they are. Those are our ancestors.
Wow.
You see.
Wow. As an Africana phenomenologist, Dr. Charles, how should we, developing our first sight consciousness in many ways for the first time,
Let me go back.
How should we, how should this land for us? I mean, what do we, after we're flabbergasted, right? We've, had our socks knocked off and our hair blown back. What's our next emotion or logical step of action to take this information on? Because it is, it's like finding out that your biological parents are not your actual parents. You know, it's like that. It's a massive shock to the system.
That's brilliantly put. It really is. And you know what I would say? I would say realistically that you have to, once you know this information, you have to keep revisiting it, because, why am I saying that? Because I do this every day, 12, 13, 14 hours a day, and it's seeping into my consciousness clearly, and it's reformatting my whole psychological self. Now I have to do that consciously because I have been a recipient of the education system that told my history began as a slave. So it's a jolt to my senses. I am discombobulated and I'm at the forefront of this research. So I would say that you have to keep interrogating. You have to be close to it every day. And once you are close to this research, this evidence every day, that transformation will happen. And it is a form of, because I was listening to Dr. B. Serious today, I think it's great. He did a session on alchemy and transformation. This is what this is. This is why we're here. We are here to transmute, to transform, to transliterate into what we came here to do. That's what I would say that we should do as individuals, as audience members. Once you come into this research, this evidence, it's up to you how you will transform yourself. And once you, because I know now why I'm here. I know, yes, I began my career many years ago, as a pedagogist and so on, but I needed that foundation. That's so very important. So very important. And pedagogically, yes, this work must come into the vision of our children. It has to. So to kind of answer your question in a very long-winded way, it is about transformation and alchemy, that you have to interact with the evidence every day.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Please continue.
And so from the Isle of Wight, now I'm just taking one, as you can see from the map, and giving the concrete experiences. So let's just stick with the Isle of Wight. Now, as you can see, this is King Athelred II. These are all new terms for a lot of us, because we all switched off in history because we couldn't see ourselves. Now it's time to wake up. It is, now it's time to wake up, because this is who we are. These are our ancestors. You can see clearly that he's an FBB from his side profile. But you can also see from his hairstyle that he's got cowrie shells in, and you will see that in issue 7 with the Irish rulers, and they also had their hair in that style. But King Athelred is from the Isle of Wight, and he established his residence on the Isle of Wight in 1013, fleeing from the Danes. Now we know that the Danes were the Black Vikings. So that goes back to your very important statement before. I think there's been a lot of infighting, and history is showing us that, even with our kinfolk. Well, not everybody is skinfolk and not our kinfolk, but anyway. But his wife, see, his wife, Emma, would become the spouse of 2 kings. She married Canute, and she became Queen of Denmark, Norway, and England. Interestingly, her name, Elfgifu, is comprised of elf and gift, which is one of the many names of the former diminutive blacks of Barathanac. Now, Emma of Normandy, his wife, was a Norman-born nobleman. Now, you remember from my last presentation, I showed you some of the Normans.
Yes.
French, there's always a French connection in the right way. And she was the great granddaughter of the Viking warrior Rollo, who's on page 101, and the founder of Normandy, who hailed from either Norway or Denmark. Now, there's a lot of information in there. But Emma and Athelred were the parents of King Edward the Confessor, who was the cousin of William the Conqueror.
Stop this. Just stop it. Just stop it. All my little whitey senses are just spiking right now. All my European training and trying. You can't identify as white no more, family. I'm sorry. You can't do it. You can't do it now. It's I know you want to be third frequency, and I know you want to, fit in and go along to get along. You can't do it anymore. She done messed it up for you. Dr. Marie Charles has messed up your identity. You can't even call yourself a damn pronoun anymore because Dr. Marie Charles has put you back to where you belong, from whence you came. And I told y'all that we were the ish, but no, y'all don't want to believe Rev Shock. We are that first frequency, and now here's the proof. We are Black history. Black history is us. It's us.
Wow. And of course, you will see.
Wow.
His son.
European history is Black history.
Absolutely. William the Conqueror, you will see on page 103. I'm not going to show it up now because you will be able to see it, but he's melanated. You will see his sons, Henry I. Henry I is William the Conqueror's son, and he becomes King of England. And you'll see him. He's Black. I had the evidence.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's making so much sense now. But again,
yes.
Part of that making sense is that, okay, well, what about these wars? What about this story? What about this part of history? Oh God, we have to take responsibility for that.
Now, William the Conqueror comes in 1066 into Essex. Essex, the same place where Beachy Head Woman was born. They come in, and the rest is history. But now you say, you know what was kind of, was it worrying me? No, it wasn't worrying me, but it was blowing my all senses apart, because there was a program on a couple of weeks ago about the Bayeux Tapestry, which is all about William the Conqueror and 1066. And you know what? It's a complete fabrication.
Wow.
This is crazy, because the Normans are all white. William the Conqueror is white. Edward the Confessor is white. And yet the primary source evidence is showing that they're all melanated men and women.
My goodness.
You see, it's
wow.
And then if you look at Emma's, she is the granddaughter of Rollo, the founder of Normandy, because the Normans are the Norse or the Northmen, who are the Vikings. He is in this issue, and he's Black. Whichever direction you go with the research, left, right, it centers you back every time you find a Black face.
Wow. Wow.
So all history is a current event. How would, if we return to the Somerset children who were born in that royal region, how would their Black identity, sense of self, and psychological developments have emerged had they been taught a corrective history as foundational Black Britons. The
Yes.
archaeology, anthropology, and material culture evidenced in issue 15 demonstrates their primordial lineage as the true heirs to the land.
Absolutely.
And
Mm.
many of those children are now in their 70s.
Mm.
And they have, you see, a lot of people will say, but Dr. Charles, what's this got to do with me? I'm American, or I'm French, or I'm German. It has everything to do with you.
Mhm.
Because once you start to really get to grips with this evidence, you can't escape the fact that 80% of our surnames are from people who look like those on the screen.
Ashe and Asheo. Wow, to awaken. Until next time. My goodness. All right, Doc. So this is a lot to take in.
It is.
But
Now, you see, I didn't even say that there's another king, Alfred the Great, and his queen, who are the parents of King Edward the Elder. They're also Black, and they're found in those royal counties, and you will see their melanated images in this issue, which is,
wow.
it's going to blow your socks off.
Unreal. Incredible. Yeah, we have to, I suggest that we have to sit down and we just have to take this in and almost use it as a meditation, because it's going to stop you in your tracks. At some point, you can't just loosely take this information. Oh, by the way, no, it's more than that. It's more than that, and you have to take it and process it for who you are and where you are, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. But for some of us, we just want to be angry and mad at quote unquote white people or later Europeans, because even before white people were invented here in America, they were later Europeans. So just finding the language to fit all of this in. We want to make it such a black and white issue, and there's that part, but this is deeper than that. And this also is deeper than just staying in Egypt. Everybody wants to go to Egypt and Kemet and Egypt, and we were kings and we were pharaohs and we were this and we were that. But what were we after that? What did we become in other parts of the world?
That's right.
And if it's facts that we populated the planet, then we must have invented all of the languages. We must have invented all of the kingdoms. We must have invented all of the customs. We must have invented all of the civilizations around the globe. And they could have been radically different on different parts of the globe, but it's still one people.
That's right.
It's coming from one people. And now you're bringing that out by showing these are all Black people, African people. And at that time, there's no concept of race, but there was a concept of nobility. There was a concept of where you come from. And so that was what the infighting began to cause and caused all the wars.
That's and that's a good point that you make, because I just came across the map yesterday that I'm working on with Edward the Elder, and it shows, see a lot of later Europeans are providing these maps, and they don't know that they're actually talking about melanated people, but it actually shows the wealth that this individual had. And as you can try and imagine that map, it went up almost up to Scotland, Now, where did all that wealth go? This is the question we have to ask ourselves now. If we know what they look like, and we know their traditions and their rituals, and we know their material culture, who took all that wealth? And I showed in issue 14 all of the land, all of the names, the estates.
Yes.
You see?
Yes. Yes.
So we have to start asking ourselves. I've already mapped out issue 17, 18, and 19, which, if you were blown away with the Irish and Scottish landowners and their crests, I'm now going to show you all of the land and their heraldic crests for this part of the map, which is going to blow you away. We literally owned everything. And I think these wars were monetarily motivated, and greed was driving a lot of it, and possessions and jealousy and so on, which are not great traits, but let's rescue the history first.
Right. We'll dissect it later. Yeah, we'll put the ethics on it later.
But I wanted to end the presentation how I began, with the children. The children are so important, because this work, this research that I'm doing is from the future, and our children are the future. So I see them picking this up and using it to shape their own identities. And that's why I do it. That's why I do this work.
Incredible. I cannot, there are no words for me other than Mayor and Ankhs to thank you for taking this on and changing my life, changing the lives of tens of thousands of people who have shared this content and have been privy to this content, and just the power to carry on and to continue to do this level of work. You are probably one of the most important researchers and scientists of our time and of our history. I mean, you're a Sheikh Anta Diop. I mean, we're going to be speaking about your work and what you have uncovered. You haven't just pushed the envelope. You just created a whole new damn mailing system. I mean, it's one thing to push the envelope from one or two doctors, or in their field or what have you, but you've pushed the entire discipline. You've just completely disrupted, just reconstructed, disrupted, ruptured the whole thing. And London Bridge is truly falling down right now. It truly is falling down right now. And the beauty is about I don't know if it was I forgot the ancient scholar, later European, that said something to the effect of, once the mind, it might have been Nietzsche, once the mind has been expanded, it can't go back to the way it once was. Well, that's what you're doing, right? This exposure to the possibility, because most of us don't even know that we have gaps in our thinking. Even if you're told that you've always been here, there's gaps in that you're not even aware of, because this group has infiltrated your consciousness in such a way that you think like them on your own behalf. And you're thinking within their frame on your own behalf. I couldn't have always been here. Maybe I was here for one point, and then maybe something else happened. You try to justify in your mind, because you can't fathom in your mind how devious this group is, collectively and individually and in perpetuity. That's something that's hard to fathom. So you start to make excuses about this work. But that is what first sight consciousness is. It's not going to go away. It's going to burn your pineal gland. It's going to burn your third eye till you are able to see it without sunglasses.
That's right. That's powerful. Being silent, being isolated, creates a lot of this work for me, because I can look at an image, and the image then I'm able to read and decode, and then it will take me almost like a frequency, an energy, a movement, because I'm tapped into that first sight consciousness.
Yes, yes.
From where I am supposed to be thinking from. And this intuitive intelligence now is becoming our primary source. Yes, you know, of course, I use a lot of primary evidence, but I'm also the primary source. If I say it is, it is. I'm telling you it is.
So it is. So it is. Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know?
Well, my beloved, I know you got to go, so I'm going to close out with our affirmation of power for the community. If you could repeat after me. We just want to give thanks and onks to the ancestors, to Amma, and for bringing us Dr. Marie Charles, for being able to see ourselves as the first people, as the first frequency, as first sight consciousness people, to be able to break that and shatter that double consciousness that Du Bois brought to us, and showed us what happens when the African mind splits, when we become spiritually, psychologically, and emotionally bipolar, as a result of feeling a threat. The body feels the threat before it registers into the mind, and in order to assimilate and to stay safe, we had to assimilate to become safe, and we had to split from our first sight consciousness into the double consciousness. Dr. Marie Charles is bringing us back to that and giving us a blueprint, giving us the dates, giving us the locations, giving us the art and the facts. And we give thanks by simply saying, I am one with first frequency.
I am one with first frequency.
I am one with the first thought idea.
I am one with the first thought idea.
I am one with the firstborn people.
I am one with the firstborn people.
I am one with the only one.
I am one with the only one.
Ashe.
Ashe.
And so it is.
And so it is.
All right, family. You know what to do. You're going to send this around to all of your scholars, all your people, and y'all going to start talking. And so that's what y'all need to do. But you need to also go to Amazon. There'll be a link in the description for you to get issue number. It is episode because it's episodic. Issue number 15. Chomping at the bit, beloved. How soon, or what's your turnaround time, you think, or ETA for 16?
Oh, 16 is just, I think it's going to take at least another 2 months. It's so heavy.
Okay. Something to look forward to. Dr. Marie Charles, thank you for taking the time. Stay with me in the green room. Don't hang up. But thank you for being with us.
Yo, are y'all there?
Yep.
Hey man, that's dope. My bad. I'm gonna make sure y'all didn't go to sleep. I'm gonna put back on mute. That was dope as fuck.
So listen, if nobody was saying nothing, so I was letting it go. You know what I mean?
Man, she was saying some dope shit, but then they bounced back and forth. Shout out to Sister Beth, you bring that up.
No, that was me.
Betty.
Oh no, that was I'm sorry, my mic was muted. That Chief Holiday asked to pull this up.
Man, hey, that shit's dope, man. I like it when y'all build like that, you know what I'm saying? Taking it back to where it's supposed to be. Shout out to y'all. There was some jewels in there.
So what? Let's talk about some of the jewels. So, Betty, what did you get?
She said, "We can."
Oh, I thought it was very interesting. Very interesting.
So,
and she even she pretty much substantiated what I said and you said.
Yeah, she did. She was like, she is the source. She is the primary source.
And the little kids that she showed, that kind of touched my heart, kind of made me want to cry.
You know, yeah, that was dope. And you know what? It's the first people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that rang. But you know, she was speaking on some stuff.
You know what's interesting that and I've seen a lot of stuff like, through the years, her growth and she's literally saying that she's learning from us, and they're in Europe.
Wow.
They're saying, hey, we're foundational. Some of us are not immigrants. We know our people, literally.
Yeah. See.
And then they have the science, literally. It's not just 10,000 years. You don't have to go 10. See, there was a Renaissance, and people were reclassified there as well, because people came there and usurped them. Immigrants came there and took over their shit and literally start ethnically cleansing people. And I remember a lot of the it was a clip that the sister was like, yo, she was super surprised that the people, the oral tradition of the people in Africa, that they're not from there. They either came from this side of the Atlantic Ocean or they came from Europe. And they know this. It's no, and so then you start getting into the language. You know what I'm saying? They say, well, their language didn't come from there to here.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting too.
Any similarities?
She was breaking it down.
Language comes from here to there. It's just been once again changed, and somebody taught them that where their language came from. You understand what I'm saying? That their language does not come from there. So when we talk about the Arawakan, they went there and left the Akans there. Arawakans. It's just these things, and everybody knows this. They know it, and we now know it. That's that. So a lot of times, Sister Betty, when you saying about the similarities, they're saying that they come from there to here, but it's literally evidence because of the countries over there that are ran by people that are from here to there. But the problem is that say, for instance, the ones that come from like the Arawaks or the different people, they have relationships with the French. Some have a relationship with the Belgium, right? These little dusty countries don't have no GDP other than that what they get from the business relationships that they have with these islands in Central and South America, as well as Africa now, stealing resources that they get in the bottom.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir. And that's just cliff notes of it. You got it, brother.
Where's your source?
Where's my source?
Yes, sir.
I'm the source.
That's right.
Yeah, that's been my thing for a long time because we research the researchers. You know what I'm saying? And when I've always said find where I've been debunked. So when people are like, yo, that's not, you've never heard this because they miseducated. So there's levels to this. So when we take even what she's saying, anything I'm saying, take it and research it and take it. If you find something more, you're supposed to debunk me. We're not from here. Debunk. Listen, we going back to Native Americans. It's a flick of a finger. They don't want us to start flicking our fingers. They're talking about they want to sue us. Sue. Go ahead. Please, hurry up. And you're gonna see what they're gonna tell you. You're birthright citizens. We're not. We're Aborigines. We're Americans. So we got to stand on it. And when we're talking about reason why we want to expose is Black European stuff, right? Okay, listen. Black is a concept. If you have black, then it's white. See what I'm saying? Cut. And that's the issue. So we say let's take the black and the white and put it to the side. It's not legal. It's a social construct. Race is a social construct. Hello. Mic check. Everybody doing? Yeah, man. So I definitely wanted to break that down and get more into some of the conversations that she was talking about. Especially when we talk about Cheddar Man. Well, they literally tell you that they have evidence that it was people there, copper colored people, were in that area with Cheddar Man in Europe for 50,000 years. Like, what is the problem? Like, why is that even up for debate? Juice, what up? Haru, none of your business. Firekeeper, Free Papu. Enots. Appreciate everybody tapping in. ATF, all time flat, aka Chief Copperfoot. What up, bro? How you feeling? Peace, everybody tapped in. Executive Sessions 420. Lou Era, Peace Dirty. Peace to the guys, man. Peace to everybody tapping in. Do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe. Share some of your social media platforms, man. Appreciate everybody, man, that tapped in. Oh, dude, what up? I think that's Melissa. I think that's how you spell that. Okay, Melissa. I think that's what it is. Warrior Nation, shout out to Warrior Nation, tapped in, man. Appreciate everybody, man. Ravenhawk. Mr. Brooklyn. Peace to everybody, man. Thank y'all for tapping in, man. I got you. So yeah, man. So going back to brother Fleet Shop Matthews, man, he definitely has a lot of great content on his channel, especially throughout the years, man. But once again, anything that's presented should be scrutinized. You know what I'm saying? That's just it. And you fact check the fact checkers. You research the research to come to, okay, where'd you get your doctorate? You see what I'm saying? So there's a lot, there's layers to this, levels to this, man. You know what I mean? So like I said, I research the researchers, and study everybody, man. So and the information to it. You know? And a lot of times, man, you got to go within. When we say we tapped in, man, a lot of times it's, you know, you've been here. You got ancient blood, royal blood. Free Papu, what up, though? Let me say, the truth is in the graves. Yeah, at this point though, like it's so much overwhelming evidence. You know, like we can go all day showing evidence, right? And they're go. Of course, they knew this before they started burying it and hiding it, reclassifying stuff, dropping zeros off stuff. You know what I mean? Basically, like saying, okay, well, yeah, we know that's 1 million, 2 million years old, but we're only going to say 10,000 years. Stuff like that. Chuck Jackson said, "Big Ooga Ooga." Yeah, y'all know about the K radio, man. Big Ooga Ooga. DJ ZPE. What up, though? Yeah, that's right. Ravenhawk, what's up, bro?
What it do, Chief?
Are we good? I think so. I think we're good. I don't see no feedback. Hey man, so I don't know if you caught that video, man. What do you think about that?
Yeah, man. I think I caught most of it, and that's some really. It's good to hear that there's somebody doing that kind of research and has that many resources and points of reference for us to look at. You know, it just it reinstills what my spirit feels every day. You know what I'm saying? That's good stuff. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I think a lot of people getting a lot of y'all hands pads out. But once again, you know, information is fluid, it's moving. Man. Cut. Mic check.
My bad, gentlemen. I'm in the whip. Sister Bethy got off. Hello, is anybody there? Can you hear me?
It's super loud.
I got you, Cut.
Yeah. Shit.
Shout out to Sister. Man, shout out to all of y'all, man, for real, for real. What up, Ravenhawk?
I'm chilling. What's up, Cuddy?
What you think about what you're doing and Sister Bethy doing?
I'm gonna mute my mic because I got a real bad echo.
Nah, that's Chief. He gotta mute his mic. He done muted it.
No, it wasn't me, sir. I was muted. See, we don't got no echo now, right? Yeah.
But if I talk it is.
No, it's not.
Shit.
Yeah.
Oh damn. Fuck.
Yeah. Hey.
Gotcha. I apologize.
But I definitely want to get, you know, like when they talk about, like, I just want to talk to Sister Bethy about the word colonization, right? And I wanted to get into Frederick Douglass, the folly of colonization, right? I remember one time we went a little bit more in depth into his speech, right? Shout out to Sister Bethy. You know yourself. And this is a quote. This dude, all this native land talk, you know, this is before Native Americans, all this stuff, right? They were already trying to set the stage in the late 1800s to steal who the original people of this land. So this has always been a play, bro, right? So and so when we talk about social constructs like Black and African American, for instance, right? Native American, this is just social constructs. It's not real. It has nothing to do with law. That doesn't make you an Aborigine. See what I'm saying? Like Elizabeth Warren, is no matter what she do, she is never going to be able to be us. That's how that works. And they know it. And so, fortunately and unfortunately for them, they kept records that we was not supposed to be on these records. So to be changing our name. So what a lot of times we're talking about stuff before 1924, Walter Plecker in the 1930s when they applied it to everybody else, right? They're writing terms and putting them back in time, but what were we called then prior to 1900? What? There's evidence. So, and these terms wasn't here. African American and Native American wasn't there, but American was, and it's still describing Negro. They're terrible. So we're locked in, and so once again, being a merciful God, Native American concept. Yeah, you know, we're gonna open up some dialogue with no reason to be living on refugee camps in 2025. Why is this happening? Mestizos are everywhere. And while this talk about we are taking their culture, none of us are taking your culture. None of us taking your land, your music, your food, nothing. That's not, you don't have it. That's what you don't have, and that's what we have in American culture, named after us. USA, USA, USA. That's how that works, bro. This our shit.
But we don't stand on it, Chief. That's the problem. We don't stand on it. We are still tripping on that African stuff. I stand on it, but I'm talking, collectively,
Well, I think more and more people are so now standing on it though. Shout out to all our FBA brothers and sisters. Once again, it's levels.
Hey man, shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to Sister Betty, man. Shout out to you, Chief, man. Shout out to Raven House. I'm about to switch devices, man.
Appreciate you. Yo. Here's the number 9. I'm gonna put this up here so you can see it. Give us.
I got a question though. With what is your opinion based on the information that you've read and the facts that you've collected, or just your opinion? What is the deal with the so-called Christopher Columbus story? Like, did that happen at all? Is that like, are we misinformed on what happened and who came here from Spain, or what's your take on that?
So, I've done lectures on this. I've talked about it extensively. There's a book called The Myths That Made America, right? And the book is a myth, right? But once again, we fact check the fact checkers, right? So, so we fact check the fact check, right? But one thing I did get out of this book, they talked about, and this was just a reference because I've been teaching that Christopher Columbus is a fairy tale, fake person, 20 plus years, right? And there's overwhelming evidence that he never existed, right? Overwhelming evidence that when people say that he did, right, they don't know the fact that they're talking about. They're only going with the narratives that was given to them, right? So this was an act of Congress, right, in the 1800s, late 1800s, when peasant Europeans, fresh out of getting emancipated over there, 12 million of them came here. Let's put that in perspective. So what they did was they created this character for Columbus. Now remember, there's nowhere where they said he's from, right? You gotta go do your research on that and who was the people and all this other stuff, whatever, right? That doesn't exist. Mom and daddy, none of that exists. None of that exists, you guys. Never gonna find that. And now they can tell you that they have a place. Now, then you go do your research and that falls apart too. There's no evidence, right? So if you're hitting it from different angles, as far as your research and debunking, right? Long before they created him in America as an act of Congress. That's facts. That's in the Library of Congress. So that could be checked. This is another reference. It should be the main reference that we should say, okay, we created it to make the peasant Europeans who came here, who immigrated here, right, make them feel better about themselves. So the story more went on and on and on. So, you understand what I'm saying? So, but it was
yeah.
So it's just that's just simple as that. So people get into Zarko and all this other stuff, just more mumble jumble, right? Even when you start looking into that, they were like, "Did Zarko write it?" Or it's just a bunch of crap that you can't substantiate. So they say, "Well, you have Christopher Columbus letters." Well, first off, he's a creative person, so a creative person can't make letters, okay? But let's examine it. So they said, "Oh, so you got it translated for you in English, right? So from Spanish. So once again, this language in this form, this alphabet did not exist in 15 nothing, 16 nothing, 17 nothing. See how this works? Super simple. It's not rocket science. It's called phonetic science. Okay? Do your a lot of y'all don't research phonetic science. A lot of y'all don't express see Deutsch. But 30 plus years ago, 40 years ago, I spoke it and read it fluently. Do you see the Spanish there, Ravenhawk? Especially if these people are the people who changed the language, right? And changed history. Who sued the Europeans who were coming here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Conquistadors did all this, and then now it's a Spanish territory and it's a French territory. Well, Spain and France didn't even exist then at all. Didn't have nothing. And on top of all that, being actual slaves and chains in Europe, in Africa, in Asia. How does that make sense? How into late 1800s? How does that even make sense? Getting emancipated in these areas in the 1800s, mid into late 1800s, and then being allowed, and then created these stories in the 1900s, 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, 1950s. You understand what I'm saying? Created a holiday for this person who does not exist. Christopher Columbus does not exist. This is language.
Well, I asked because I've read up on some of this, not nearly as much as you have, but enough to stay in the conversation. And I am extremely observant, and I'm well traveled. So I take into consideration things like they don't celebrate Columbus Day in Italy or Spain. You know what I mean? He's not celebrated in Europe at all. And I know that to be a fact. But then when I hear them tell the story and I hear different people, why isn't he celebrated? I just have to deduce that to because he didn't exist. I mean, if somebody from here discovered a whole continent, and paved the road to conquer that continent, I'm sure we would celebrate it. You know what I'm saying?
So check this out.
I'm sure.
In my travels, led me to Columbus, Ohio. And I've been through there a lot of times, you know what I mean? Throughout my years, throughout my travels, right? But being there, staying there for months, right? And talking to the people, out in the community, all different communities. They are on the legislative thing that they're going to change the name of the city Columbus, right? And they're literally talking about because of the negative stigma of the stuff Christopher Columbus, right? You've heard about this, no?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And different things that got Columbus attached to it, they're taking it down, statues, all this other stuff, right? Follow me? Stop. This once again, somebody just socially named it Columbus this, Columbus Square, blah, 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 right? Columbus Day, blah, blah, blah. Correct? So I don't think nobody would be, mad, Americans, so to speak, right? Well, get back to Columbus, Ohio, right? So Columbus, Ohio, right? They're openly, right? Everybody, they're like, yeah, we want to change the name. So now they all for changing the name. Now they're like, what are they going to change the name to? So they got different names that they're going to change it to, right? And guess what? Because Guy Fieri is from Columbus, Ohio, by way of Europe, right? They want to call it Flavortown. Swear to God, that's what they're literally thinking. The Flavortown? That's what Guy Fieri's little slogan is, Flavortown, right? I can't make this up. It was other names too. It's crazy.
Wow.
Flavortown. They'd rather call it Flavortown than Columbus.
That's foolish to me.
They honor Guy Fieri. Shout out to him. Like his show. More than Christopher. Think about it. Before Dr. Martin Luther King,
that's fucked up.
He's the only person who had a.
Yeah.
Dr. Martin Luther King is the only American who has a holiday. Nobody else has a holiday. You understand that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I never really realized that when they were so mad, right, for giving them a holiday. I never understood that, and I don't understand why the stigma of Dr. Martin Luther King boulevards or streets or whatever across America are negative. If this is the only guy who has his own holiday, because Christopher Columbus is Mickey Mouse, doesn't exist, and he's not an American. Even if this Mickey Mouse character existed, what does it got to do with us? In any shape, form, capacity. You say, oh, the Doctor of Discovery, mumbo jumbo, doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. Don't ask me. Ask the Pope. Doesn't exist. So, which I've been saying that for 20 plus years. Yeah, I just want to point that out. It'll be longer. I've been doing this a long time, man. Hey, I mean, the research has always been there. Some of us was researching before the internet. The internet's a cheat code. Now you got AI, but your AI is only smart as you. A book is only smart if you read a lot of books? Have you ever applied any of that information in those books to anything in your real life? Throw them books away. You know what I'm saying? Or learn how to apply some shit. That's what I mean. Like, what are we talking about? So, I don't know. So yeah, man. As far as your character, Christopher Columbus, just a complete fabrication. It's not a real nothing, real anything. He's a symbol of it's supposed to be to make people feel good, but ultimately the flip side of it is to make people feel bad while you making yourself feel. It doesn't even make sense. None of the stuff that they say makes sense to nothing. And for us to know for a fact that we are not descendants of Africans through a transatlantic slave trade, for us to know that 100% to be facts. Right, Ravenhawk? That's a fact.
100. That's a
you
full
guys
stat.
telling me that it's not a stretch of your imagination that these people are not lying about anything else, yeah. They lied about that 1 goddamn 1,000%. We all know that. Everybody knows that we're not Africans. We're not from the bottom of the boat. None of that's fake. All that's fake. Fake. Period. Not even gonna go
Not
back.
only fake,
it's fake,
but not possible. Yeah, I mean it's impossible. And you know, there's nothing that proves it. Nothing at all. There's no evidence at all. It's implausible and it's unprovable. You know, I don't know why everybody wants to hang on to the Kunta Kinte narrative like they do. I don't understand that either.
They get paid to it. Literally, it's funded for it. Which
now the people that teach it, I get that. You know, but the fact, like, I understand. It's like you know, it's like the Santa Claus narrative. I understand why they keep it alive. I just can't understand that why past the age of 9, you know, people are still holding on to that shit.
You talking about Santa Claus?
No. Well, Santa Claus and the slave narrative, you know, because one's just as ridiculous as the other.
Sir, Santa Claus make you feel good. Man.
Well, slavery doesn't make you feel good.
Apparently it does.
Oh, I'm so happy.
It does. It makes them feel good. Hey, Todd Daniels calls it the victim lip. Crazy word. Shout to him. You know what I mean? Man, listen. I don't subscribe to those either. Like, you know what I mean? That's crazy. I don't even watch those Olympics. Black Wolf, what up, go? Yeah, man. Shit. I don't know, man. Like I said, we're taking this information to the next level. Like I said, Christopher Columbus is a fake character. He's a mascot. For what? Why? Why do we need it? So we're gonna keep applying more and more pressure. So shout out to Columbus, or I'm gonna say Flavortown. So y'all hear me when y'all hear me say Flavortown.
You can't let him do that.
But I think we should come up with something. So I'll call it shit. You know what I'm saying? We don't care about you calling nothing. Who are you?
Yeah, word.
We influence the culture. We influence the way, rhythm, and where we supposed to be going as a people, not sitting back saying, "Oh, somebody else." You know what I mean? Trump probably heard us talking about the Gulf of America for a long time. You hear me? Like that's Hey, y'all be surprised, man. This shit, these fools be on their phones listening to. They got their ears to these YouTube streets, these TikTok streets. You can't. What are y'all talking about? The culture is
and Trump is
one thing I have seen been trying to do though for a long time is control the narrative. See what I'm saying? And once again, that's the thing, and it keeps backfiring. And it's refreshing to see that. You know what I mean? So, with that being said, we gotta make, of course, a lot of the waves and the stuff that comes out is negative, and a lot of people are more attracted to the fighting and the negativity, obviously, than positivity and something about growth. You know what I mean? They're not, So we have to be able to change that to make love sexy, peace sexy, prosperity sexy. Shout out to the summer of love, man. We about to go into the fall of love. So y'all in love, man. Love hard, man. Like you not just about being romantically in love. Love yourself first off. love your children, love your family, love your mama, love your daddy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Give y'all pops them some, you know, uncles them. They don't get a lot of appreciation. Give them some love. You know what I'm saying? Just an impromptu love day for them. Fellas, y'all do the same. Flowers or something special just because. You know what I'm saying? So we ain't got to boycott each other during this time period. We could do we can boycott hate, boycott, you know, all these things. Sisters, get together in some sisterhood groups and you know what I mean? Put some shit together. Some gatherings together, all that type of stuff. No freak offs, no Diddy. Yeah, man. We outside, man. First American tour. Tap in. chiefholiday@gmail.com. Nike, what up? Appreciate y'all tapping in, man. Do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Share this on all your social media platforms, man. Tell a friend, tell another friend that you tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. It's your Sahab, man. I got Ravenhawk in the building. Cut, about to be coming back in, man. Hope we go get some tunes, man. Hey, y'all, nah, I ain't gonna play no music right now. Y'all don't be ready for that. Don't mess with FBA. What up, though? Yeah, man, like they be making up stuff, Scipio Africanus. Man, listen, fake, more fake, and more fake. How about that? Yeah, super fake though. That. I mean, and once again, they be like, "Hey, can you prove that Christopher Columbus didn't exist?" Well, I gotta prove that he didn't exist. Prove that he did exist. How about that? Prove it. Prove that they rescinded in 2014, which never existed ever. These are narrative stories. Like we were, man, diabolical. So when we can unravel, my thing is though, Raven, if we can unravel and say with facts, oral tradition, everything that we are not slave Africans, right? We can with the facts. Here's the facts. And you telling me the same people that gave you that lie, you gonna do it. You got it. I got it. Yo, can you hear me?
Did somebody else come on? I got you.
No, can you hear me though?
Yeah.
I was saying, if the people that we know for 100% fact that we are not African slaves, period, right? We know that. Well, we know 100% fact, correct?
Absolutely.
Right. The people that taught that, put that out, movies, socially, politically, all the shit is political, right? It's in our politics. When I hear shout out to Jasmine Crockett, right? So she needs, especially as a lawyer, she know we're not black, she know we're not African Americans, right? But the people that did that, why would we believe anything they say? Anything they say, as if anything at this point, like why would you believe anything they say? Please make it make sense.
I don't. And that's why a lot of times when I listen to some of us who still like to have these debates and argue over this stuff, and they're asking for a primary source, I'm like, you're asking for a source from the people that told the lie. When if you just shut the fuck up and look at what's really happening and what's possible, look at what you actually know, this should become so obvious to anyone. You know, just tell a Caucasian the truth and watch how uncomfortable they get because they know it's true. Like a lie doesn't make people uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? Only the truth does. And they get to squirming and humming and hawing, you know, because they know.
Why? Why? Why
do they get on?
The word Aborigine make they world end, bro. Shout out to Drake Collins. Bro, I'm telling y'all don't get the point. Sheesh. Listen, this is real. Words matter. I don't think
because just
what now?
Just like that, when you say Aboriginal, you undo. When you tell them I'm an American, like you can hold the African thing. I'm American. You've just undone everything. Davy Crockett, George Washington, Christopher Columbus, everything. Civil War, Revolutionary War, World War II heroes. You've just undone it all.
There you go. It changes the game. So when somebody says we're pretendians, whether it's Umar Johnson or a Native American, pale skin, anybody, first off, you're violating the law. I don't know why I gotta keep saying that. That's crazy. Y'all on record. Y'all know they be using this shit. We ain't telling Umar who he is not one time. You ain't never heard us tell Umar none of that happened. You could be Nfunte Ukubuku. Go. You should be doing lots of work in the Sudan, stopping them people from killing them people, brother. And all the other wars that's going on over there. Why are you doing that? Oh, you're not doing that in Philly. Man, I seen some shit. It was so crazy, y'all. I said it was a front porch, and like I guess it was the ring camera of the porch, right? So in Philly over the weekend, and some kids, I guess, was shooting, but it was so many kids on the porch, innocent kids that wasn't. They was just trying to duck under the porch, all on top of each other, jumping all on top of each other, right? So then a couple of dudes jumped up and they start shooting back over the top of these, like these girls just jumping over the top of each other. It's crazy. Crazy out in a residential area. Where are the rules at? We gotta let it got cease fire, please. I'm not even for I'm all for like what was before the Second Amendment. I'm on that. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? But that right there, that should know. That's not right. No shape, form, fashion, nothing. Nobody can tell me. Been going on for years across this country. It has to stop. How do we stop this?
I think it starts with nothing changes until we break away from Black identity. because with that identity comes all the lies and all of the imaginary trauma. I mean, yeah, we've been through some shit. We weren't defeated like we've been led to believe we were defeated, if that makes any sense. They tricked us, but they didn't defeat us in some epic battle. We got caught up in the lie. We believed in their education. We believed in their system. We believed in their justice. And that's how they got us. That and immigration is how they got us.
Really?
And then they titled us, and we believe that title. And black means, to me, it means defeat. To me, it means less than. And I think that the thing that keeps our people acting crazy, like we have a tendency to do, is when we get caught up in the belief of that word black and the term African American. I mean, that's like watching somebody. It's like watching somebody else live in your house, like real time, watching your TV, eating your food, driving your car, banging your wife. That's what it's like. That's what accepting being black and or African American is like.
Wait a minute. You said driving somebody's car.
No, I said driving your car, living in your house, eating your food, watching your TV.
That stood out to me, sir. Listen. I just think once again, but that mindset was socially crafted for us for a reason, to distract us from our land, our power, our wealth, generational wealth. The democratic machine, then I don't know how we got this. Now, what the beautiful part about it is, right? At this point, they're going to have to run Jasmine Crockett as president. They're going to have to. They can't wait till next election. Y'all can't wait till nothing. Y'all got to put this young lady up right now. Y'all have no hope. Hey, y'all see what I'm doing? I hope y'all see the play, because I see the play. But we're gonna beat y'all to the play. So
they'll never do that, Chief.
No, listen, this over for them. She's smoking, bro.
Agreed.
Like, they can't fuck with her. She throws black in the trash, bro. They can't fuck with her. And I'm not saying she right, everything. I'm telling you, dismantling. And we're just talking about far as the Democratic side of it. None of them can fuck her.
We'll have to have a little gentleman's bet, because they'll run AOC first. They'll run Newsom and Cortez first.
She gonna run, bro. No, listen. You think them sisters gonna go for that?
I don't know, man.
What?
No.
Kamala, bro. Kamala. Listen. Listen. They already got it. The blood is in the water, sir. They already know they're the top of the food. Okay. Gentlemen's bet. They're going to run them, but don't mean they're going to win. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah. So are you just saying that in 28, Jasmine Crockett is a candidate?
She's going to be the candidate.
Or do you think she's going to get the endorsement? You think they're going to give her the nod?
I don't think they have a choice. They don't want nobody else. America don't want nobody else.
Well, at the rate things are going, you might be more right than I understand. Because
Man, bro,
my
the
boys in the
temperature,
doghouse.
bro, they not. Listen, the Republicans is almost at the point they're like, because Trump, like, he fucked up. But he only 6 months in, bro.
Yeah, he did.
How you fuck up for 6 months?
No, yeah, and there's nothing he can do to fix what he's done.
I think he can.
In my opinion,
I think he can.
I don't think he will.
I think he can. I mean, he only been in 6 months.
Well, I don't know. It looks like so they Congress subpoenaed all the right people, you know. So that looks better for him. But you know, I'm a cutthroat hawk, man. I love my country. I've been a patriot since before Donald Trump was even talking about running for president, because I understand it's my home. And you know, and I'm all about the defense and the betterment of my home, in the hopes that turns into the defense and the betterment of my people and our home. You know what I mean? So like I've always stood on that, always. And the only way, in my opinion, that Donald Trump can turn around what he's fucked up is if very specific people are found hanging in the gallows by the reflecting pools in DC. Anything short of that, the Republican Party's screwed. And the only thing that I think could save them that would work, possibly, is if they nominated Byron Donalds, not J.D. Vance.
Ooh, okay.
Because I understand the strategy of a melanated candidate. But I think Byron could win, and I think the Republican Party people would rally behind him. I think. I don't know.
So you think J.D. Vance can beat Jasmine Crockett?
No, I don't.
That's my point.
Really don't. Jasmine Crockett, the Republicans should run Byron Donalds out of Florida.
I've heard that name, but refresh him. Who is he? Where he's from?
Born in Brooklyn, New York. He's a congressman in Florida right now. And he is on, I forget which congressional committee he's on, but the brother's sharp, man. Yeah, I mean, he is 100% sharp. And I think I get a feeling when I listen to him that he also knows who we are. You know what I mean? He's not on that African American bullshit. He doesn't come right out and say it, but you know, you can kind of tell how some people move, you know, when they're hip to certain things. And I think he's on point. And his politics are good.
Yeah, I've definitely seen his brother before. I don't. At this point, I run into president.
Yeah, I would. Especially, I mean, if we're talking politics and strategies and all that other stuff. I mean, I know, you know, the ladies are gonna.
Brother,
you think so? Man, I'm telling you. Wow.
Listen to me, bro. She coming, bro. I think she's strong. Like she understands the temperature in the room as well. She's smart enough to understand that.
I don't know, man. I disagree.
bro.
I disagree.
You tell who's gonna beat her? What's their name? I didn't know them.
Unfortunately, it's. I understand where you're coming from, and so if I get out of it, if I take my personal feelings out of it, you are, I think, 85% correct in your assessment of her. If I'm being honest, I just can't stand it.
I have no emotions in it. It's the temperature in the room, brother. You don't think she?
Yeah, no, that's.
Bro, you don't think she know her
Well, like
power?
I said, I don't think JD Vance could beat her. I do not. 100%.
Nobody can
You
at this
can't.
point. Bro, it had to be some in the
But
next. Bro,
that can't be her.
Don't see it, bro. I don't see it.
Man, that's scary.
That's my point. For who though?
That's scary.
Yes.
Oh man.
They don't want to see no vice president shit. None of that. No, America don't see that. Americans don't want to see that. They don't want to see this. They've already got two. The trust level of these people at this point is crazy work.
No, there is no legacy party.
It's over. Bro. I can't see it. I just don't see it. I'm looking down the aisle, looking down. They're like, bro, no, it's over. Yeah, and they making movies, right? So shout out to Angela Bassett. Angela Bassett even went overseas and whooped ass, bro. Like, come on, fam. They're not listening. They're not letting up. Temperature growth, what it is. Now, it also for the empowerment of for me, I see it in different layers. You feel me? I'd rather have her than any of them. Obama, Trump 1, Trump 2, Trump 4, 15. Fuck all of them. I'd rather work out what we got to work out with her. You hear me? And what that would do.
Is she on point with us, though?
Is she an American?
I mean, does she know that she's an American?
She's from Texas.
Yeah. But African Phil is from Texas. You see what I'm saying?
I mean,
nah, she would have to openly acknowledge that to get my vote.
Huh? He said Jasmine Bouet.
Just
guess what?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Guess what? I still say her over all of them. Period. I'm talking about they already been there. It's already been there. Boulay is diabolical.
Leia's got to go.
Who got to go? I mean, I just want to get y'all
I said
opinion on it.
Leia's got to go.
I get back to Byron. Because I definitely, look, bro, all you got to, oh, my phone. All right, so the 80s baby. Yeah, music break. We set the room. We're gonna come back to this Jasmine Crockett. Links in the chat room, man. No. Let's see what I got.
Freestyle. What the hell need? Yeah, I inhale a weed. Yeah, and what they telling me? What they telling me? What they telling me? Yeah, what that fella need? What that heifer need? Can't get caught with these. What are those felonies? Trying to keep the hood straight with they fellow needs. When I made it back safe, I just fell on knees. Thank the Lord for the hustle that just fell on me. In these streets, I'm trying my hardest not to felony. Keep a popper and some paper for my bell on me. If I have to pop, I pray my blick don't fell on me. Ain't gon' tell me when they coming, they gon' bell on me. Every time them hoes get caught, they gon' tell on me. There's a lot of people out here wishing hell on me. Niggas ratting law enforcement got they trail on me. Cause they know that I got something that's for sale on me. Nothing heavy, private stock, and some mellow weed. Yeah, mellow weed. Car, mellow weed. Make you say ooh la la when you inhale a weed. You can tell I keep that Zod cause the smell on me. Probably why these pretty bitches wanna smell on me. I don't sweat up seed, I just let her be. I might call her something that start with the letter B. I just let her see that you'll never be. Just be all that you can be, never me. I can sell a key, I can sell a pea. Make her think it's lemonade, I can sell a pea. Got a big ol' ass shaking like it's Jello seed. Every time they see me with her, I smell jealousy. Built like Meg Thee Stallion, but she got some better knees. Got her gossiping and looking for some better tea. Find you something else to talk about instead of me. I'm just trying to find a plug with some better fees. I'm just trying to hit a plug with some cheddar cheese. Catch me whipping up another, I got recipes. I be whipping up that butter like a yellow tea. Catch me cooking like my mother in a yellow tea. I got stripes like a zebra and a referee. I gave everybody a slice and say the rest for me. I got 40 dead homies, may they rest in peace. I'm still praying for their families, may they rest in peace. I can't give you everything, this is just a piece. There's a big storm brewing, this is just a peek. 10,000 new followers, it's been just a week. She been fucking everything, she's just a freak. I ain't had to say a thing, open sesame. Something strange for some change, get that neck to me. I ain't had to pay a thing, got the neck for free. Pussy fat, fuzzy, man, like a nectarine. When she giving up that neck, I'ma name her nectarine. In my phone, under neck, get that neck a ring. I proposed to the neck, made that neck a queen. I got married to the neck, gave that neck a ring. If that neck disrespect, give that neck a ring. Where you at? Bring that check and that neck to me. Where's destiny? That's my destiny. If I had an eye on my knee, bet my legacy. Legacy, get it, legacy. If I had an eye on my knee, bet my legacy. Legacy, yep, legacy. Ask them what my real name, they say Lester C. Yep, Lester C. Yep, Lester C. Yep. I done seen more than most Nas, Lester C.
My OG, original Purple Panthers. Bryan College Station. South Dallas, Bonton. Shout out to Funky Town. Hey, so, you know, I just feel like I know Miss Crockett at this point. You know what I mean? I just read up on her real fast. Fill in a few blanks for myself. But I'm still gonna stand on what I'm saying. And I'm gonna base it off of I'm just gonna say, like, for me, you know, like this, you know, she's from St. Louis originally, um, went to school, Catholic school type situation, stuff like that. They don't get into, you know, like I said, mother, father, so I'm assuming she comes from a family structure, things of that nature. She went to school in Houston, right? Thurgood Marshall, law school, all that type of stuff, whatever, you know, passed the bar exam, all that good stuff, you know. Um, she's a Delta. Shout out to the Delta. I know we the Baby Boule series, we have to definitely bring that back. However, she's even as a little girl, she wanted to change stuff that affected her life. Some people can say, "Oh, well, you know what we gonna do?" Just hope somebody else gonna do it. Some people want to do it. You know what I mean? So, public defender. So she understands that aspect of being seeing that the justice system, injustice system from that perspective. So for me, I'm still, you know, Black Lives Matter stuff or whatever. A lot of our people went in that direction. You know what I'm saying, y'all? So as well as all of our sisters, pretty much, except a lot of sisters, you know, in this community, were supporting Harris Waltz. And if to them, no matter what we say, they was not supporting Trump. No matter who they was running, Harris Waltz, whatever, they wasn't supporting Trump. Correct. So in reality, are they wrong, brothers? Ravenhawk, were they wrong? I'm just saying, we gotta be right when you're right, wrong when you're wrong. I'm gonna say they wasn't wrong and we wasn't wrong. I'm just saying didn't have to support either people. You don't have to do what Roland Martin talks about, who's clearly not on our side. Like, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't have anything to do with him. Alpha, none of that. At some point, a Pan African, nothing. At some point, we know who butters their toast, bro. And for us, we're gonna have to. That's the next level of this. Is you gonna move with them, or you gonna move with the people? But they money don't matter no more. It don't matter. The influence is over, right? So that's why I go back to that. I think she understands the temperature in the room. And I think she understands her power at this point. I really do. and it's only getting bigger every day. Because ultimately, she's doing something right now. Whether Ravenhawk, whether we agree to her positions 100%, 50%, 20%, whatever, she's doing something.
I think Cuddy should run. Goddamn it, that's where I stand on it.
God bless America. Damn, what up though? Yeah. Hey, so yeah, by the way, I'm looking for a cabinet. You guys hit me up at chiefholiday@gmail.com. Be a cabinet of the American Party. So, shout out to all the Americans out there. Hit me up, chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. Real talk. Y'all got my number. Y'all know, man. Tap in, man. Let's get y'all. Since I've been around, man, it's always been about building, man. So shout out to all the builders out there. Definitely never stop the group. We just doing work instead of meeting about doing work. We doing work. You know what I mean? Hey, I can give you the information while I'm working. You know what I mean? Hey, Ravenhawk, let me ask you this, man. What kind of work you do? If you don't mind, you sound like a brain surgeon.
Do electronical safety testing. Make sure that military personnel are safe on armored vehicles while they're doing radio transmissions and running electronic weapons.
So what, nigga? I heard a lot of stuff that electronic safety devices, and I heard military vehicles, armored vehicles. So, I don't know. Is this classified?
No, the work's not classified. The details can be. The work is straightforward though. It's just to make sure everything's safe when it goes out in the field.
Cool. That's safe. Right?
Yeah.
So that kind of like an electrician? Is that like
yeah. Little yeah. Technical electrical work, some computer work, some mechanical work,
Okay. Gotcha. Sounds very complicated.
Nah, I don't do complicated. I just do different.
I like that. Yeah, man. I don't know. Me, I like knowing things, y'all. So it's just a natural journalist in me. You know what I mean? To just ask questions, Raymond. So you don't want to talk about too much stuff. Not even details. Just like me. Like for instance, like because it's you've been around and me just asking that question now wants me to know like what's your background, like military kid. Like I'm a military kid. I live different places and all that. People know my background. But ultimately, I'm from Mississippi. You know what I mean? So, like, where are you from?
My family background is Mississippi, Louisiana, Tennessee, Missouri. That's where my grandparents and their parents originated from. But I was raised in Baltimore, Maryland. And as soon as I got out of school, I started traveling. My dad was a Marine, and then a concrete finisher. He had his own concrete business. Mother worked for the government. Typical 70s, I don't know, lower, just kind of working class upbringing.
That's what's up. So did you go to college or did you go to the military? What's up?
Neither. When I got out of school, I went to a trade school to get my certification to be a Harley Davidson mechanic, and that didn't work out right away. So then I went to another trade school and got my welding and diving certificate, and I was a underwater welder for the first part of my adult life.
Hold on, stop right there. Because I caught the diving part, underwater welding things or whatever. That's starting out Harley Davidson bikes, right? Motorcycles.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But then went into diving and welding. You know what I mean? That's you feel me? I like young men. But the thing is, Rayvon, you went. Hold on. Can you hear me?
I got you now.
Yeah, you went right into a trade. And fortunately there was trade school. Did you ever get into the concrete? What your father was doing?
Nah, me and him just did not get along. You know what I mean? So I was trying to do anything other than what he was doing, which is probably why I didn't join the Marine Corps, because he retired after the Marine Corps. And the rule in my house was you either did that or went to college. And I was like, I'm not doing either. How about that?
So looking back on that time period as a young man, to where you're at now, right? Do you think that some of the stuff that your father, for instance, was saying was right and exact, or you still feel like, just you?
No, he was he was on point. I understand where he was coming from now, and I'm thankful that I had the input, because had I not had that kind of motivation in my life and influence, who knows what would have happened? You know what I mean? I can only speculate. I've got friends that are doing great. They're Fortune 500 cats. And I've got friends that are in and out of jail, and I got a lot of friends that are in the ground right now. I'm 54. So I got a lot of homies dead and buried. And I got homies that are doing great, and I got homies that are just, doing the day-to-day like I am. But the one thing that I notice is the common denominator between all my friends that suffered more failures than the rest of us. It was the lack of that fatherly parental direction, if that makes any sense.
Absolutely. So I just want to get back to the thing, but it's just interesting things, like going back to the concrete business, right? So if you say, hey, your father would say like, I know you want to do Harley Davidson thing, right? That's cool, but this concrete business is going to be yours, or it is yours. and being able to not only know how to do this on the concrete, but whatever your other talents are, that business needs. You follow me? This is yours.
Yeah.
Whatever your emancipation is at 18, this, so you are going to get some other stuff that's going to bring you back. Awesome. What? That make sense?
Yeah.
And also, as a young man on your own, you still took a lot of the lessons and stuff, right? Even though you didn't, you still took that in the guy's life, like a lot of us did, right? But we were on our own. You follow me?
Yeah.
And depending on where you was in America, like you were in Baltimore, dude. You feel me?
You know what the biggest
during that time, during the wire,
biggest slightly before the wire, but yeah, at the same time, because I totally grew up. I saw the beginning of the crack era in Baltimore. You know what I mean? Like I remember before there was such a thing as crack, you know, and then what happened after that shit showed up. But the thing I had on my mind, you know, because my grandmother, you know, and her sisters, and even, you know, my dad's people, because my dad's side of the family is deep rooted in Louisiana. So you know, I knew all about their lineage, and I forget the name of the town, but there's a street named after our family in Shreveport. You know, so like we've been there for a minute, and you know, I knew about all that stuff, but I didn't I wasn't 100% on point about we are the Aboriginals, but I knew that the Africa thing was bullshit, and Maryland, especially 70s and 80s, was racist as fuck, still is, and the only thing on my mind was getting out west. You know what I mean? And getting away from that shit, and you know, and riding motorcycles and being free. You know, like I was just nothing was gonna keep me from doing that. And to see the stuff that that both of my folks and me and my brothers had to put up with as far as that racial animosity on the East Coast, there's no way I could have done that. When I was 18, by the time I was 18, I'd killed a motherfucker for talking to me like I'd seen, you know, contractors talk about and around my dad. There was no way I was going to put up with that. So the generational wealth didn't mean enough to me at the time, you know. Now I look back, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Yeah, it might have been that would have made a lot of things different. It would have changed a lot of my family decisions, you know, and kept me more grounded, because I basically turned into a gypsy, just, you know, traveling with work and shit.
So ultimately, you know, brother, you know, just more power. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You and your brother, yeah. Well, we're gonna do this. You know, and I get it. Like it was a system that was already working against your father's father. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a lot. You know, we can say go back 30 years. What would you do different? You know what I mean? Who would you have met, or who have you have not met in your life, and experiences, the welding, underwater welding. You know what I'm saying? All these things. So, I mean, but it's never too late though to. You understand what I'm saying?
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just it's crazy, man. Like, man, people, I think, that's why I say, man, I'm a fan of y'all, man. Like, I'm just y'all interesting people, interesting stories and lives, and ancestors. You know what I mean? And a lot of us are drawn to each other because we're family. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people like, I'm not just from Mississippi, just from everywhere. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people are, like, of course, when you trace the genealogy, it goes people, and then our people move, you know what I'm saying, to North America, but overseas, like, move around. Like, as Americans, we leave not distinctive, can't be denied. You know what I'm saying? So the greatness of that thing of ours, you know what I'm saying? I think that's what it is. Copper Tone, what up, though? Be more in the house. So, yeah, man, I really do. As far as the culture, people don't have no culture. That's just the craziest conversation. Anybody could. Like, what are you talking about? Chinese food? Are you serious? Like, for real? Like, you know what I mean? Like, stuff that people think in your brain doesn't make sense when we're talking about American culture.
That's that's the thing. That's the thing. I think our kids we get we don't get immersed in enough of what American culture really is. Like, I knew that the two main guides on the Lewis and Clark expedition were Aboriginal. I knew they were melanated, put it that way. And I wanted to be like them. I wanted to do that shit. I wanted to climb mountains and navigate rivers and all that cool shit. And the narrative as a kid, was just sucking all the life out of the room. Like, I just got to be the descendant of some people from this faraway land.
So wait a minute. So that's what I'm saying, though. Like, last night, people created our that's real. Like it's fake.
Yeah.
We got grandeurs of Africa. All this type of stuff. Crazy work. Crazy work, yeah. So many people, then like all Americans. You know what I mean? It was the reason why, because of the peak of the immigrants here. You know what I mean? That makes like, yo, you go to Europe, it's like, wait a minute, these people are not like, when they get to America, it's different when they get to America. In Spain and France, Germany, America, discriminated. In your travels, have you lived in Europe?
I'm sorry, you broke up.
In your travels, have you lived in Europe?
Never lived in Europe, but I play music, and I played with a blues band that toured Central Europe for I did 4 different tours with them, so we were all over Germany, Denmark.
You like a rock star because you was in a band?
Yep.
That's why I actually live there. So yeah, so listen, bro. No, bro, that's how it's American, bro.
It's the first place I ever just been called an American. You know what I mean?
What they know who we are.
Yeah, they do. They do know. They know. There was a family in Munich where we used to store our gear, from like one year to the next. Like they'd let us leave our gear in their garage while we were home. And so every year that we'd come back, we'd get like 3 consecutive days off. And so we'd always spend it in this town with this family. And so anyway, the first time I met them, we're having dinner at their house, and the father, this guy named Hans, he was like, "So, what would you like me to call you?" And my government name is Michael, so I was like, "Hey, you just call me Mike or Michael." He's like, "No, I mean, how do you like to be referred to? Are you Black, or are you African American, or are you American?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm American. I've never been to Africa," and I didn't think that was the right place to get into the whole "I don't believe in the slave narrative" conversation. But I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just American." He's like, "Okay." He's like, "Because we never know how to refer to Americans such as yourself." I'm like, "Well, American will do." But that's when I knew. That's when I caught on. That was about 20 years ago, and that's when I really started getting more curious about what we are talking about nowadays. I didn't understand the significance of it, because initially I thought what my grandmother was saying was that we were just part Indian, and that's not what she said. She said we were, but I just assumed, that she meant we were mixed,
And that,
for the longest time.
people just be assuming.
Yeah.
What? Because you spent more time with your mother's mama than your father's mama.
Yes.
And your father's mama didn't tell you what your mama's mama told you?
Correct.
What?
My dad's mom wasn't really in the picture,
That's my point. Like, a lot of people have that same story. Sometimes it's just proximity. It could be beefs. It could be all types of stuff. Especially, everybody comes from, especially in the 70s and 80s. Bro, like the divorce rate amongst us was crazy work. In the 80s. Like, what are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? But when I lived in Germany, Munich, some people didn't speak English at all. You understand what I'm saying? So when they started getting that, what you're speaking, 20 years ago, we already what African American. Once you heard that, Black or Black, you understand who they're getting. People talk to them. Yeah. So narratives come from that, and then now, like, like Germans now saying, "No, we're not African." It's like the Afro-Germans turned into African Germans. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
So, while the eugenic process going on. Oh, it's blamed by Hitler. That's not right. It's not true.
Nope.
So, you know what I mean? It was really interesting. Like, it really is. Really interesting. But it's not, at this point, bro, like, that shit don't even matter no more. Do it. The truth don't even matter, y'all. Like, the fuck? What are you talking about? Get to the bag, get to building our shit. Them, what they got going on, don't matter no more.
Think about it. Seem like that.
Tell them, they already know. $111.
It's crazy too with all of all of the availability to information that we have over here, you know, it's not just us that's brainwashed. You know, Caucasians are all caught up in that shit too. You know, I mean, you know, they have a sense that that what everything that they rest their laurels on is a bunch of bullshit. You know, because you can tell, like, the more you go at them, you know, and present them with real information, the more flustered they get. You know, and it explains why they were as mobile and violent as they were at the first turn of the century. You know what I mean? And from the 1800s to the 1900s, I used to always be like, you know, why? You know, like, what was everybody tripping on? But I understand now that it was, you know, that the government was selling an identity and opportunity and land and everything else. But it was all based on the condition of, you got to go along with this narrative that we are from Africa and are Africans and are not connected to this land.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
So, but ultimately, it's all about economics. Economics is war.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Taking us out of the concrete business, right? With the help of, like, because you gotta keep in mind, like, if the biggest immigrant group here, according to them, are Germans, right? German, Slavonic. So Germany is a new term. You gotta understand that people migrated even there, but they come from. Okay, we're gonna have to definitely get into the Great Emancipation of 1861 over in what is called Russia now. 40 plus million of these people, and then just other places that were emancipating the slaves. Like, this is crazy. 12 million came here on boats. These other stories are fake. They're not real. It's simple. I don't even know what to say about that. It is. It's written down right here. It's here. Ravenhawk, well, he over here cutting up a squirrel. Shout out to the chosen one. Hey, man, peace to everybody, man. Yeah, man. It's that Crockett. Look, I think, listen, I'm telling y'all, man, the temperature in the room is, the American people want to see some changes for the American people. The injustice and the stuff is too blatant at this point. There was a clip Candace Owens was talking about, yeah. She was talking to Tucker Carlson, right? He was like, yo, they're sitting across the table from each other. He was like, hey, they might as well just tell us, like, nan and the boo boo. Yeah, we doing this, and y'all ain't nothing y'all can do about it.
Yeah.
At least they'll respect them more. It's overwhelming evidence. What the fuck? It's like, what are we doing? And then it was like, she was like, and that's true. To the point where she was talking about that's true for us. There's nothing we can do about it. And I don't think so, Candace. That's what I don't agree with. That part we said there's nothing we can do about it. I don't think so.
There's plenty we can do, but we, meaning me, you, the people in these chat groups on this subject for the last 6-7 years that I've been listening, we got to make a whole lot of noise, and we got to call all of the other Americans that are in prominent positions out. Because you know how what would guarantee the presidency for whoever runs for it in 2028 would be the first person to acknowledge us as being who we really are wins in 28. I'm gonna say that.
I think it's bigger than that.
Do you?
Scott Beason, they don't want to see Scott Beason. Nobody trusts these people no more.
Yes, that's a fact.
They don't trust each other. Bro, Cash Patel is the director of the FBI.
He's a chump.
But he ran on, and think about it, his background is crazy. Like, so in the intelligence. You understand what I'm saying? So he knew more even before he went into that position to make a 180 turn from 360. It goes back to what he was saying. That was 180 from that. What are we doing? Like, it's like he seen the ghost.
He fucked up. Yeah. Which makes you, well, and I saw a really good interview today with Candace and Alex Jones. They were talking about the whole small hat connection to everything.
Oh shit!
And that the influence from them is what made Cash Patel and Dan Bongino 180 on all the stuff they have been talking for years leading up to them being in the position that they're in now. And but I don't think he can't recover from that.
So
he's finished.
So do you think, as a lawyer, right? Going back to Jasmine Crockett, do you think she's as a daughter, right? I don't say she's a mother yet. Which is an issue, but we'll get back to that. It's just little things, man. She's young. You follow me? She's probably just driven in a career, whatever. Anybody know her? Went to school with her, anything like that, man? Y'all tap in. The chosen one. What you know about Jasmine Crockett? She worked in your area, representing in that area too. No, she's in a different area now. I got the actual city she's in. Well, she's a representative of. We'll see how she. If the people say she's good for them, you know what I mean. But if she is, she keep voting for her. You know what I'm saying? Follow me. So we're gonna hear what the people got to say though. But going back to, I don't believe that people are like that. I can't. I don't even believe in that all this Epstein stuff at this point. I don't.
What do you mean you don't believe it?
I mean, I want to know. At this point, I guess I'm gonna have to dig into it myself, right? I really don't really care about the details of what they was going on, right? What they presented. There's a lot of people could say stuff, but there's no evidence, right? If these people went to Epstein Island after Epstein, and for me, some of these people that they say went there, right, would have had to been after that time, right, that he got caught up in Florida. So if Trump continued to do business with him after that situation in Florida, then we don't have to go back and forth on that. If he stopped doing business with him when that happened, then unless, because they said his name was in the papers, but it didn't have nothing incriminating, nothing like that. See what I'm saying? People don't know this is a billionaire. They about to fly us out to this event, blah, 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 blah. We going to perform, eat some shrimp, blah, 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 blah. You don't know what's going on. in his background, or this company that's attached to this. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I don't know, bro.
I think the
We
thing
don't
to
know all the
look at
companies
though,
that have hired, you, me, whoever. We don't know who's. We never even met some of the owners of the companies. For real, for real. Think about it.
like I've flown on chartered flights before. Not luxury fucking party jets, but I've because of my work, I've flown on flights that have been chartered. So I don't know who owned that plane. And if you're just looking at a flight log, I could have been on the plane of a famous Arab prince, who was kidnapping, white girls, all through the 70s. You never know. But the thing to look at with the Epstein files is Epstein was just a pawn, in my opinion. And the person that you really got to look at is Ghislaine Maxwell's father. That was who was the head of this whole thing. And I think that his daughter just inherited his blackmail business. The people that needed a figurehead picked Jeffrey Epstein, and he was just some dude that they were giving money to and letting have all the freaky sex he wanted to have. And he was handing over videotapes and making money. I think when it comes to Epstein, it was probably just that simple. I mean, I'm sure he knew that what he was doing was wrong, but regardless, I don't care who's on the list. We got to go through it. And everybody on it that can be connected to a 12-year-old needs to swing. That's all I'm saying. It's really not that complicated. Have the trial, expose the files. And if Trump's on it, he's a big boy. He's got all the money he needs for all the lawyers he needs. And either he can explain how and why he's connected or he can't. Because I'm not loyal to anybody like that. You know what I'm saying? If you fucked up and are in the wrong, then you fucked up and you're in the wrong. That's on you. I ain't carrying water for nobody. I voted for the man. I thought that, and actually still do. I think of all of the people and their potential interest for the country to move in a direction that it has been, he was the guy to vote for. I still believe that. Better than anybody else. That's neither here nor there. It's just my opinion. But if he's involved in the shenanigans on Epstein Island, we should know and boot his ass out. But I think the truth of the story starts with Ghislaine's father, because he allegedly was not only a Mossad agent, but he worked for MI6, he worked for the Mossad, and he worked for the KGB.
But wait. Time out. The KGB. Now I can see the connection MI6, CIA, and Mossad. I see that. But the KGB don't.
His what do you call it? His biography says that during the Cold War, he was a double agent for MI6 and the KGB. And small hats being who they are, to me, that just makes sense. I don't doubt that. I'm not surprised by that. That's my end up, because really, at the end of the day, with what we think we know about how America got started story and who we were flooded with, I believe that it's all just one big Europe.
Hey, he got knocked out. Yeah, he's starting to go there. Damn, man. Like when you start talking about the Mossad, I mean, shit starts getting wicked, y'all. I remember little baby, a little something. It was maybe on YouTube or somebody was showing him. He was performing in different places, and he had a security, right? And they were like, basically talking to the security, whatever. And they was like, "This is Mossad," you know. But you find out that he's not the only rapper that uses Mossad as their
They kicked me out.
private security. Have you ever heard about that, brother? That
I just got back in. I didn't hear what you said.
that rappers use Mossad as their private security. Some rappers, not all of them.
Well, sure they do. Yeah, sure they do. I mean, I believe Leo Cohen is part of the Mossad. I believe that all of the top dollars, all hat American music industry people are Mossad. Because psyop, my opinion, you know, the whole thing. So yeah, of course, their bodyguards are Mossad. They're Mossad.
Well, I remember I was told that they would get me security. And I was like, are you serious? Like, you know what I mean? Now, I'm not thinking Mossad at that. But the record companies, if Leo Cohen, for instance, he was Mossad, correct?
That's what they say.
No, that it was. It's definitely Israelis, definitely in the military, definitely is like in his bio, like stuff he talked about. Yeah, but not really. I forgot. I think it was Professor Griff. Shout out to Professor Griff that exposed this years ago. Somebody did, but once again, there's a lot more information that's came out throughout the years that conveniently just not talked about, or people just forget, or it's buried. I don't know. Like some of us, like my memory gets jogged sometimes when I hear you talk. You follow me, or hear other people say something. Like, oh shit, remember that, or it comes up like. And let's just say 20 years ago, 30 years ago. You feel me? Think about some of our elders. Shit has been 70 years from them, 80 years from them. So imagine them forgetting things. You know what I'm saying?
And all the info that we have right now, it's hard to keep up.
Mm-hmm. I think we have to just keep pushing, man. I don't, man. I just see it just getting bigger and bigger. Like y'all even see some of y'all family members that y'all sent stuff to years ago, coming back sending you stuff that you sent them years ago, as if they telling you about it now. Is that happening to y'all? Put some fire emojis in there, man. If y'all family members is waking up. Yeah. I want to say shout out to the FBA brothers and sisters again. You know what I'm saying? It's just enlightening, man. It's like for you to see who you are is crazy. I'm telling y'all, like it's just the next level, and having that pride in your people, and then saying, you know what, I'm gonna look. Cause why these like think about all the people outside looking in, right? All the people outside looking in, they like, man, them niggas is happy. They look proud what they grandma told them, you know what I mean? Grandfathers, we gotta stop saying just our grandma too, man. Like great uncles and you know, it's our culture, y'all. You know, of course, a lot of us were miseducated, so but some of us didn't even get to meet our great grandparents. You know what I'm saying? So, man,
My mom's dad used to always say he was a Mississippian. That's the first place I ever heard that term from.
a who?
He always said he was a Mississippian.
There you go.
He was from Jackson. His people were all from Jackson.
Shout out to Jackson. We definitely gonna be sliding to Jackson real soon, man. Shout out to Hattiesburg. Shout out to Long Beach.
People in
Pascagoula.
Hattiesburg.
Laurel. Yeah, man, I'm starting Mississippi cities. Biloxi. DeVille. The Iberville. Yeah. Picayune. Philadelphia. Greenville.
If you could
Greenwood.
live,
Huh?
if you could live anywhere in Mississippi that you wanted, where would it be?
Gulfport.
Gulfport?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Gulfport. We used to go to before Katrina. There was a big motorcycle event and drag races in Gulfport. We used to go to all the time.
Hmm. Yeah, man, you gotta get back down here, man. Real talk. So, but that's real though. Like you know, just not being biased or anything like that. Just from my feeling, how I feel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you know, I'm a skip and a hop from New Orleans, a skip and a hop from Mobile, Memphis, Atlanta. You know what I'm talking about? Montgomery. You know,
Yeah, shit, everything is right
we gotta talk
there.
about people, man. We gotta move around, man. Um, shit. So Kentucky right here, Tennessee right here. Yeah. Louisville. Yeah, man. Meridian. Shout out to Meridian. But other than that, man, like I said, man, we just the information, man, is just getting out there, man. The culture, like I said, the music is important. Um, change the frequency. You know what I mean? So we're talking love, the fall of love, which is dope, man. Like we still in the summer love, but we already anticipate love in the fall. You know what I mean? Cuddle season, man. Going into colder times, man. So right now, y'all hot. Get off me. Shout out to all the cuddlers out there, man. Um, they got an app you can like somebody to come cuddle you. Oh shit. Really funny. Hey man, if y'all a color, man, here's some fire emojis, man. If y'all some colors out there. Enots, let me find out you're a color, man. All right, fine. I got y'all. Natty natty boo boo. And you can't do nothing about it. God damn. Hey man, like I said, bro, we can get into all that, and it just I don't even know if that matters. Like, bro, you see Alex Jones crying? He like, wait a minute, it's what more can we do to expose it? You know what I mean? At this level, you know what I mean? And man, and that fool got hit over the head hard. The Sandy Hook shit. Still don't think that impacted anything. This nigga, a super cuddler, like he got like 10 fire emojis. Like the fuck. Free Papu, you just angry. You don't like nothing. Like you just angry. Free Papu don't like shit. I love it. Yeah, crazy work. That man don't like cuddling. He don't like shit. Who don't like cuddling? Yeah, you try not to like shit. Me too, man. I try my best at all times, man. Like I kind of feel like safe on that side. Because ultimately, if I end up liking it, then it's okay. But if I liked it and then don't like it after that, I feel like shit. Like you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, fuck it. I just don't like shit till I like it. Shit. For real. Shit, man. Y'all want some music? No. What you guys talking about, man? No, it was definitely he definitely be on the same type of shit I be on though. Like I don't like shit, but no, I don't troll either though. Cause I got to tell y'all something. If you can't troll in your own like who you is, like it don't hit good. Like it hit hard when you trolling you, like you, like you. It's you. Like you. For me, I don't mind talking about my trolling. Hey, I can troll like I don't gotta type it in. Sometimes you can't troll good typing it in. So I troll a lot, yo. My bad. I try to push change through trolling. Hey, well I tell y'all when I be trolling though. Raymond, I might not call it. I'd be like, I'm fucking with y'all. That's what I say. So when I say that, y'all know I'm playing. I'm trolling. The fuck? Y'all be acting like niggas. Sheesh. When we talking serious stuff, did I say I was trolling or playing anytime tonight? No, until now. See?
That's facts.
Yeah, I said debunk me. That's what I said. Debunk me. Please try. Sometimes, hey Raymond, sometimes I just
Shut
like
it.
throw shit out there just to see if they gonna try to debunk it. You know what I'm talking about? Like I'll be like, cause listen, I've been beating these dudes up so long, I can't even get a debate. Like man, I can't even. I don't get invited to festivals, picnics. Can somebody invite me to a picnic, please? Please. I'm not gonna turn up.
Don't tell that nigga cheating for nothing.
People be finding out, bro. They be canceling. Be like, oh, Chief coming on. Shit. They like, don't invite him ever again. Man, I'm
Hey,
lit. We
did
have fun, bro. I
did,
have
did,
fun. Eat good, smoke good, drink
did that
good.
one dude
Huh?
did that one dude ever figure out who created the fighter jet?
I hope he did. That wasn't even the point
Because you had him.
of the thing. Like he wanted to make that about that or
You
whatever.
had him.
That what's crazy is he couldn't tell us the pale skin that did it. You know what I mean? Feel me? So the fact
You had
that
him bugged all the way out on that, man.
Interesting.
Bugged out. We just wasn't no more. You said that to him.
Hey, I wasn't.
He was mad at the possibility that one of us could have done that.
I let you know he
There's
ain't.
no way.
I mean,
my fraternity brother said it was somebody else.
But it was Black Greeks.
Yeah.
You see how that worked? You understand what I'm saying? So
Oh yeah.
we
No,
invented
yeah.
everything, but nobody can. Like, how does it socially get to that point? You know what I mean? How do we get? How do we get here? So when we talking about doing what we're doing, who's gonna stop us?
Nobody. If we could, I'm just at that point where I just hope that we kept on for real. You know, I really hope our people catch on for real and embrace this reality.
When they do, it's gonna be crazy. Be
Nobody's
crazy
ready.
work. But ultimately though, man, like we owe this to the next generations, man. They can't feel like they can't build in Baltimore or Mississippi.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like
Yeah.
anything that like it we have to change it or lead the clear the bushes. At least clear the bushes. Lay the foundation. Lay the cement. You follow me? At least do that. At least clear the path.
That's why I'm here. That's all I got planned to do with the rest of my life, however long that is. That's my intention. I don't let anybody breathe when it comes to mislabeling us and misdictating our actual history. It's not a mistake anymore. It's not, oh, I didn't realize. Fuck that. I'm making it clear for everybody.
What up, Lotus?
There's no more time
What up,
for
though?
confusion.
He said he got a video that's gonna trigger niggas. Come on, man. Damn, man. Bro, you ain't gonna trigger us, man. We in the summer of love, about to go into the fall of love. We are not going to be triggered, sir. Hey, Lotus, you have to go on these reservations and get your subjects together, man. They wilding out. But I still gotta say, man, I always ask this question since I was a kid, y'all. Like, why are these people on reservations? Why? I never understood it. Now, keep in mind, I didn't see nobody no reservations until I said kid to me, like that's college. Like, You know what I mean? You feel me? Teenager, like I didn't like what like what, who are these people? Like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't. We never seen that. Like, I'm trying to think of the first time I ever seen any other people was in college, right? Like school. No, we don't grow like these people didn't go to high school with us. So,
I never saw it
like
till
I
I got
said,
out here, out to Arizona.
right? Like definitely into what that's for me. 20 years ago, moving to the West Coast. You know what I mean? And the demographics was different then too. Oh, dude,
What's happening?
dude,
Same old shit. Sitting
Vaughn.
going through a whole bunch of old instrumentals, trying to find some uploads for the channel and shit. I be forgetting how massive the damn archive is. It's crazy. Oh, I'm gonna throw this shit in the back though. You say you won't get triggered, huh? You ain't gonna
Man,
get
I'm
triggered.
not getting triggered tonight, bro. I'm not, bro.
You not gonna get.
Lotus. No, I'm not gonna be triggered, man. I promise.
Uh,
I'm not triggered. It's no trigger tonight.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Lotus,
Mic
what up?
check. What up, man? What y'all got going, man? I just tuned in like 5 minutes ago. Life been crazy as hell, so I've been away from YouTube, bro.
Okay.
what up, Lotus? What up, Raven Hawk?
Peace. What
What
up?
up? Got Ravenhawk. Who's that? Oh, dude. What up, man?
Oh, dude.
Knock
Let
it.
me
That's
hit it
right.
with the T Dub. What up, though?
Hey, you niggas. Hey, man. So say, man. Shout out. We got to shout out Detroit, man. Shout out to Tim Washington. Shout out to Von Hall in the building. So that's y'all shit. So that's y'all shit. Even though Gap Band gave it to y'all. Shout out to Gap Band. But y'all made it popular, around the world. So hope y'all don't take no disrespect at all. Yeah, it ain't
I
sure.
got it. I got you.
Okay.
That's just me dropping this link back here.
No trigger.
I
He laughing, man. I'm not about to be triggered, man. I promise. I'm good. But shit, I'll be triggered later.
Yeah, now we gonna trigger other people,
Yep.
which I enjoy.
Yep.
That's why they scared to come over here. See, I'm not even gonna say no pan doodoo's names, but that's why they not over here. They go to the safe channels. They not gonna come over here.
hey, I feel you on that. I feel you on that. That's why I only come up on this channel.
Man, listen.
I'm not gonna deal with that shit.
I'm gonna have 2-minute conversations. If it's somebody I had a conversation with 8,000 times about the same thing at this point, why? Why am I arguing with you? We have debunked everything they say. Everything, bro. It's not even
Facts.
close, bro. This is a wash. It's a 108-0. Like they got nothing. We still run up the score. They can't get. Come on, bro. Terrible. It's terrible. Like it'd be, ah man.
Yep, they
At
still ain't
this
got no
point,
points
like,
on the
come on.
board, man. That's crazy, huh?
Say that
Figure they
again.
get 1 point on the board after
They
like
can't
10
get a
years.
point, bro. They no, not a point, nothing. I don't believe in none of that
They're running negative.
at this point. I mean,
Shit,
like, think
they
about the
owe.
people outside looking in, though, because they you think about it, because they seeing us like, bro. They see the culture. They can't help but to be drawn to it.
Hey, Lotus, you know why they don't come over on Chief Channel? He the,
Why they don't come over here?
'cause he the only one to ask that COINTEL Pro question.
Oh yeah.
Every time.
I asked Lucky to denounce it. I'm like, denounce your agentry. He cussed me out. I'm denouncing that shit.
Boy, I can tell y'all some shit, boy. It's crazy. Can't do it over the airways, man.
I don't hear nobody else asking that question.
They don't even. But you know what though? You know, niggas be like biting everything else, right? That's one thing. Shout out to AP. AP. I mean, y'all should. If y'all didn't catch that debate with him and Rob Bourne, bro. God damn, man.
Ooh, good time.
Oh, it was a
Classic.
couple years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, classic. It was just murder,
I remember
death,
pieces
kill.
of it.
Huh?
I remember pieces of it. I don't remember the whole thing though.
I mean, that's all they put out was pieces of it, but y'all know we got the raw footage. Terrible.
That
Chief
ruined
Channel was
my friendship with Rob Bourne. He said I set him up. What the fuck?
Get set up for? What do you mean? How you get set up?
I was joking.
How he
Yeah,
set up?
he looked bad, man. He had his face looking like Martin when he boxed with old boy. Who was he boxing with?
Hey, what are you
Sugar
talking
Ray,
about?
one of them. No, I was joking.
Terrible work.
but he did blame me for everything. I ain't messing with y'all no more. I'm like, oh shit, man. My bad. I went on me. I said Bap embarrassed him. Now he mad and want to blame the world.
Yes. No, I think it's like going back to the drawing board, like when like bro, Dr. John Henry Clark is a staple. Like if think about it, if his library today in Cornell University is funded by the CIA, right? Nobody's refuting that. Nobody. Nobody's refuting that African studies is funded openly by the CIA today. Nobody's refuting that. Why would we listen to anybody in this community? It should be definitely no no. When you're talking about anything that you're talking about, anything that comes from that, anything in any capacity. That's it. Nothing else to say. If you can show it before that, show us. Oh, here's the narrative that you wrote, right? Okay, I got you. You know what I'm saying? They can only show you shit that's pieced together, man, made up 1989. Like, come on, bro. Like, it's terrible. Like, it's terrible work. It's the worst piece of garbage ever. And they always knew it was garbage. So yeah. Trump want 10 billion? Psh, we need more than that.
Way more. He needs to throw a T in there. Take that B off and throw a T up in there. And the land.
I take my 10 T's. Fuck that. And put with my zillions.
And yeah, you know what? I might say too much. Let me find a way to rephrase it.
Hold on, man.
And anywhere land is making a decent amount of money, anywhere in America, we should get a piece of that shit too.
We want 15% annually. Thank you.
So we need a
Exactly.
cabinet, y'all. So listen, it's a lot of
Right.
work, being the president of America. So Lotus is on the cabinet. Old dude is on the cabinet, right? So check it. Lotus is the czar of mestizos.
God
Oh
damn.
hell no! I am the leader of the Golden Horde. Oh shit!
Oh shit! His
Hell,
specialty
laughing
though is
lungs.
Asians. His specialty
That's
is Asians. He does.
wild.
It
Hell no!
is. This is
I already
specialty.
told you the Asians are de facto because they stink. So they gotta get that. They gotta get that back. Asians and Indians, man, they all fucked up in the smell department.
Nigga stupid, man. We didn't need all that extra information. Grateful be sniffing people and shit. Like curry chicken.
Yeah, I
Sniffing,
do, man. I
trying
was
to
drop this
excavate
little
motherfuckers.
Indian chick off, man, at college, man. God damn, man. What the fuck? No women should not smell like that.
Oh
Terrible.
shit. God damn.
Had my whole car, man. What? Ugh, fuck deodorant. Nigga. Them motherfuckers, they need some scientists to come do some shit for them.
So I guess we about to get triggered, y'all. Let's see. Let's go.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, it's going down.
All right.
He's still laughing. I'm gonna
At
laugh.
KFC, people have been fighting for the chicken since morning. The Linstead police officers stay busy parting fights.
What the fuck is going on? Oh, shit. Nah.
KFC chicken? What? Hold on. Can you pause just for a second?
Use the term blacktivities. This lady is what they're talking about.
Oh, nah.
Wait, so
Blacktivities? Fuck, man.
okay, bro, I'm not gonna be triggered, right? I'm gonna get at this dude, right? Whatever he talking about. But listen, what was that at? Real fast.
I don't know where that was at. Did it say it?
KFC?
Did it say it? I did see a KFC in the background.
So what? Can we run it back before we hit this dude right here? Because I don't really understand that. That picture.
Woo, shit. California
You
raisin.
like a retarded Joe Rogan talking about blacktivities.
Well,
Let me see. Hold on. Let's. What the?
Linstead KFC, people have been fighting for the chicken since morning. The Linstead police officers stay busy parting fights.
Hey man, it look like Africa.
Hey, hold on, man. KFC do not open up in no goddamn morning. That is fucked up. Like, damn, if it's the morning, you stepping over some fuck.
So whatever, we can't confirm this video, right? So we'll just go there, but and where it's at. What's there's some writing at the top up there. What is that?
It's
What
the Linstead KFC.
The what KFC?
Linstead.
Where's that at?
I don't know. I think that shit is Africa or something. Nah, wait a minute. Let me find out. Don't get triggered, man. Don't get triggered.
I'm not getting triggered. I'm telling you, I'm not. I'm gonna roast. I'm roasting shit tonight. That's what I'm gonna do. How about that? Matter of fact, let me put some on my stomach because I'm about to eat and spit that shit out. I need some energy. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck is he talking about?
Okay, Linstead is in Jamaica.
That's ours. Gulf of America.
Yeah, Linstead.
This looks like the
a town in
This looks like the video Godfrey was just showing somebody talking about how good Jamaican KFC is.
You fucking with me, right?
Raymond gave shit, but man, listen. Listen, that sounds about right. Cause I'm thinking whatever that KFC is, I want to go. The
I want
fuck?
to try that
What
shit
that?
out.
What I want? They getting big bags running up out of there. But listen though,
Hell yeah.
see how they just put a blanket on black activity because we ain't fucking with KFC. I don't know what they got going on. Give me some Harold's, some Donahue's. Yeah, nah, money grip.
I want to go there and kick the food out of people's hands like that buff dude be doing.
I knew that wasn't mainland because I could tell by the buildings, man. But it's only 13 seconds into this shit.
I know that buff up on people all.
It's only 13 seconds into this shit.
So man, I'm not gonna be triggered, man. Like, so what you talking about?
You got 8 minutes and 48 seconds.
Okay, I just go. I told you I'm about to roast these niggas.
Is he making gun sounds and shit? Is that what he's doing? All right.
Hey, send us the
what?
As long as ain't nobody hurting nobody for some chicken. Y'all
Look
good.
like
Do what y'all do.
look like they was scrapping though. I ain't gonna lie.
I mean, that's
Like
about
they was
it.
scrapping. Ain't no telling what they was
Good
scrapping
chicken.
on, though.
But KFC though, y'all, diabolical. I mean, that leads me to be like, man, do y'all need some chicken over there, man? What are we doing? Then what's happening? We can get y'all some chicken.
Use the term blacktivities. This lady is what they're talking about. And that's a mother. That's a mother. This is why I say it's not going to get better anytime soon. This is a mother. It's unbelievable.
Well, you don't like this, so...
Come on.
If you haven't exercised in years, you have to start small with my beginner-friendly Tai Chi class.
Before you can duck walk and steal shit off the bottom shelf, take Tai Chi.
Yeah, this one really irked me. I don't know why, but when I watched this, it felt like she was going in slow motion too. But yeah, it really bothered me. People work so hard for their money. You just hope that there's like some batteries in there for her smoke detector. Probably doesn't hear it. Get back to it.
Oh, that's very rude. Excuse me.
Hey, she did a smart boycott. She got her hair done and then just walked out.
She's doing my shit. It's still coming. Okay, Mama. It's gonna be between 5 and 4 for haircut. Excuse me. And she think that I'm gonna make her do you really think that I'm gonna do job free?
No, I don't condone being a thief though, my guy.
Nah, hell no.
No, real shit.
Bro, you know what's so crazy? I wake up every single day, and before I leave the house and go anywhere in public, I load up my firearm for black people. Not saying that no other race won't do nothing or no shit like that, but ultimately, bro, I'm not worrying about a white nigga or a Mexican nigga when I go out in public. I'm worried about niggas, bro. Like, you might walk into a store and a nigga might look at you the wrong way, and now y'all niggas beefing just because this nigga looked at you the wrong type of way. Like, this shit is crazy as hell. Like, think about this shit, bro. Like, I can go somewhere and a white person will speak to you like, hey, how you doing? But you go anywhere and see a group of niggas, it like you automatically got to get on 10. Like, niggas damn near don't want to speak or none of this shit. Like, bro, this shit is crazy as fuck. What the fuck is wrong with us, bro? Like, this shit need to stop. Like, my nigga, I was just at the beach, right? And the little chick I was with, she had said some shit out the window, and the niggas heard it, bro. Like, it automatically became tension between us. Like, me and my homeboy got out the car, and them niggas just looking, clutching and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? That shit crazy than a motherfucker. But you go out in public, every other race goddamn speak to you, but it's us that goddamn be trying to destroy each other, gang. That shit is wild as a motherfucker when you sit here and think about it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with us, bro?
Why you pulling me for it?
Hold on,
For
can we pause it for a second?
Y'all tripping, bro.
All right. So we talk about that a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Let's address it. I've seen I haven't seen his clip, but I've seen other young brothers talk about that. Pull their guns out and be like, yeah, man, I gotta, but ultimately they gotta protect themselves, right?
For sure.
I mean,
ain't nothing wrong with self-defense.
Right, but ultimately, what for what? Against each other for what?
Somebody got to initiate it. Niggas speak then. Greet people.
I mean, it takes a lot of trust when you do it. You see what I'm saying? Like I said, that's the most gangster shit ever, man. I'm telling y'all, to be able to to do that, man. But ultimately, man, like, life is life, and man, we can't tell somebody that gotta protect his life. You know what I mean? So I ain't one of them dudes. I mean, definitely stay on your P's and Q's and keep your head on the swivel. But we still can be able to communicate with each other a better way. You know what I mean? And like I said, I think it goes with just a gesture. We gotta come up with a universal gesture. You know what I'm saying? The peace sign is always good, right?
Yeah, I speak to brothers and sisters when I see them out in public.
Peace, brother. Peace.
How you doing?
Peace, God. Peace, King.
All that.
We talked about, see eye contact, looking at each other in the eyes, and shake hands if you that close. You know what I'm saying? You feel me?
Yeah, I don't have too much conversation for you if you can't look me in my eyes when we talk.
It's facts.
It's a real short conversation.
Man, it's tricky. It's a tricky thing, y'all. That's all I'm saying. But I don't know. We gotta at least have the conversation.
Oh shit, nigga, I'm high.
All right, let's go. I think that's cool.
Stupid ass.
fucking hands up. I'm gonna shoot you. Get your fucking hands up. Both of them, get a gun. I believe you have a gun.
I don't have a gun.
Fucking reach. Put your hands on top of your head. Bro, if you put your fucking hands up, I'm gonna shoot you.
Y'all see this shit?
Put your hands up. Yeah. You fucking put your hands up. You got shot.
Shot for what?
Put your hands up.
I don't have a gun. I don't have a weapon.
Dude, put your hands up. Hey, I'm gonna set the dog on you, dude. I promise you, Mr. Fikes.
This
Goes
dumb
out there trying to outrun the cops with what looks like a V6 Mustang. I'm not a car guy. You guys can correct me on that. But it really looked to me like hands up.
If you're a man who makes at least $150K a year and you feel self-conscious about your gut sticking out, I'll get you shredded.
Up was a very difficult task, and he's there adjusting the camera with guns pointing at him. This is what you call unfit for society. Get back to it.
Fuck the baby. What the baby? What the baby? Fuck the baby. Fuck the baby. Give you the Bacardi. I'm ready to say fuck the motherfucker. Ready to beat the motherfucking baby the fuck up.
Slap shit.
You sound like a nigga. Yeah.
So this last clip I want to share with you is not anybody doing anything malicious, but I felt like I was robbed 3 times just watching it, so I figured I would share it. This, if you ask me what hell looks like to me, this is very close to it for me. Have a look at this.
Never leave New Orleans on a Sunday if you're visiting. Sundays is the best day in New Orleans, baby. Our Sunday fun day go hard. You know, if you want to be around the locals, you're going to start at a second line. They be uptown and downtown. You just got to check the schedule. It be fun. It be nice. It's real culture. If you like the culture, you know, then you're going to go under the bridge. Under the bridge, you're going to have the boys on the bikes. They're going to have the boys stunting in their cars. They're going to have food under there. They're going to have a DJ, baby. It's going to be a vibe, you know. Then after that, you're going to go to Jay's, baby. Jay's Road. After Jay's, you're going to go to the spot, baby. The spot is hood. You heard me? You're going to end up with the Ninth Ward boys, baby. The Ninth Ward boys, the 8th Ward boys, the 7th Ward boys, baby. They be in there. You heard me? The hood boys, if you want them hood boys, baby, go to the spot. You heard me? They're going to be dipping, baby. The spot be rolling. You heard me? It's small, but it be rolling. Then if you still want to be out, go to Spade.
Yeah, I know this video was harmless and it had nothing to do with really the fatigue. It's just a bunch of people enjoying their weekend, but good Lord, that looks like a horrible weekend to me. Good Lord, everything about it, the people jumping on the roof, the motorbikes, the cars, the way they were talking.
That's hell.
No, thank you. Hope you all enjoyed the
Now,
video.
guess what?
If you did, smash that thumbs up button.
If that was some Pels
from the
fans-
channel, help it grow. We'll catch you in the next one. Peace out.
After a championship game or, Boy, they do this every weekend. What are y'all talking about? That's crazy work. See what I'm saying? Motorbikes. What are you talking about? So
He need to go.
it's
He need
his
to go back
perspective,
home.
not our perspective. It's his perspective.
Yeah. If that's hell to him, he need to go home.
Nope, not triggered.
Very well, sir. Very well. The comments trigger me.
Which one did?
The comment section.
What it say?
A whole bunch of shit, man.
I mean, people have their opinions. I don't entertain them. I can't see them. Too low for me.
That's probably a good thing. I ain't reading that shit.
No, that's cool. So, let me see.
I triggered you niggas in the chat though.
They triggered.
Chief did well.
Well, I'm cool, man. I ain't know. I seen a couple of them clips. Never been that big of a deal. There's commentators, you know.
Oh
So
yeah, it's just a few things he said that had me a little heated.
he coded. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that Blacktivity wasn't cool. Oh, Elmer Fudd, uncle looking ass.
He like a pile of albino shit. I was
Melt.
figuring out. I was like, shit, a piece of shit that's albino. Like,
His version of hell is being around you.
but that's my point, though. You know what I mean? But I gotta say this though: don't go to the spot, niggas.
He didn't take his ass out.
Don't be at the spot. You find yourself at the spot, you're wrong. You're in the wrong place. Just saying. Baby. I mean, like, you know, if you want some, just the potential for, you know, I go to the spot. Y'all don't go to the spot. You know what I'm saying, old dude?
Man,
Y'all might not want to go to the spot, but yeah.
when I go see certain family, that I'm in the function like that.
That's what I'm saying. It ain't for everybody, brother. But that's across this country, though. Niggas is turning up everywhere, man. But just the violence that has to stop. We gotta, but that needs to be a conversation, and it usually starts in them type of situations. Just gatherings, right?
€5,000 map of America found in Egypt.
Say that again.
Let's say 5,000-year-old map of America found in Egypt reveals some shit.
Hold on. Let me see what you got here.
I don't know. Well.
You gotta take this one down.
Oh no, I gotta. Get it together real quick.
Yeah, we got Lotus on here, man. So I think that's right on time.
Yeah. What's happening? And I gotta do my
He
little.
said a 5,000-year-old map in Egypt of America.
A 5,000-year-old map.
That's what the title say.
Fuck, man. I heard Jabari on HOK talking about he just found a new discovery.
I said that more of an Egyptologist than me. I'll say that. Lotus would be more.
Reveals a dark secret.
He was a whole. He had dashikis and everything, so I ain't even go that far.
Oh yeah.
The fuck. He had a whole nother name, y'all.
I miss those days. Yeah, Ty Data got the best fucking joke for that. He was like, "Oh, you got a Pokemon name?" I was like, "Motherfucker, okay, all right, that's what we calling this shit." You know, like, damn, we come up with an Egyptian name. That shit is like a Pokemon name, like a Pokemon card. Like, what are you gonna call yourself? Everybody got the same goofy name.
You got to kind of see where did they get it from? Did they get it from them or did they get it from them? Then where do they get it from? So
Exactly. Yeah, they get that shit straight from Europeans. Pale faces.
Well, we're just talking about just the whole Egyptian culture. Like, I tell you, find out the stuff that's going on in what is like China and stuff like that, right? In Japan,
right?
They're adopting it from our cultures outside of them. How about that? Let's say that, right? So what they're saying is going to be African culture, Egyptian culture. So they try to separate Egypt. A lot of people do this, separate Egypt from the rest of Africa, which is crazy. When it's still an African country, it's just retarded conversation.
That's a big thing right now.
But we
They're
understand.
trying to return Egypt back to Africa, but they're having major debate. So there's a big thing in Egypt right now with Ethiopia. They're actually at the break of a war. I hope the Ethiopians do what they're saying they're going to do. If you don't know what they're going to do, look it up, because then it will fuck everything up where the people are making up all the bullshit. You know, when I saw the image of the Sphinx head in Sedona, Arizona, and then I saw the modern picture of the Sphinx head no longer in Sedona, Arizona, then I saw that same Sphinx head in Egypt where they have to reconstruct it because the head is so heavy it weighs down the body. That doesn't make sense for a body to be designed to where it's perfect geometrically, but it weighs down on the body. The head is weighing down on the body so much they have to reconstruct it. When I told people, man, they made Egypt in the 1930s and 1940s, and the real stuff, a lot of the real stuff was 300 years ago, and only the 8-sided Great Pyramid of Giza is the real one. Motherfuckers started laughing at me. They made memes about me and all kind of shit, which is cool. You know, that's just funny. But doesn't dismiss the fact that they started building that shit. They built a whole mountain and then put the whole Ramses Coliseum right there. It's like, I mean, damn, we even have the evidence. Like we have the black and whites. We even have the pictures in color. And Al-Shra Kwesi went to Egypt and showed everybody that they erased the damn walls and make the hieroglyphs over again. So it's like all around, like, damn, man, y'all gonna waste y'all time calling yourself one of these Pokemon names, and the whole shit is like a facade. And then the language, I don't even want to talk about the language because that's a whole nother teaching. In fact, if y'all want to know about that Egyptian metanetter shit, I am charging. I am not giving that shit away for free no more because it's hard for people to comprehend. I have to go all the way into details, step by step, from letter A, and it's difficult just to get to letter B. So I don't really teach that shit. But when it comes to those monuments and a lot of stuff, man, I truly believe they did take a lot of stuff out of America and they put it there. They took stuff out of America and they put it in Angkor Wat. They took stuff out of America and put it in China. Got too much evidence, but you know, hey, one day the stuff will start coming out. We'll start sharing that stuff. Maybe a pay-per-view event near you. Ask is show. But it definitely needs to be expressed that the real Egypt is here. The thing is, the stories of ancient Egypt, it's like then we got to go over, are these ancient stories really true? Narmer Palette, where he unified the North and the South, for all we know, that really happened here in America.
Well, I just use common sense, right? And they be like, okay, Egypt over there is 1947, correct?
That's right.
So there's never been no place called Kemet, correct?
Nope. That's made up.
So it's made up. Okay. So there's no place called Kemet. So all that stuff is made up, right? As far as the names, all that, Al-Kabalan, blah, blah, blah. Made up. No such things, no such. It's fake. It's not real. However, when we start talking about ancient concepts, right, that they placed in a place that's never been called that over there until the 20th century, right? And that's not even the ancient aspect of it. You know what I'm saying? But then you find those names here that they're saying are ancient in America. That doesn't make sense. If they're not there and they're here, anybody paying attention? Like, y'all understand what I'm saying? And then we get to the science and the technology, everything to cross-reference certain things, like just not just your common sense, but cross-reference stuff. No matter what they're saying, because they have an agenda. Cross-reference it. What your instincts say, like this, man, this don't even feel right. That sounds stupid. Christopher Columbus, what? Then researching your own independent research. If you give a damn, like if it matters to you, it doesn't. They about to call it Flavor Town. Ain't none of them stand up like, yeah, no Europeans come and say, yeah, keep it Christopher Columbus, Columbus Town. Fuck out of here. Nobody even talking about that. Nobody cares. Literally. It's crazy to me. I never met nobody who was like, yeah, fuck that. Nobody was like, they was like, nigga, it was like all type of weird names. But not, they was like, fuck Columbus. I'm like, damn, it's pale skins. Niggas don't give a shit. You know what I mean? The fuck? And the ones that do should know. Like, why would you like who's rooting for Columbus? I'll wait. What's their name? Raise your hand, please. You know what I mean? Come on, bro. It's a sleight of hands. Everybody's playing. Dumb. Just dummies. Hey, I'm ready for this video, man. That you think this guy.
Yeah.
Lotus already done fucked it up.
Oh damn, what I do this time?
You know already done debunked it before we even played it.
Oh fuck, my bad. That's what the video's about?
No, it's about a 5,000-year-old map in Egypt.
Oh,
5,000-year-old map of America in Egypt. Found in Egypt.
Oh shit. Well, I mean that doesn't debunk that. The part I was debunking is, you know, the building. That could have been a map that was over here and they took it over there.
So that's the point. I was just literally about to say that. I'm like, yo, okay, where they find it at? Like, you know what I mean? Like, when did they get there? Did you? Oh, you want to like? Because ultimately, I want you to believe that they dug it up, right? So we gonna dissect the video for sure.
I wonder what the map looked like. Shit.
Yeah. I'm actually interested. I want to see. I'm about to be home too, eat my edible, smoke my little shit, and go in.
Okay.
My nigga.
Lotus about to go in.
Hell to the yeah.
Yeah, man, that was like that first video, but you got a video up?
Yeah, it's up.
I thought it was a video right there.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'm zooming. Okay, there it is.
We're talking about maps that were drawn roughly between the 1300s.
What if the greatest discovery in ancient Egyptian history wasn't gold, or mummies, or even a pharaoh's tomb?
Saqqara is the most important archaeological site in Egypt.
But a map that shows something no one can explain. In early 2024, deep beneath the sands of Saqqara, a team of researchers uncovered a sealed tomb from over 5,000 years ago.
A real treasure trove.
Inside was a mysterious artifact that has experts freaking out. A 5,000-year-old map of America found in Egypt reveals a dark secret, one that could rewrite everything we thought we knew about early civilizations. The sealed chamber in Saqqara. In the early months of 2024, an extraordinary discovery was reportedly made near Saqqara, the vast ancient burial ground that served as the necropolis for Memphis, the capital of Egypt's Old Kingdom. A collaborative excavation team composed of Egyptian antiquities officials and a group of expert archaeologists from Germany had been investigating the site for signs of early administrative structures, warehouses, and storage facilities that might have supported royal tomb construction. Layers of collapsed mud brick and wind-shifted sand concealed much of the area, making the work painstaking and slow. But what the team uncovered was far beyond anything they expected. Beneath what had long been dismissed as rubble, they found the outline of a sealed chamber. The entrance was hidden under centuries of accumulated desert debris, apparently perfectly preserved, its stone lintel intact despite the surrounding decay. With careful precision, they removed the layers covering the entrance and descended into the dark chamber below. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of ancient earth and faint traces of resin thought to have been used to seal the tomb's interior. The walls were decorated with faded hieroglyphics, though the inscriptions were unlike typical funerary texts. Here, instead of gods and pharaohs, there appeared to be repeated geometric patterns and symbolic motifs hinting at the sky and water. At the far end of the chamber, resting upright against the back wall, was a large, flat slab of dark basalt stone, measuring roughly 2 meters tall and over a meter wide. Its surface was smooth but weathered, engraved with a vast pattern that stretched nearly edge to edge. Initial interpretations by the excavation team suggested it might represent a stylized map, possibly an abstract symbol of the Nile River coursing through fertile lands, a common theme in Egyptian iconography. Yet, there was something oddly compelling about the arrangement. The stone seemed to hold more than symbolic meaning. It allegedly beckoned further analysis. Satellite imagery experts were brought in to overlay the slab's engraving with modern topographic data. The results reportedly stunned everyone. The contours did not appear to align with any known Egyptian landscape. Instead, they seemed to mirror the coastlines and geographic features of North and South America, when topography doesn't lie. In the following weeks, an array of cutting-edge technologies was employed to study the slab in minute detail. Using LiDAR scans, multispectral imaging, and 3D surface mapping, researchers allegedly uncovered the astonishing accuracy with which the stone depicted an entire continent. 2 continents, in fact. What was especially striking was the alleged uncanny precision of the features etched into the basalt. One could discern, unmistakably, a hooked peninsula whose shape and curvature reportedly matched the Florida Peninsula with remarkable exactitude. To the south, a sweeping landmass bore a striking resemblance to the Yucatan Peninsula, its outline seemingly perfectly aligned with the Gulf of Mexico's entrance. Running down the western edge of the engraving was a long, jagged spine, mirroring the Andes mountain range that runs along South America's Pacific coast. A broad depression carved into the central part of the map closely corresponded to the Amazon basin.
Yeah, because they got that basalt from America.
I ain't seeing no map. They just keep showing different images, like they ain't showing no map.
Yeah, 'cause I saw that they showed the whole map, but they didn't show the actual one they found in the archaeological site. I got a plug on people who work on digs in Egypt too. I'll have to hit them up. What's going on with this?
Is that it right there? No, can't be.
Etchings that bear the unmistakable outlines of continents that modern cartographers
That's fake.
would recognize as North and South America. The implications are staggering. It suggests either an ancient journey spanning the ocean or a lost exchange of knowledge, an idea that challenges everything scholars believe about prehistoric civilizations. Who had the means, the knowledge, and the motivation to transport such a heavy andesite slab across continents? Was it a gift, a relic, or a secret message? Historians are only beginning to comprehend. The forgotten city of Nekhen. The inscription on the artifact was unlike anything typically found in Egyptian tombs of its era, yet it held a striking resemblance to markings unearthed at Nekhen, also known as Hierakonpolis, the once flourishing pre-dynastic city that played a foundational role in shaping early Egyptian civilization. Nestled along the Nile, Nekhen was not merely a settlement, it was a vibrant nexus of rather than a simple riverbank. The layout eerily matched the outlines of what we now recognize as the continents of the Old and New Worlds, a geographic representation far ahead of its time. Was this ancient mural merely symbolic, an artistic expression of mythology and storytelling? Or could it represent a preserved cultural memory, passed down through generations from seafarers who had ventured far beyond the Mediterranean and Red Sea? The possibility that early Egyptians had knowledge, or even contact, with lands across the vast oceans opens up an entirely new chapter in our understanding of human history. Nekhen, once considered a relic of localized development, may now be the key to uncovering a forgotten narrative of ancient exploration and exchange. The case of the cocaine mummies. For decades, the academic community met with skepticism when presented with evidence suggesting that Old World civilizations had contact with the Americas long before Columbus. However, a discovery made in the 1990s continues to stir controversy and compel a reevaluation of that position. Dr. Svetlana Balabanova, a forensic toxicologist, had analyzed hair and tissue samples taken from Egyptian mummies dating back more than 3,000 years. Her findings were shocking. Traces of cocaine and nicotine, substances derived from plants indigenous only to the Americas during that period, were present in the mummified remains. At the time, these results were largely dismissed or ignored by mainstream scholars. The prevailing theory held that such findings must be due to contamination or laboratory error. After all, how could substances from New World plants have found their way into ancient Egyptian bodies, centuries before any known transatlantic voyages? The data simply didn't fit with the accepted timeline of human interaction and trade routes. Yet recent advances in forensic science and replication of Dr. Balabanova's tests by multiple independent laboratories have yielded the same unsettling results. The presence of these chemical compounds in the mummy's tissues has been confirmed with a high degree of accuracy and reproducibility. The chances of accidental contamination are now deemed extremely low. This scientific confirmation forces us to confront a challenging possibility. Some form of transoceanic contact did, in fact, occur between ancient Egypt and the Americas. Whether through direct voyages, intermediary traders, or unknown maritime networks, these findings suggest a far more interconnected ancient world than previously imagined. The implications ripple across disciplines, archaeology, anthropology, history, demanding a re-examination of the narratives that have long shaped our understanding of human civilization. What motivations might have driven these early explorers? Were they seeking resources, knowledge, or spiritual insight? And how did such contact influence the development of Egyptian culture and technology? The cocaine mummies case doesn't just challenge timelines. It challenges the very frameworks through which we interpret the ancient world, hinting at hidden chapters yet to be fully uncovered. The pyramid parallels. As researchers delved deeper into the connections between ancient Egyptian and Mesoamerican civilizations, a striking pattern began to emerge, one that challenged long-held assumptions about isolated cultural development. For decades, archaeologists and historians had marveled at the architectural grandeur of pyramids scattered across both regions. Yet these similarities were often dismissed as mere coincidence or parallel evolution, born out of common human needs. However, when examined closely, these parallels reveal layers of complexity that hint at something far more profound. Both cultures built towering pyramidal structures that serve not just as monumental tombs or palaces, but as sacred ceremonial centers, places where the spiritual and earthly realms converged. The Egyptian pyramids, most famously those on the Giza Plateau, were meticulously aligned with cardinal points and celestial bodies. Similarly, Mesoamerican pyramids, from the stepped pyramids of Teotihuacan to the iconic structures of the Maya, displayed sophisticated alignments to the sun, moon, and stars. Among the most intriguing alignments are those oriented toward prominent celestial features, such as Orion's belt and the star Sirius. In Egypt, Orion was intimately connected to Osiris, the god of death and rebirth, symbolizing the eternal journey of the soul. Meanwhile, Mesoamerican cultures also revered Orion and related constellations, weaving them into mythologies that governed agricultural cycles, underworld journeys, and the rhythm of life and death. Beyond architecture and astronomy, both civilizations developed complex pantheons featuring gods linked to agriculture, death, the afterlife, and cosmic order. Their polytheistic belief systems shared thematic echoes, gods who governed fertility, celestial movements, and the balance between light and darkness. These deities were not abstract. Their worship was enmeshed in daily life, ritual, and statecraft. Equally compelling is the use of intricate writing systems. Egyptian hieroglyphs have long been admired for their pictographic richness and symbolic depth, while Mesoamerican scripts, such as the Maya glyphs,
we have a kind of language, if you like. I call it astroglyphics. The pyramid speaks through its architecture and through its symbolic astronomy,
exhibit a similarly elaborate combination of ideograms and phonetic elements. Both systems encoded religious texts, calendrical data, and historical narratives. Solar calendars further emphasize these cultural convergences. The Egyptians devised a 365-day calendar linked closely to the heliacal rising of Sirius, which marked the annual Nile flood and agricultural renewal. Likewise, Mesoamerican societies created complex solar and ritual calendars, such as the Maya Hab and Xolkin, governing timekeeping, ritual events, and cosmic cycles. Mainstream archaeology has often explained these parallels through the concept of convergent evolution, independent societies responding to similar environmental pressures and human needs, arriving at comparable solutions without direct contact. Yet the accumulating evidence and new interpretative frameworks are prompting some scholars to ask a daring question. Could these striking similarities be the remnants of shared knowledge? Might early maritime cultures have voyaged across vast oceans, transmitting architectural styles, cosmological ideas, and religious concepts between continents long before previously thought possible? This possibility challenges fundamental assumptions about ancient human capabilities, navigation, and cultural diffusion. It also invites a re-examination of history, not as isolated linear progressions, but as a complex web of interactions, migrations, and exchanges spanning oceans and epochs. A map buried on purpose. The true depth of mystery surrounding the slab and its associated artifacts came into sharper focus as experts painstakingly analyzed the inscriptions purportedly etched upon its surface. Time and the elements had allegedly eroded much of the original markings, leaving behind faint impressions barely visible to the naked eye. To uncover their secrets, the team reportedly employed advanced multispectral imaging techniques, illuminating hidden glyphs invisible under normal light. What emerged was a cryptic yet haunting phrase, interpreted through the lens of early Proto-Egyptian script references. We saw the twin lands. The sun never sets, but shadows walk there. This evocative statement, steeped in metaphor, conveyed far more than a simple geographic description. The twin lands likely referenced the two vast continents depicted in the map's contours, an unprecedented acknowledgement of territories far beyond Egypt's familiar world. Yet the phrase's ominous tone raises unsettling questions. The idea that the sun never sets allegedly implies a realm of constant daylight, an eternal brightness that defies natural cycles. The warning that shadows walk there suggests the presence of unknown, perhaps dangerous, forces lurking within this illuminated expanse, figures or phenomena not fully comprehended by those who ventured there. Such language hints that the journey represented not a bold conquest or joyous discovery, but rather a cautionary tale, an expedition confronted with unsettling realities that led to fear, misunderstanding, or even retreat. It paints a picture of explorers encountering a world that defied expectations, possibly hostile or beyond their comprehension. Further clues reportedly lie in the slab's very placement within the tomb. Unlike celebratory inscriptions meant to be prominently displayed, this slab was deliberately positioned facing inward, concealed behind a carefully stacked array of jars. Its hidden placement indicates intentional suppression or secrecy. Whoever interred the slab allegedly had no desire for its message to be widely known or celebrated. Instead, it seems meant to be buried deep, both physically and metaphorically, to be forgotten by future generations. This act of concealment suggests that the knowledge represented by the slab was dangerous or shameful, something to be erased from collective memory. It implies that what was found during that ancient voyage was not a legacy of triumph, but a dark secret, something that challenged worldviews and demanded silence. The implications are profound. This map was not simply a record of distant lands. It was a warning encoded in stone. And that warning, buried with deliberate care, reportedly continues to echo across millennia, inviting us to reconsider what ancient explorers truly faced and why some chapters of human history remain hidden beneath layers of dust and silence. The obelisk that confirms it all. As the scholars delved deeper into the inscriptions on an ancient obelisk unearthed in Luxor, their initial assumptions began to crumble. Previously dismissed as purely ceremonial, mere symbols celebrating gods or pharaohs, this monument now reportedly reveals something far more profound. The hieroglyphs, painstakingly re-examined with modern imaging techniques and linguistic expertise, speak in cryptic phrases about a vessel of the West, a mysterious ship journeying from beyond the Great Water. This Great Water is clearly the ocean, and the West was a direction ancient Egyptians seldom associated with distant lands, especially across vast seas. The obelisk's text describes this voyage as encountering a dark presence in the windless sea, evoking a haunting image of silent, perhaps dangerous waters unknown to their world. It also mentions a land rich in gold, death, and silence, a chilling triad that suggests not only wealth but peril and an eerie stillness, possibly the aftermath of conflict or a forgotten calamity. When this obelisk's revelations are paired with the enigmatic Saqqara map, a map that astonishingly appears to chart parts of the American continents, and the startling evidence of cocaine and nicotine traces found in Egyptian mummies, substances native only to the Americas before global trade, a complex and haunting picture emerges. It suggests that the ancient Egyptians were not merely riverbound or desert dwellers, they were explorers who may have crossed the Atlantic, reaching lands long believed to be untouched until millennia later. Yet despite these incredible links, the story reportedly turns darker. The obelisk's message implies a deliberate act of forgetting, a silence that was neither accidental nor due to lost knowledge, but intentional suppression. The ancient record's quietude was a protective veil, perhaps designed to erase a chapter of history too controversial or traumatic to preserve openly. This silence, far from being an oversight, seems like a
No offense, but if you're thinking about getting a HELOC from your local bank, you're about to make a really expensive mistake.
calculated effort by the Egyptians themselves to bury a secret that challenges the very foundation of their known world. Why experts are still freaking out. Today, this ancient narrative remains shrouded in secrecy and controversy. No major museum has reportedly displayed the Saqqara map or the associated obelisk inscriptions. The Egypt Ministry of Antiquities maintains an official silence, refusing to comment or provide public access to these artifacts. Even many of the scholars and archaeologists initially involved in these discoveries have grown reluctant, avoiding interviews and public discussions as the weight of the implications sinks in. The reason for this hesitation is clear. If these findings are genuine, and mounting evidence strongly supports their authenticity, they challenge the established understanding of human history on a fundamental level. For centuries, historians and archaeologists have taught that transoceanic contact between the Old and New Worlds did not occur until the age of exploration in the 15th century. The assumption was that ancient civilizations were geographically isolated and technologically limited. But this map and the corroborating clues turn that assumption upside down. It suggests that ancient Egyptians possessed maritime skills, navigational knowledge, and daring to cross vast oceans. It implies a level of cultural and technological exchange between distant civilizations previously dismissed as impossible or mythic. This discovery forces a profound reconsideration of what we call prehistory. It suggests that our textbooks may be riddled with erasures, deliberate omissions of chapters that could rewrite the entire timeline of human achievement and migration. If ancient civilizations were more connected and capable than we thought, what else might have been lost to time? The one undeniable truth emerging from this puzzle is if this map truly exists, then this map rewrites history. What if the ancients did know more than we ever imagined and left behind proof we were never supposed to find? Share your thoughts in the comments. Thank you for watching this video with us and catch you in the next one.
We are just a few steps away from our first.
Lord have mercy, that was a lot to unravel. Man, Egypt
Yeah, that triggered me more, bro.
like it's crazy.
I mean, first off, this AI was talking. Let's start there. Just the fact that they think that, and they're just assuming it. Said what if? Started out saying what if. So the whole thing is pseudo. Never gonna give any evidence. Just throwing narratives out there. They're literally saying that's what they're doing.
That's not a good way to start your sentence. What if? Lord have mercy.
I don't know if I can hear you. Is that you or me?
Why they scrunched up like I'm about to get a screenshot? I'm trolling.
That shit was weird.
Absolutely.
Very weird. Bullshit title. Never showed a map. Telling you everything you already know.
Like I said, they throwing Hail Marys.
They've been listening, man.
Like what if the but this was so crazy. Ancient Egyptians, right? But then it's Mesoamericans. So wait a minute. So you go to the time and date. So the Meso concept was Meso means middle, right? Mix middle. So they're writing concepts and conflating things together. We had boats for thousands of years going there. They always got to see shit coming back from from there to here. It's crazy work. Like as if we didn't invent everything and own all the land. I don't know what the problem is.
Kind of disappointed in that shit.
Mm.
Hey, they also leave out the foods that the Egyptians ate also coming from America.
I mean, yeah, right. They started admitting the cocaine and all that other shit, cocaine, mummies, and
But they still acting like they went over there and came back.
Isn't the cotton tree from America too?
Yep.
Oh yeah, well all the clothes they got on gotta answer for that. It ain't cotton. If it ain't cotton, then they good. But yeah, that's the gaslighting in that was actually very good. Like,
I feel like I wasted my time.
Mm.
so,
Wow.
the Egyptologist technique is
What this lady talking about?
Candace.
Mm-hmm.
It sound like she was set tripping on Trump.
Oh yeah, she's been doing that for like a good year. Shit, 2 years.
Now she really been doing it heavy lately. I don't know. I only listened to a little bit of it, like the first 5-6 seconds and shit.
Wow, Trump right now trending for all the wrong reasons. Again, he's going to deny aid to Americans if they decide they want to boycott Israel. How is that not treason? He is going to deny Americans in need disaster funding if he finds out that that city or state that is in need is boycotting Israel. You might say, actually, morally, we think it is wrong for us to in any way engage with Israel because we are watching them starve children daily. That's your right as an American. Now, all of a sudden, Trump is taking the position, the extraordinary position, that actually it's not your right to do that when it comes to Israel. Of course, you could, if you want today, boycott American companies. But Israel, they're saying you can't do that. Why is that? Because America is not a sovereign nation. And if you are under any illusions that America is a sovereign nation, you need to wake up.
Man.
Yeah, she got me on that one.
Man. She trying to make a lot of enemies.
Yeah, it's like, Lord have mercy. She battling the people with France, the president.
They trying to, she's stacking up them enemies, ain't she?
Don't, Lord have mercy that if she ever starts connecting dots, her jaw will be dropped. Like, oh. So.
You think, what you mean?
Well, the establishment of the Israeli or Israelites coming into power and coming out of Slav-entry was actually established in France in 1860. So she might be in a little trouble. Trump was funded. One time he went bankrupt and something happened where his funds were, he was in trouble. And an Israeli banker, a couple of them, bailed him out. You know, one of them, Rothschilds. The person who was under the Rothschilds who did it. So there's a lot of things. I can't say so much about the Orsini family with Trump, but I do know about that bailout. And ever since that bailout, he's, divulged his dying effort to secure Israel. And the stuff he said, we're going to move all the Palestinians out, and we're going to create whatever word he said, and then have them move back in, and that the Arab nations should accept them in until they finish rebuilding Gaza. That's crazy. I don't know what to say to that. But yeah, Candace Owens, wow. Balls on that lady.
Hey. I can't, knock anything she said. Not in that clip.
Yeah, I know the back. She's not the only one. Tucker Carlson has officially taken the same position as Candace Owens on this matter. So it's getting spicy.
I think though we would have to dig a little deeper into what she's saying, as far as Greg Abbott or Trump denying funds, right? So ultimately, if it's framed as hate, the reason why you're not denying the funds, right? So I think it needs to be examined, and then and a fact check on either side. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
So I don't know if this is what they about to do right here, but I definitely want to fact check that, because ultimately you can't hate on nobody, and that's the rules anyway. You can't stop taking something from somebody because you don't like them.
I think this interview might get a little deeper into it.
Maybe.
what is your overall report card 196 days into the Trump administration on Trump, free speech, and where it's going? Do you share MTG's view and Ron Paul's view that he's starting to betray America first and is basically going in the wrong direction?
Yeah, I mean, Bibi Netanyahu is president of the United States, effectively. So we should just pay attention to whatever Bibi Netanyahu's aims are. Bibi Netanyahu was on camera saying that any person that boycotted Israel would themselves endure, some pain in the United States. He was behind passing all of the anti-BDS laws. And look, I think most of us weren't paying attention to the relationship with Israel in the first term because there was nothing relevant that was happening. Now, with everything happening in Gaza and Trump turning a blind eye to it and pretending that it's totally fine, it's become very clear that Bibi Netanyahu has power over Trump. And I think the real mask down moment was, of course, him trying to gaslight us about the Epstein files. That's ridiculous. Trump is smarter than that. And I'm telling you that Trump reads the room correctly. So the fact that he intentionally read the room wrong and then said, if you're still interested in the Epstein files, I don't want you as my supporter anymore. He tweeted that effectively. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. No one should accept that. And it's unfortunate, obviously, because we all got behind him in earnest. We believe that he was going to be a solution to the deep state, but now it seems that he's become it.
Well, I mean, I agree in many respects that he's changed course a lot, and I'm very concerned. But RFK Jr. is doing so much good. Some other things are happening. And I don't throw the baby out with the bathwater here. I'd like to just have Trump's base continue to put pressure on him, because we've seen many cases where he's making the wrong decision and we put pressure on him. He goes the right direction. I mean, is there anything salvageable, or do you disagree with that view?
I disagree with the view because it seems like what they're doing is they're offering us stuff like when they said, oh, we're going to go talk to Ghislaine Maxwell. We're going to really get to the bottom of this. We're going to be the first people that go to speak to Ghislaine Maxwell. And then we find out that they strike a deal to move her to a prison that's just not even a prison, if we're being clear. Like this, it's not even a prison where she's at. Elizabeth Holmes is there smiling, running outside.
Yeah, they say it's the nicest federal prison in the United States. In Texas.
It's nicer than it's probably nicer than your house and my house, if we're being honest. Clearly, Elizabeth Holmes looked very happy when she was jogging outside with lipstick on and she's got bleach blonde hair. And so I have a lot of questions about that. Again, they seem to be pretending like, oh, we're finally listening, but it feels a bit like a performance to me at this point. And it saddens me to say this, truly, someone that was really invested in him. I'm wondering whether or why he betrayed us, what they have on him. We know that Israel has been running the most effective worldwide blackmail ring. Every story that I research, even stories that have nothing to do with America, somehow what turns up in these stories is Israel and their involvement blackmailing a politician. So it could have something to do with that. And also, I think we should be honest about Jared Kushner and his investments in Israel. Jared and Ivanka, which are his legacy, are invested in Israel. And I would be very interested as to determine whether or not Jared is invested in the Gaza Strip, because it was not subtle when shortly following October 7th, he got on stage at Harvard and said, well, this is an unfortunate situation, but that beachfront property in Gaza could be worth a lot. There could be a lot of building in the future.
And I know Saudi Arabia wants to move in there, and he's deep with them. I don't think that's even a question.
And Qatar. He did a deal with Qatar and Saudi Arabia.
Stay right there.
Investing in Israel.
Candace Owens, back in 60 seconds. Well, after the DOJ met with her a few weeks ago for 2 days, the Deputy Attorney General, Ghislaine Maxwell, there's headlines out that she never saw Trump do anything bad. She never saw him around any of the underage girls. But we already knew that. I mean, if they had stuff, they would have used it. He never went to the island. I investigated before I endorsed Trump. So why a month ago would Trump come out and say he committed suicide? It's a hoax. There weren't any blackmail going on. He acted alone. Well, how is Ghislaine in prison? Well, now they've moved her from a nice federal prison in Florida to the nicest one, hands down, that's a petting zoo, basically, and dog training and people running around with their lipstick on, and everybody's happy. It all looks very bad. And now we got the Republicans subpoenaing all these big Democrats and DOJ heads and attorney generals, and now they don't want that stuff released, and Democrat judges don't want it released. I mean, this is a quagmire, and it's all over the news. I predicted a month ago, and I've had Rasmussen on, that's the best polling group out there, and they said, no, Trump's lost a lot of support with his base over Epstein, and now he says release it, and we're seeing some stuff come out that like Epstein was an FBI informant. Candace Owens, where do you see this going?
We're not going to get anything. And I've been saying this from the very beginning. It was such a sophisticated blackmail ring. All of the elites are implicated one way or the other. You know, I'm guessing here because I agree with you. Like, Trump was not on the island, and I've been around a lot of people in my life. He does not strike me as a person that's interested in young children. But I am curious, as I've been getting deeper into what Jeffrey Epstein did and how he implemented this blackmail ring on behalf of Israel. He involved himself in a lot in order to traffic these women in a lot of organizations, like modeling organizations, where he would have the ability to say, oh, you're a Victoria's Secrets model. I'm scouting for Victoria's Secrets model. That's where he ingratiated himself. Same with Jean-Luc overseas in Paris, who mysteriously also died in a prison cell, but he funded his modeling efforts, his modeling organization. I think it might have been M Model Group or something. I'm wondering if unwittingly Trump got funded somehow via Epstein for the world, Miss America, whatever it was that he was involved in, Miss Universe pageantry, if it has something to do with that and he didn't know and he just doesn't want to open that whatsoever. But there has to be something here, because it just doesn't make sense for him not to be forthcoming with his supporters. He could have gotten ahead of it. He could have been like, look, my name's in these files and it's ridiculous. I have nothing to do with what was going on the island. I didn't know this. I didn't know that. But instead, he seems uncomfortable being asked questions about it. And I'm not sure what the reason is.
Well, I've got a good idea. The left spun this. It's all over the place. It's not what I said. Oh, Trump called up and threatened, offered money for me to shut up. No, I got a bunch of calls like you get from the White House. And it's like, what do you want? Not like, what do you want money-wise? Like, what do you want us to do? And I said, what do you think? I've never seen evidence of Trump involved. You better get out front and stop telling people not to look at this, the Streisand effect. And Roger was up there, Roger Stone, for 7 days and finally got Trump to say release the stuff, and that his poll numbers bounced back some. But what I want is them to do, and what his surrogates said they would do, not do a 180 and say, nothing to see here, like, Naked Gun with the buildings burning, nothing to see here, move along.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's felt like. It's like nothing to see here. It felt very much like that CNN when they're like, it's mostly peaceful protests and everything's burning down behind them. And you're just relying on people not to believe their own eyes. Very poor choice for Trump and the administration. But look, my also personal belief is that Trump is surrounded by people who hate him. Right, the Never Trumpers are, and the Zionists that are in there, they quite literally did not want Trump to win. Right, the people that are running his campaign are the people that wanted Ron DeSantis to win and the people that wanted Hillary Clinton to win before. So I'm confused about why he thinks people that are giving him advice want to see him do well. They're almost having fun. It's like they're laughing, telling him, yeah, you should definitely tweet. You don't want these supporters anymore. And maybe laughing behind his back, but he's actually doing this and tarring his own legacy.
I agree. If I was Trump and I wanted to self-inflict a wound on myself, I would be doing exactly what he's doing. And I was in total horror a month ago and just totally, so this is horrible. And then I got attacked by all the neocons, people, oh, you've turned on Trump. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? We need Trump to succeed. I've been persecuted. So have you for your past support. And now to see this, it's just horrifying. Do you think Trump will wake up and somehow salvage this? Or will he just keep saying, like, Naked Gun, nothing to see here?
Look, when he went into office in 2016, he was retweeting the Alex Jones show and telling people that he should be watching you. In this current moment, he's telling people that they should be watching Mark Levin, right? So I don't know. We've got Meghan McCain cheering Trump on and saying that whatever she went through was worth it because this is the right Trump. Yeah, Trump, I don't think your supporters have left you. I think you've abandoned your supporters. And if you can't see that something's really wrong when the McCain family is cheering you on, I don't know that we can help.
Let's finish up on Trump. Again, I don't want to be attacking Trump, but I have integrity. I can't help myself. I know you follow that same North Star. I saw it 2 days ago when it broke in the middle of the day, and I couldn't even believe it at first. Withhold FEMA funds from any states, cities, or counties that criticize Israel. And then I went, well, wait, already a bunch of states, the majority already have this. It's actually happening really bad here in Texas, totally unconstitutional. We got the left censoring, and now this. They're trying to pass laws in New York, 4 years in jail if you wear a Palestinian pin or Hamas flag. I mean, this is dangerous. and the ADLs they're pushing and all. And then people came out and said, oh, it's not true. And then the administration backed off of that. But I mean, who is doing this? This is so draconian.
And he is. He's gone against his commitment on free speech. He pretends that he's stomping out DEI, but what he's actually doing is he's creating DEI programs across college campuses for Israel. Like they're trying to cage us as fighting anti-Semitism in the same way that BLM tried to cage it as fighting racism. When in reality, it's what you're fighting is Americanism, right? You're fighting our First Amendment right to say what we want and say what we believe. Even if you are a person who is American and you say, I don't like Black people. Okay, I don't like Jewish people. Okay, that's actually, you're right. You don't have to like, you're not required to like Black people. You're not required to like Jewish people. You're not required to like white people. And the fact that people are pretending that they can control thoughts, they're trying to turn America into Europe. And it's sad because J.D. Vance gave an incredible speech. He went overseas. He stood in front of the European leaders and he said, you guys are starting to penalize people rather than listening to what they think and what they believe. You're trying to trample their speech. And we applauded that. I share that on my show. Like, yes, this is the way. And that's now exactly what this administration is taking part in. They're effectively saying, what you guys think doesn't matter. It's wrong think, and we're going to correct it with more legislation. Now, why don't you listen to why it is that Israel has lost so much support so quickly that they're now tremoring and trying to see if they can effectively make Americans fearful to even say anything against Israel. Wrong country, wrong continent. I actually think it's going to make us dig our heels in further. We have ingrained in us that speech actually matters. And I keep saying to people, pay attention to this. We have to just acknowledge the fact that Trump has betrayed us on the matter of speech. I mean, even the Macron thing, the first thing, a state leader of a foreign country just filed a lawsuit against a podcaster in America. Should the White House not have to issue a statement on that? Like, if I'm Trump, I'm like, this is an easy layup, right? An easy layup to say, this is ridiculous. This is the wrong place for this. I don't even care whether I agree or disagree with what she's saying. You doing this is kind of an attack on America, right? Nothing. Crickets.
And so let's get into that. Let's get into that now. I mean, people must be hiding under a rock if they don't know this. Macron and his significant other, Brigitte, a week and a half ago, filed a big lawsuit against you. And whether you're right or wrong, free speech in America, you should be able to say that, she is a Martian, or it is a Martian, if you want. I've had my own questions. The fact that the significant other beats him up in public and was dating him reportedly when he was 14, and it was a teacher there. But whether we're right or wrong about that, absolutely. We have the EU trying to take over our speech. We have the UK trying to take it over. Trump's threatening tariffs if Starmer doesn't stop trying to control our tech companies. We have Brazil coming after Elon Musk. Finally, courts are ruling in favor of him. This is a big deal. You're absolutely right. Where is Trump on this? He hates Macron. Macron is just absolutely out of control. So this is a big deal. Another betrayal.
Yeah, it's a massive betrayal. And think about it in this context. A male student on a college campus at Florida State University got lightly shoved by someone. That male student happened to be Jewish. He was wearing an IDF uniform. Within a couple of hours, our federal government, the Department of Justice, issued a response to two students getting into a tiff because the student was Jewish. They said this was a threat. This was a threat. Somehow the federal government must get involved and swoop in as if they had burned down the campus. I mean, it was so silly. And yet you have a sitting president of a foreign country who is effectively launching war on the United States Constitution, because that's what this is, right? Is a First Amendment right. He is saying, I don't care about your Constitution. Shut up and stop speaking about my wife. And Trump is not saying anything. We just have to effectively acknowledge that he's castrated right now. In this moment, Donald Trump has been effectively castrated. And I'm not sure why he wouldn't come out and say this is unacceptable.
Candace, I saw your fiery response to the Macron suit, and I think what you said is totally true on the Constitution, and I've seen what you said. You have a total right to say it. And I tend to think you're right about a lot of it. But because there's not just the issue of what is the sex. You're like, I'm going to get a blood test. I'm going to get my fair trial. I can tell you when they sue you in these leftist jurisdictions, you don't get a fair trial. You get defaulted. And then they have HBO produce a show. And once you're defaulted, they can make up whatever they want about you. Then they have a jury on the damages. Now, obviously, you can learn from what happened to me and what happened to Trump with his show trials. I'm just saying, when these people come after you, it is a show trial. You got to be ready up front when they try these tricks. They'll say you didn't give them discovery, even though you do. It is nasty.
Yeah. And you are absolutely correct. We know the courts are corrupt. I've been covering the courts' corruption. It's a running theme of my show, no matter whose case it is, whether it's your case, whether it's what happening to the Tates in Romania. That was absolutely insane. But the fact that this is transnational is incredible. This is incredible. This is a sitting president. This is not like he's gone back to his private life. You know what I mean? This is a current sitting president, right? With power over France, who is doing this. And our government is saying we're going to allow him to have power over our courts. What does that tell us? Is this it? Are we looking at a globalized government? Trump's silence seems to suggest that. You should have to answer this. You are the leader. If we have national sovereignty, and I am a constituent of the United States, and I am being attacked by another nation, Trump should be required to issue a statement on what he thinks about that. That should be like a requirement.
Macron is a public figure, and so is his significant other.
Exactly. Which so the bar is, of course, a lot higher here. And I believe in my heart and in my soul that is a man who transitioned and married Macron. I presented all the evidence. Obviously, for me to have done 7 hours on this and for the world to be seized by that, it wasn't because I was just flipping my hair saying, oh, like that just doesn't look like a man to me. We presented very compelling evidence. Let's also not forget that we did not begin the series before we sent them a list of questions and said, we'll allow you to tell your side of it, answer these yes or no questions. We weren't asking for blood, Alex. We said, did you ever live as a man named Jean-Michel Trogneau? All of this is public before we published the first episode. So how do you meet that actual malice standard outside of the corruption of the courts? And Alex, I want to say this because this is actually what's most important about this, is they're coming after me because the series exposed that everyone, and I shouldn't say everyone literally, but too many people in Emmanuel Macron's orbit have gone down for pedophilia. Okay, a pedocriminal orbit that surrounds Emmanuel Macron. It's senseless. And this is what Tucker Carlson said when I was on the show the other day. How many of your friends can go down for pedophilia before we're allowed to start asking questions, right? That is the fear that they have. That is the anger that they have towards this series. Remarkably, Alex, let me tell you something else. Before we started our series, they went out to crisis PR firms. They were in communication with us. We said, we won't run this series. We'll go to France and get your evidence. I don't want to make a fool of myself if you're actually who you say you are. And you've got 30 years of a vacuum here. We can't find anything about you, but maybe you're just like, I'm shy. I was fat in those years. Show us the pictures, and I will tell my audience the truth.
Because again, there was already a huge controversy in France, and then they got lower courts to convict people.
The left mainstream journalists, Alex. This is the most crucial part of this. This is not a conspiracy theory from the far right. The left was trying to do puff pieces. Vanity Fair, Condé Nast was trying to do puff pieces on Brigitte Macron, the new first lady, feminism. And they suddenly were brought into the Élysée Palace and they were treated like they were criminals. And they were not allowed to get any answers to their questions. And they had to go through a woman named Mimi Marchand. Okay. Mimi Marchand has since gone down for the forgery of documents. Okay. There's like 3 pictures that they provided for
and let's expand on this. Even under French law, the case just got overturned. They're appealing it to the higher court. Mm-hmm. But even those journalists have now been winning in court despite all the power of the Macrons. And I believe they pivoted to sue you just to change the subject from them losing that case.
Right. 100%. You are 100% accurate. That's what they did. It was a PR move. They lie so much in the documents. They totally say that I said things that I never said. They put it out of, take out the context. So the statements it's just like reading a hit piece, where you have like 2 words I said, but then you create your own sentence around it. And Claire and Locke should be ashamed.
I've experienced it myself. That's exactly what they do.
But we're going to hit back hard. Because this matters, Alex. This severely matters. You're talking about children, and Paris has always had an issue, a steep history with pedophilia. Emmanuel Macron, as president, tried to lower the age of consent. It was 15 to 13. He misrepresented it to his constituents, tried to lower it to 13. Fortunately, there was outrage that didn't happen, but they were successful in removing the teacher standard. So that part of the law was that you have to be 18. The age of consent had to be 18 if the adult had power over you, like a teacher, student. And their minister, Eric Dupond-Moretti, got that changed so that a teacher-student relationship was no longer considered a relationship where the student would have to consent at the age of 18. Now it's 15.
It's just
why are they doing
insane.
that?
What's the
It's
timeline?
insane. The book on his desk for his official presidential portraits. A book written by Andre Gide, a self-admitted pedophile. He never denied what he was. He was going down and sleeping, molesting boys down in Morocco and in Algeria. He admitted that. You choose that as the book that's on the desk for your presidential portrait? Okay, they're laughing at us. They're laughing at us, Alex.
Why do you
they're
think
daring
they're
us to do something?
Why do you think they're ignoring Candace Owens, the Streisand effect?
I think there's one of two things. I think the first thing is they were just going to extend as a PR move of like, we're fighting this because it's untrue and hoping people would believe it. But the other thing is that their former Minister of Justice, Eric Dupond-Moretti, came out, and they could be so deluded that they truly believe this. He came out and he said that I was being funded by Russia via Marine Le Pen's family and Marion Maréchal. I mean, it was a totally kooky story to bring down the French Republic. None of that's true, but I have seen circumstances where people truly do not believe that something organically went viral, and they think that they're going to uncover something in Discovery, like I was taking orders from Vladimir Putin. I don't know, but they can have all discovery in the world. I covered this series completely organically because I read an article. I mean, PBD was there. Patrick Bet-David could testify to the day that I fell down the hole of Macron's wife and realized that this was something very real. So they're going to be very unfortunate if they're digging because they think there's some larger plot that's happening.
Well, there's no doubt this is going to blow up in their face. I would be very careful about your security, though, because you've got the French state and these sick people after you. We're almost out of time. I wish you had more, but I know you've got a lot of things to take care of with your children and things. But I wanted to get into your Tucker appearance. A lot of interesting stuff was said there, and it was also some controversial things. You know, I just wish that all the thought leaders in the populist awakening movement, and I'm not blaming anybody, could just get along and be friends. People keep asking me my position, all the stuff that was said on Tucker, some of the things that went on, and my bottom line is I'm staying on target with getting the poison vaccines out, the fluoride in the water, stopping World War III, securing the border, stopping the AI takeover. But what are some of the key points from that Tucker interview?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think that there are people that there's victim mentality on the right too, people that constantly have to create issues and infight. And I've obviously been very interested in going after big cases, especially cases that suggest that the courts are corrupt. And I'm 100% focused on that. And I think I was grateful to go on Tucker's show because it showed we got to a more broad audience to really discuss what it was about the Macron series that has them so upset that they're doing something that's never been done in the history of the world. I mean, we covered very many topics. Tucker and I, we are a target for the obvious reasons, is we've been very effective in standing up to the state of Israel. We've never seen this many people turn away from Israel as what happened in the last, I would say, 2 years. The polls show that support against Israel has effectively collapsed over the last 2 years. And I think that's in large part thanks to people like Dave Smith, Tucker Carlson, people like me. We've survived cancellations for saying those things. And of course, also we rose to just meet the moment, which is what's happening in Gaza, put a lens on all of this stuff. And so I'm interested in obviously working with people that have our eyes and our perspective on fighting the corruption of the state. This is what really matters. And for me as a mom, the kid stuff is the most important.
Well, let's talk about Israel the time we have left. Look, I'm not an Israel phobe, but I am a big opponent of Netanyahu. And Israel's been manipulating our internal policies, but mainly foreign policy, Middle East for a long time. That's not debatable. Powerful lobby. But with the vacuum of the Democrats so disheveled and their funding down and their record low approval rating, the Israel lobby really is making a move on our domestic operations. I mean, just look at trying to cut the FEMA funds to any municipality or state that criticize Israel. I mean, this is real tyranny. Imagine if China was lobbying and saying, if you criticize communist China, the government's going to come after you in the U.S. I mean, we hear about foreign powers all the time. Israel's really making a move on the U.S. right now, and it's supercharging the awakening to Israel. I mean, Israel's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, without question. And there's no way back from it. So it doesn't matter if they're trying to now pass laws so that kids learn about October 7th in the classroom. Completely ridiculous. Would never happen for any other country that had an event. It doesn't matter that brainwashing that I think we went through in the classroom as well. Textbooks, by the way, that Robert Maxwell had an interest in. And I've been unpacking that on my series. Really, our history with Israel is something that once you get into the history, how can you ever support this nation? And I want to be very clear to the people that are on the fence here and go, oh, well, we all learned that we have to support Israel. God will bless those who support Israel. If you are supporting a nation that will murder women and children in broad daylight and laugh at you and laugh at children that are starving because, I don't know, you think it's going to fill your bank account or it's some indulgence and you're going to get into heaven, you better know that if they need to, they will do the exact same thing to you and your family. Okay, you don't play with psychopaths. You don't. And there's no question in my mind that Bibi Netanyahu and the course people that support what he's doing or try to gaslight us about what's happening are indeed psychopaths. You have to be a psychopath to see children starving, crying, dying with limbs blown up and to lie about that or to try to justify it by saying, well, on October 7th, Israel was busy that day and let down all their, very obvious to me, it was a false flag operation, which means you're even more of a psychopath. They'll kill their own citizens. You don't think they're going to kill you one day? You never help empower a psychopathic regime, ever.
Well,
because it will come back to either bite you or your children in the ass.
Absolutely. We've got Ambassador Huckabee, I'll play the clip after you leave, saying Israel's the most humanitarian country in the world. They're doing the best job.
Oh, you got to let me see that clip. Let's go one more after. I know you have a break coming up.
No,
I got to see that clip. I haven't even seen it.
Oh, yeah.
I got to see it because that's what I mean. It's like, what do they have on these people? How do you do that? How do you sleep at night? How do you have children and listen to that stuff? And how do you, when I tuck my kids in at night, I imagine that scenario with bombs dropping and politicians pretending that's not happening. It's totally demonic.
We're back in a few minutes and with Candace Owens. I'll play this clip for her. Glad she's holding over. Candace Owens, CandaceOwens.com, and Real Candace O on X. Stay with us. I'm only as strong as you are backing me. You figured it out yet? This is not like a regular show. The bad guys don't like it for a reason because we have the information and we have the spirit of victory. So go now. It'll boost your immune system. The Irish, I'll just check those interactions with it because it's very powerful.
That's right.
But you can't then, as the ambassador to Israel, say Israel has the best human rights, the best military, the best for not targeting civilians, when without me even looking for it, there are new videos every few hours of Israelis shooting 5, 6, 7-year-old kids, 10-year-old kids, laughing, blowing their heads off, blowing their genitals off, bombing women and children trying to get food with drones, with hand grenades. And the world sees this. And now Netanyahu says he's going to take all of Gaza and I guess push them into the ocean. And I'm not supporting what Hamas did. Candace pointed out, why did Israel stand down? You don't hear about an investigation of that. This is how Netanyahu stays in power. I know a lot of Israelis, all their former defense ministers and intelligence ministers have gone public saying it needs to stop. But Netanyahu's charging ahead. And then you've got an enabler, really a sycophant, like Huckabee. Here's 2 clips of him, 2 short clips from the same interview yesterday where he says, well, you'll see it for yourself. Here it is.
I'll tell you this. If Israel is committing genocide, Mark, they're really bad at it. They're terrible at doing genocide, just like they're terrible at doing apartheid. This is the only real democracy in this part of the world where people vote, elect their own officials. They have free speech. They have freedom of movement. It's an extraordinary country. And one of the reasons that America and Israel have such a relationship is because we share the foundations of Western civilization, based, by the way, on a Judeo-Christian moral foundation. They're not perfect, but neither is any other country on earth. But the Israelis do a doggone good job of trying to protect innocent human life. They do an amazing job of trying to prevent collateral damage. And I wish that they would get credit for some of the things their military does to protect Gazans, the civilians. No other country, including the United States, takes the steps they take to try to minimize the insanity that we're dealing with right now. Is that there are so many European nations, so many Americans who are angry at Israel for the suffering in Gaza. Mark, there is one reason that there is suffering in Gaza. It's the same reason that 1,200 people were massacred on October the 7th. It's the same reason that 250 people were taken hostage. 50 of them continue to be held hostage and tortured. And that's because of Hamas. They're a terror organization, and they've acted like it. And all of this time, Israel has done everything it can. They've made I don't know how many different offers in order to get the hostages out to end this. Hamas always walks away, always says no. And for some crazy reason, the Europeans and people around the world are blaming Israel for this. I can't get my arms around what the rationale is, but it doesn't make any sense.
Candace, rarely have I seen such staggering gaslighting.
Mm. Yeah, you know, it's funny to hear him go through those talking points because I recognize those talking points in myself. Like I used to work for PragerU, a Zionist organization. And truly, when I said it, I was just ignorant. Like Israel wasn't, this is what I was told. And now, obviously, I appreciate going backwards that this is an organization that was put together by an IDF unit, right? The CEO is literally worked in intelligence at the IDF. And I believed those talking points because you're like, why would people lie to me about that? It's the only democracy in the Middle East. It's the most humane army in the world. They all say the same thing. Now, when it comes to him, though, he's not saying that out of ignorance. He is saying that because he wants to gaslight us. He would have more access than most to what's actually happening in Israel. And like you said, all you have to do is scroll your Twitter feed and you can see what's happening. The entire world is saying what's happening is wrong, right? Bibi Netanyahu should have been arrested were it not for the fact of that Americans are corrupt and that perhaps what Muammar Gaddafi was saying in his last speech before Tony Blair and co took him out was true. Right? That this is all just one big mirage, that the idea of the United Nations and that they were going to come together and make sure that that we were doing the moral thing going forward. The whole idea that we needed sort of international democracy is a farce. It's a lie. It's an illusion. And in fact, these courts were put together to allow certain countries, Israel and America included, and France and the UK, to do whatever they wanted and to exert full control over the rest of the world. That is why we've had a repeat humane policy of blowing up millions of Muslims every year.
And then opening the borders,
and
then opening the borders up with the UN and bringing them in. So I agree. I don't like what Israel's doing, and it's terrible. But then what about
Syria? By the way, it's not just, I want to say this, not just what they're doing here, what they're doing in Congo, what they're doing in Syria, what they're doing to Armenia right now. They're expanding their borders and mass murdering Christians everywhere, to be clear.
Then paradoxically, the left, Soros, using this to energize the communist movements that want to destabilize the U.S. What about the threat of Islam? And I know Israel's actually stirring it up, and so is the U.S., and that's been the policy in bringing him in. But paradoxically, just because I'm against what Israel's doing, I'm also extremely concerned about Islam. I know you are as well. So what do we do about this?
Yeah, let's be very clear. And this is a deeper question that we have to ask. Why is it that all of these people that were assets, why do you and I both know that the CIA has been funding these radical Islamists for a very long time? They give them weaponry, and then they go, oh my God, they became problematic. Suddenly, like, you know, they're extremely problematic. Yeah, we funded those people, Osama bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, yeah, we worked with all those people, and we funded all of these militant groups. And yeah, Israel admitted that they funded al-Nusrat in which is like Al-Qaeda adjacent in Syria. They admitted that. They armed these militants and trained them. And then now they go, oh, these groups are radical, right? What is ISIS? We need to get to the bottom of these questions. Again, it seems to me like the world is a stage. And the more, and this is why I do this with my book club, we need to go back and we need to understand history because this stuff has been going on for a very long time. Tricks are being played on us. You've got Operation Mockingbird. We've got the textbooks that are just propaganda.
New dictator of Syria, backed by Israel, NATO, the Biden administration, and Turkey, is the former leader of Al-Qaeda and is purging Christians.
Yeah, exactly. And so they are not telling Americans this because our press is bought and paid for, and they're told that they have to support Israel. But that is the reality. The mass murder of Christians, Israel is okay with it. They funded it. Everything that happened in Syria, all the neocons applauded it, right? Assad was protecting the Christians. The neocons applauded when he went down. And we said, this is going to lead to the mass murder of Christians. And now it's happening. And they're gaslighting us again. They're gaslighting us and saying, oh, Islam is the problem. Like, okay, radical Islam. Who's funding that? Who keeps funding radical Islam?
It's a clash of civilizations, totally engineered. And so I just learned this earlier. Here it is from the DHS.gov. Homeland Security Advisory Council members that created the memo that went out earlier in the week to the states and counties and cities saying, if you criticize Israel in any way, you will have your funding cut for hurricanes, tornadoes, fires, earthquakes. Mark Levin is on the board and made those decisions. I mean, talk about being a foreign agent. I bet he's Mossad.
Yeah, I love that Trump calls him a patriot. Yeah, he's a patriot, just not of a patriot for America. He's a patriot of Israel. And again, just him tweeting that, it just makes a mockery of all of his supporters. And it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good to be duped. It doesn't feel good because we're all so passionate about Trump and we truly believed that he wanted to eradicate the deep state. It doesn't feel good to know that the left and the right are in lockstep in many ways, right? We have to stop this false paradigm, this paradigm of left versus right, the false dichotomy here of choice, and to recognize that we are fighting the state. I truly believe that we are fighting a military state, effectively. The military has been in control for a very long time. They run influence campaigns as well. A lot of these people that you think are coming out of nowhere, and are just tech people that they built this in their basements. No, this is all military tech. And now we're being enslaved by tech. And yeah, it's global collusion. It's very obvious that it's global collusion. And at the center of everything that is happening, and let me say this before they passed a new definition of anti-Semitism, as HIAS has been doing, and America is trying to adopt across college campuses. But you would be a fool not to notice that Israel seems to be at the center of all of these stories.
Well, did you see the head of Meta censorship where she said, we're Zionists, we run the censorship at all the big tech companies, and now we're going to change the definition. If you even criticize Israel or Zionism, we're going to get you banned and debanked and shut down. And if you say we're censoring you, we're going to censor you in the same breath. And it's so villainous, and I don't even want to be in this position. And then you've got, that's an echo of Sacha Baron Cohen 5 years ago at the ADL Gala. Now they have the ADL bill progressing through that you mentioned that will literally just shut down anybody that even criticizes Israel. That's going to create a Streisand effect. Don't they see it's having the opposite effect? Speaking of that, here's Sacha Baron Cohen saying arrest Mark Zuckerberg when he wouldn't give the ADL full control. He was censoring, but their boards were telling the feds, who were telling Facebook who to do it. They trained a lot of Facebook and Instagram censors and others. But here they were at the gala. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but saying it. Maybe it's time to jail these people. And notice Cohen says, and so did Greenblatt in the same gala, well, Russians got Trump elected. And so anybody that's criticizing us going after Trump, they need to be put in jail. So see, they're merging. Everybody's a Russian agent. And so you deserve to be censored. That's mainly from the left. But also, if you criticize Israel, we're going to censor you. And it's all the same agenda out of the ADL. Here it is.
And maybe fines are not enough. Maybe it's time to tell Mark Zuckerberg and the CEOs of these companies, you already allowed one foreign power to interfere in our elections. You already facilitated one genocide in Myanmar. Do it again and you go to jail. And that trigger outrage and fear. It's why YouTube recommended videos by the conspiracist Alex Jones billions of times. It's why fake news outperforms real news, because studies show that lies spread faster than truth. And it's no surprise that the greatest propaganda machine in history has spread the oldest conspiracy theory in history, the lie that Jews are somehow dangerous. As one headline put it, just think what Goebbels could have done with Facebook. On the internet, everything can appear equally legitimate. Breitbart resembles the BBC. The fictitious protocols of the Elders of Zion look as valid as an ADL report.
Now notice, that's the script 5 years ago. I'll play a short clip of Joanna Cutler, the head of censorship at Meta, in a moment, saying the same thing. So we're going to censor you, and if you say we're censoring you, you're anti-Semitic. No, you're a Jewish group trying to censor us, hiding behind that, and literally we all need to go to jail. I mean, this is pretty scary.
Yeah, Absolutely. There's no question that's scary. It's terrifying. And what should terrify us the most is that our government is complicit. Like Trump is allowing the ADL to take over his administration. He's allowing this to happen to American citizens. That's why I said they have rendered him effectively impotent. And let's be clear, the IDF minister, what was it, about a year ago, got up and said, we need to go after Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. We've had these spokespeople like David Friedman get on stage and call for the arrest of Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. There was some weird operation that was happening across Southern churches, Southern Baptist churches, where I showed, it was like Operation Mocking Pastor, where they all got on stage on the same Sunday. I had done nothing with Tucker Carlson, and they started saying, you know, you shouldn't listen. They were preaching to their constituents, you shouldn't listen to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, always grouping us. I hadn't done a show in 2 years until last week, right? And so it's very clear that they are worried that people are waking up to what they are. They are speech censors. The ADL has always been speech censors. The history of the ADL is very dark. It involves Jewish gangsters in America. You should recognize that the ADL was founded on gangsters who wanted to control the reputations of people that were up to no good, okay? And that's what they've always done.
Actually, a pedophile that tortured and killed a little girl.
Oh, that's exactly right. And they still to this day lie about the Leo Frank case. And despite all of their power and blackmail operations, they still couldn't wipe the stain of what Leo Frank did to that Catholic girl, right? It's stunning that they still try to tell this lie of what Leo Frank did to Mary Fagan. That's who you're speaking about. And so we will do the exact opposite. And you are correct. They will come in. They will come inward. They will try arrest. These people are dangerous. Many of these people are descendants of Bolsheviks, right? Like literally the descendants of Bolsheviks who came over here after they tried to assassinate the Tsar. And people were angry about them trying to kill a Christian.
Well, even
Christian
after that, the neocons, when Trotsky got run out, the Trotskyites, they created the neocons. But that's on record, folks.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That these are dangerous people. Okay, they will lie, steal, murder. Get into your history books, guys. Learn about who Emma Goldman was. These people came here and they started the labor unions. Okay, you look into the story of who shot Henry Frisk. Right. Fortunately, he survived that. But it was a demented commie from Emma Goldman who came over here. She was behind Margaret Sanger, abortion. These people are psychotic. It is a death cult. I am telling you this. When you get into history of these people that came over into our country specifically, and now they are recognizing that too many people are waking up to this history of crushing speech, of being willing to murder people to get what they want. Right? Murder people to achieve power. At their core, they are commies. They are liars.
Well, I mean, now we've got saying if you live in a blue city, if you live in a blue city or state, and there's a hurricane or tornado, you're not going to get helicopter rescue because of because what your state rep said. Let's play this last clip because I got to go soon. But this is Jordana Cutler. This is the head of Meta censorship, and she literally
and TikTok. They have TikTok too. Go ahead.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And here she is saying, we're going to censor people. We're going to expand the definition of anti-Semitism to ban people if you criticize Zionism. And then she says, we're in control of censorship, but if you say it, we're going to censor you. Listen to this.
In addition to my work leading the Israel public policy team, I created a new role specifically focused on the Jewish diaspora. It is a privilege to represent Meta to Jewish communities worldwide. I am proud that Meta's commitment to addressing anti-Semitism on our platforms has remained steadfast, especially after October 7th. Our policies are industry-leading in protecting Jewish people and Israelis on our platforms. Our community standards include policies that prevent harassment, violence, and incitement, and include a robust framework to combat anti-Semitism. Our hateful conduct policy includes specific protections for Israelis and Jews. We banned Holocaust denial and distortion back in 2020. We changed industry thinking on this issue, designating denial as hate speech rather than misinformation. It wasn't just about facts, it was about protecting people from harmful conduct. We banned content with harmful stereotypes about Jews, such as the claim that Jews run the world or other major institutions. We updated our policies to recognize that the term Zionist can be used as a proxy for Jews and Israelis. We banned content claiming Zionists run the world or control the media, and we do not allow for dehumanizing comparisons of Zionists. It's a delicate balance between safety and expression. My role is to ensure that the voices of Israelis and the Jewish community are heard in this policymaking process.
So we do not allow people to say we censor, and that's why we censor them. I mean, who writes these speeches?
Yeah, that's the whole point. And you have to be clear. These people are psychologically violent, okay? They are like trained to be like this. They gaslight in the face of overwhelming evidence, getting back to what's happening in Israel right now. And they will start censoring people. We have seen this. If people start to take notice of this and going, wait a second, you literally just said that you have all this power. Now me saying that you have power is anti-Semitism. You're actually, the TikTok woman that they just put in charge of speech as well, a TikTok, same thing. She did a whole thing about how she's a Zionist, how she went and served in the IDF. And they admitted this. They are taking control. The ADL, John Greenblatt, admitted they are taking control of all of these social media companies because they want to make sure that we are Zionists. Don't forget that you have the former prime minister of Israel on camera before he became prime minister, showing that they were editing Wikipedia to make sure that it had a Zionist bent. Okay, they are ahead of us in the information war. I actually never appreciated you calling your show The Information War until I started researching Zionism. Truly. And now I'm like, it's been an information war and they are ahead of us, but it's all coming down, right? And they have lied for so long that it seems to be snapping back very quickly.
Well, that was my final question.
Go, wait a second.
That was my final question. Israel's not the only issue out there, but there's a lot of other big ones, but it is the big issue. People have really, gotten their attention focused on this. I just want peace. I don't want Israel blown up and pushed in the ocean. A lot of Israelis don't like what's happening, but this behavior by these lobbies, it is accelerating the whole world. The Gallup poll shows that Israel seems the most dangerous country in the world right now. I wouldn't say that. I'd say China. You think it is, maybe because they want to go to this Iran thing, but I even had Michael Savage on a month ago, and he's pro-Israel. He's a really smart guy, but he said, no, Netanyahu needs to go. This is going to end up destroying Israel. So how do you see this unfolding in closing?
It's not just a Netanyahu problem, right? Look at everybody who has supported this. It's not just a Netanyahu problem. You can remove Netanyahu and this would still be an issue, right? These laws were getting passed when Netanyahu wasn't in power. He was on camera speaking about their plan to hit Palestine so hard, to hit Gaza so hard that the Palestinians couldn't go back. That's now an actuality. Right. So we have to stop pretending like one individual leaving is going to transform this from a radical state. It's radical from its genesis. It was radical from its genesis. They forced people out of their homes at gunpoint in 1948. They didn't offer them money and say, well, this territory we're now giving to somebody else and we're going to have to politely ask you to leave and please pack your bags and we'll give you a year to find out where to go and $1 million. OK, it was at gunpoint. These were terrorist organizations, Irgun, the Stern Gang. They were gangsters that got this done. Gangsters that then wiped out the UK, going back to Robert Maxwell, their pension fund, pretending that you're running the Mirror Group when you're actually stealing from British citizens who worked their entire lives for that pension.
It's insane.
Same thing in America,
We're
Jeffrey
out of
Epstein.
time, Candace, but I got to get one short clip in. This just came out today, in the last hour. Just in, Trump states that he did not know that Ghislaine Maxwell was removed to club-fed minimum security prison at all. He defended the action, but said he was unaware of the move. How much does he know? He's also said that he doesn't know about any of these grand juries now finally convened on the Russiagate hoax coup. So here's this clip. I want you to, in closing, respond to this.
Questions for you. One, were you aware of and did you personally approve the prison transfer for Ghislaine Maxwell that your Justice Department?
I didn't know about it at all. No, I read about it just like you did.
And do you believe that she is?
It's not a very uncommon thing.
Do you believe that she's credible to be listening to? Your Deputy Attorney General sat down with her recently.
Well, let me tell you, he's a very talented man. His name is Todd Blanche. He's a very legitimate person, very high. I just a very highly thought of person, respected by everybody. And I didn't talk to him about it, but I will tell you that whatever he asked would be totally appropriate. And it's not an uncommon thing to do that. And I think he probably wants to make sure that, people that should not be involved or aren't involved are not hurt by something that would be very, very unfortunate, very unfair to a lot of people.
And now, Ghislaine Maxwell told DOJ Trump never did anything concerning anything around her. So people are saying this doesn't look too good, Candace, but I never saw any evidence of Trump as she's saying. So why red carpet her? Because somebody in his orbit is connected.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. It feels like they went in there and will you agree to say this, say that? We'll move you to a nice cushy prison, so you can live out the rest of your sentence. He's going to pardon her, by the way. That's coming down the pipeline. And like I said, it's just sad to see this. It genuinely makes me sad because I devoted so many years to getting out there and campaigning for Trump. I truly believed him. And I just feel like the the scales are falling off of my eyes here. And I'm just realizing there is no entity that has more power than the Israel lobby in America and all around the world, by the way. France is fighting this too. People locked up for anti-Semitism for telling the truth. Like, you can literally go to prison if you tell the truth, if it points to a larger conspiracy about who has control. So it's not just America that's fighting this. But, you know, I don't know. We have to look towards the future. People that are willing to stand up to this are the people that should be platformed. And I think in the future, it will become a litmus test.
All right,
when you
Candace
are running for
Owens,
office.
CandaceOwens.com. Thank you so much for joining us. Look forward to
It's a shame. I really do believe, look, I think black people are not irredeemable, but there just needs to be brutal honesty. It's like, look, these black people are really struggling and they're turning into these maniacs. It seems like they don't do anything right. They're obnoxious, they're rude, they're inconsiderate, aggressive, cruel. And, you know, look, nobody hates black people for being black. If there are people like that, I think that's exceedingly rare. And I don't consider myself one of them. The reason that people have negative attitudes about black people is because most people's interactions with black people are negative. Most people's interactions with black people is when you're stuck in traffic and you see a Nissan Altima speeding down the shoulder. And you say, what the fuck? You're not supposed to do that. If everybody did that, it would just be another lane. And, you know, not everybody can do that. But it's like these people have no respect for decorum. They think the rules don't apply to them. They have no respect for society. Like, that's their interaction is they are a waiter and they wait on a black table and the black people don't tip and they're fucking rude. Like, that's most people's interactions. It's stuff like that. They go to the DMV and they see a black person behind the counter and they say, oh, here we go. And the person's rude. Now, it just goes to show people are not racist. It goes to show people don't like people that are rude. That people don't, it's unpleasant. People want to be treated with consideration and respect. And it is true that black people are, in this day and age, unfortunately, seem to have very low moral character. It's not even just the violence, although the violence is pretty striking. If you live your life and you know that you're going to be mugged by black people, it kind of colors your opinion or perception of black people, wouldn't you say? If 99% of the carjackings and stabbings and shootings that you see in Chicago are by black people, when you're walking down the street late at night, guess what you're looking for? Black people. And you equate that with danger. And it doesn't take a lot of them to spoil the whole bunch like that. And we just want black people to take accountability and say, look, I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person. It just seems that every time I encounter you people, for the most part, it's negative. And sometimes extremely negative, like I could get a gun in my face. You know, that's a problem. And people go, well, you are just loaded up with hatred and racism. It's like, I'm really not. I'm a really friendly person. I'm a really polite, friendly person. I give everybody a chance. But if I'm someplace and I see some black person walking in with their pants sagging and they can't articulate what their problem is or what they need, and they're rude and they're aggressive and I'm in fear for my life, like, yeah, I have a problem with all of that. And people go, and these black people go, well, you're racist, you're racist. It's like, no, I just hate inconsiderate behavior. If black people were super well behaved, we would be racist in the other direction. We'd say, black people, oh, yes, dude, yes. My day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help you with, sir? Please come right on in. Man, what a relief to see you here. You're a sight for sore eyes. If black people were known for being the best, then we would be racist in the other direction. Oh, finally. So yeah, that really bothers me. It just bothers me in this damn ass city, because that's all it is in Chicago, is just these black people who can never take accountability. It's always somebody else's fault.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Oh man, I think we're gonna have to wind this down, y'all. I think old dude done passed out, y'all. Yeah, man, we have to get back to this. Say peace to everybody, man. I'm gonna try to like, share, subscribe, man. Share some on your social media platforms, man. I think this is an interesting show tonight, man. If y'all didn't catch the first part of it, go back, man. There's a lot of good stuff, man. So shout out to old dude, man. Shout out to Sister Bethy coming through. Cut came through a couple times. Man, shout out to y'all, man. Yeah, stopping through and spend some time with us, man. Really appreciate it. So yeah, man. So I'm gonna get up out of here. You guys have a great evening or a good morning. A better day tomorrow. Yeah, I'm out of here. Sister Betty said go to bed. Yeah, I'm definitely on my way. All right, Sister Betty, we're gonna chop it up. All right, y'all have a great morning and a great day tomorrow, man. Catch you guys later. Peace and love.